So growing across the street from EB and being friends, he was always into photography and taking pictures and all that sort of thing. And he was into cards. He had a lot more baseball cards than I had. I had some.
Yep.
He had a ton. He started, I don't know, in your
the card
20s,
shows.
maybe in your teens.
I was pretty big at cards, but not on your level.
No, he went to shows and had a.
I would rent a table.
Yeah,
I never did that.
The case, the memorabilia case.
He built a case. I think did you build it? Was it a couple 2x4s?
Built our first one.
Yeah, built the case. So that's like, I don't know if it was teens, maybe early 20s.
I think it was like college years.
But I think it's fallen off.
By the way, you know where I think I did like 5 or 6 shows where I like had a table, paid the fee, had a table, and people would buy a cards or whatever. Right. Yeah, make $400 or $500 or whatever.
Yeah.
You know where my best spot was? I did 2 of them. I did 2 shows. Yeah. Kensington. The moms
they had a
would just
hotel
buy.
or
No. The moms would just spend money for their kids. They would just spend a lot of money. That was my
point.
point.
Where were you set up?
Yeah, where was the setup?
Well,
usually they're like a conference.
It was like
room
no, it was like honestly. Like
the
library or
like
something,
or
like
really,
you know what I mean? Something or like the community center or something.
Really?
It was like the Kensington, and I don't even know where the Kensington Community Center is. And I lived there 25 years, but it was, I was like 19 years old or something.
Kensington's a big dollar spot for you.
Yeah,
well, the only reason I'm bringing this up, and I knew nothing in the background. Drab and I did in the break were saying something.
Laurel, not a great spot. I did a card show in Laurel. Nobody spent any money.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
So he wrote in our show sheet, EB memorabilia. I was like, I don't really. EB wants to get into sports memorabilia.
Well, I've been talking about this for a while.
I said, I don't know anything about it. And he said, talk to Valdez. Now it was like 10 seconds left in the break. It was like, so I don't know anything about it. You're trying to re-engage.
Eric is very intrigued by the sports memorabilia, sports card world.
Well, it's been a massive surge over the last 5 or 6 years.
And Eric wants to dip his toe back in, and I'm not sure exactly why. I'm not sure if he sees this as a money, as a money making opportunity.
Well, it's also fun. It harkens back to your childhood.
Yeah, so he sees it as twofold. As number one, some sort of monetary gain investment, almost like a stock market type thing. And number two, instead of looking at the NASDAQ or whatever every day, he can look at his trading cards.
Like I have some Bitcoin, right? Not like cakes, marginal, 7/10 or 6/10 of a Bitcoin or whatever it is. I would rather take that money and invest it in some high-end card.
Because it's more tangible to you and it's more fun.
I think it has more potential at this point to explode.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I need an expert to help me.
He needs a card Sherpa.
Expert to help me because you got to get like the right card. It is gambling though because you got to bet on the right guy. Like
right.
You're like some guys were selling Shohei Ohtani cards for $2,000 and then flipping them 6 months later for $17,000 that are now worth $2 million. Just like 5 or 6 years. Like in other words, there's been an explosion. But you can't just buy Ohtani cards now because they're at an all-time high.
Right, they're too expensive.
If he tears his UCL again or has another major injury, they're going to tank. Like it's like any other investment that you do. It's very, very high risk.
Oh yeah, I have another friend named Eric who was doing this 4 or 5 years ago. I haven't followed up because he's a guy who has a bunch of business ventures.
Exactly.
But he had a group. He asked me if I wanted to be part of it, and I passed.
You probably should have.
And I remember he would send an email with a list of the cards and their values.
Yes.
And how much they had gone up
portfolio.
and that sort of thing.
Yeah. There's been a massive explosion. In fact, but you guys probably don't follow him, ever see him, but Gary Vee, ever see him? He's big into the memorabilia world.
I'm aware of Gary Vee's like a motivational guy.
Yeah. His prediction is, though, actually, that the next big thing is it's not something I'm into, is all of like the Pikachu stuff or whatever, like all the animated stuff.
Pokemon?
Well, Pokemon's already exploded. Yeah. It's like the next thing, whatever they are. And I don't even know what it is because it's not my world.
But you have more of a connection with sports.
But I won't invest in that.
Would you invest in football cards or basketball cards?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's all the same thing. Like Jordan cards.
Yeah, not like video game cards or anything.
Do like...
you have to have some sort of affinity for what you're investing in.
Like comic book stuff. Yeah. I'm not into it. I'm not into it.
I'm spacing it, but don't we have somebody on the show all the time that's in that world that's
in the I don't know.
In
Well,
the memorabilia
Drabby's
world.
got a guy that
Rovell.
listens to the show, huh?
Darren
Well,
Rovell.
Darren Rovell.
Oh, yeah,
big into
Darren,
it.
yeah.
But he's big into anything though, like ticket stubs.
Well, could you lean on him a little bit?
I wouldn't bother him with my trivial life, but
I
would.
mean, he would probably appreciate it.
But like,
You're holding a baseball. Is that worth anything? Memorabilia?
no, it's worth nothing. But to me, it's fun, and I think there's still a lot of growth out there.
Do you still have all your baseball cards that were unopened?
Yes, but they're all trash because
So they're all
the era
tops?
I grew up in. No, it's not just the top. It's called the junk wax era. It's when they were massively overproduced, right? So that era, they just made a billion of everything.
Right.
The cards that are worth anything are the one of ones or the one of fives, or it's very gimmicky now. So in that sense, I resent it. Or
because they're making them so that they'll become memorabilia.
yeah,
they're not just making them for every.
And you got to pay maybe $12 for a pack of 4 cards or something, and you hope you get some weird like refractor card or something. I don't even know the stuff.
Where do you store your cards right now? They used to be at your mom's house.
No, I have them in my house.
Not your
I have them
original
in my
bedroom,
house.
but
I
your
have them in a
second.
closet.
Okay.
Do they take up the entire closet? Is it that many?
Largely, they largely. Do.
I
But
had
they're mostly junk. Like
Yeah,
they're
right,
mostly
right.
maybe some of them are worth a couple $100. There's nothing like of significance.
Right.
I'm talking about buying, like a Cooper flag or something, or buying let's invest.
How much would a Cooper flag cost now?
I don't know. It depends. If it could be, some of these cards come
Wasn't
out.
there just a story? The one of one Cooper flag card was found, or
Maybe it could be like $1 million or something. It's so
Yeah.
crazy. And I'm not going to just like buy packs of cards and hope to open one. Like that's
Okay, so you're not going to rip them. You're just going to go buy the card itself.
I think if
as
you
an
want to go,
investment.
if you want your portfolio to go to zero, just start ripping packs. Like that's the fastest way to go bankrupt. Like I just think you just have to get butt lucky.
I had.
I
didn't have as many cards as you did.
already graded. It's already out there in the marketplace. They've already determined this thing's worth, let's say $6,000.
Yeah.
And I'm banking that in a year that thing's going to be worth 20,
I
30.
I didn't have as many cards
You know
as
what
you,
I'm saying?
but I had a bunch of cards. And I had a lot of old cards. I mean, from the 50s and 60s. I had Mantle and Maris and Musial, all of
That's
them.
crazy. I didn't have any of those.
Oh, I had them all.
I have some.
How'd you
of
get
them.
those?
Uncles or
Just
something?
maybe, or probably going to a couple shows and probably bought some.
wow.
Or maybe my mom bought them for me.
Yeah.
This is when I was younger, so I didn't have any money. But they're gone. I think my mother threw them out.
Right. I mean, it's an
Seriously.
age-old story.
Yeah, my
I know.
dad says that all the time.
I mean,
blames,
I don't know what happened to them.
blames Grandma Joe for throwing out all of his silly Roger Maris cars.
Yeah.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
You should go all in on Taboni I Trust, and you should just buy like
All these guys he's drafting?
these guys that he's drafted, like second round, third round cards, that guys that nobody else is onto yet, but Paul Taboni is. And the Nats system is going to develop these guys into like a super.
Well,
into
Yeah,
superstars.
it's like a penny stock.
Well, give
It's
me
a
an
penny
example.
stock.
All right, so who's the guy?
The pink sheets.
Susanna or whatever. Who's the guy? There's a guy in
Yeah,
their
yeah,
system
yeah,
that's really Johan. So I don't know what the guy's name is. Right? He's supposed to be silly.
He's too well known at this point.
Exactly.
No, I'm talking about like the donk they just drafted from TCU in the second round.
But they probably have like a one of one or something. It's probably over thousands. I'm going to gamble on this guy. Could be a total dud.
I know, that's why we buy the
Are
penny
you
stock.
tantalized most by the hit
So
it
you
big
can't-
thing?
The what?
I'm getting you're most tantalized.
No,
When
I
you
want to
gave
see
the
the
story-
exponential.
Correct. You're
the exponential
you're
growth.
tantalized by the hitting it big, the $7,000 card, which turns into $2 million.
Well, I don't think I could ever be involved in something that would explode that much, but maybe something that doubled or tripled in a very short amount of time, right? I think the ones that go to like $1 million or $2 million are like one of ones that you have to pay so much to even get.
Are
to
you
begin
out
with.
on Bitcoin because you used to swear it was
I
gonna
think that
be
Bitcoin.
$1 million?
Yes, I'm down on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's
Who
been a
was the
massive
guy who
investment
used
for
to
me.
bite his
John
junk?
McAfee.
Yeah,
But you're still buying it, aren't
he
you?
used to quote McAfee
No.
a million times.
Yeah, I think McAfee's kind of a genius. But
I'm gonna guess. I probably not gonna even be within 10,000. Is Bitcoin 60?
it's at like 63 or something.
you're
Last I
You're
checked.
close. I mean,
Yeah. Last I checked. But
I think
I,
it was at
might see
63.
it. I see it maybe once every month or two.
I bought it when it was like 14 or something. So it's up for me. Fine, it's fine.
Yeah,
But
it's like a stock.
I actually think they're lying about it. I actually think there are holes in it. So I don't think it's as super secure as they say.
You know how many times he said that McAfee quote? I'll eat my D if it's not $1 million by 2020.
yeah.
That was like gospel from Eric.
Listen, it's still been a fine investment.
Yeah.
I think that though I think there's an element of scam to it. Not that there's not utility. I think some people think there's no utility to it. I think there is utility to it. But I don't think it's as secure as people think.
Hey, there's a Chase Brunson who's the TCU donk that Taboni drafted with like pick 46.
Yeah.
Well, 1 of 25 for $50.
All right, what's his deal? Should we get that?
He's a prospect.
But
what about Jackson Kent, who's I think he's making his debut tonight.
All right, but hold on. 1 of 20 something. All right, is he supposed to be silly though? I mean, that's baseball. So hit or miss.
Of course, that's the whole point of this.
No, but no.
You need to find a guy that like everyone has slept on, and then he plays a half a season in the minors.
I'm willing to go bigger and spend more on, like, spend a few thousand, and then watch it double.
I
triple.
told you,
you're looking for
7,000.
You're looking for the 50 to turn into $10,000.
Yeah.
$50. I'm looking for the. Maybe the $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 thing. No, that's going to turn into 20, 30, 40,000.
You're working on margins too much.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like
you're spending a lot.
You're spending a lot.
I want to spend more for more of a proven thing. You're like trying to put a dollar bet on a.
That's how I live.
Yeah, I know exactly. I don't want to do that. I want to bet on something that's somewhat proven. Maybe like a Dabonza or something. I don't even know. Is there like a 1 of 5 Dabonza card?
How about real estate? That's kind of proven.
Yeah, didn't we told you about Dabonza?
That's
like
way too expensive.
Like a $3,000 1 of 25 Dabonza card out there.
No, you have to remind me. I know we talked about it, but I don't memorize every conversation we had. You'd have to remind me of it. But who's the guy that's a big listener of the show, your boy, that's a big card guy that's like pulling some of these big sillies?
Oh, Ant-Man.
Yeah, Ant-Man.
Anthony Pizzo.
Yeah. And he's a big listener of the station, right?
Yeah. He listens all the time. He pulled a 101 Ohtani card in the World Baseball Classic card with his jersey on it that I think is worth a lot of money.
Like, when you say a lot of money, put context to it.
Like more than...
Couple $100,000?
I think more than that.
Wow.
Right? See, that's crazy. See, I'm not going to do that.
This is like...
That's like that just doesn't happen. Like, it's, you get...
Yeah, I mean, hit the lotto.
I mean, just told about it. Did something happen for him?
It's not going to happen for me. I'm not going to pick a one.
Yeah, but Anthony, he's buying like...
He's probably buying so much.
I think he told us he's buying like a $500,000 worth of cards a year. And he doesn't have a pot to go number 1 in. Like, he's just constantly flipping cards.
Right.
Nonstop.
No, but it's a real thing. Like the Darren Ravels, the Kevin O'Learys, there are like real big money guys that are using it as a real investment.
Say you should do it. You know what? Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. Just go for it.
Hey, buy this 2024 Panini Jackson Kent Nationals auto rookie.
Yeah.
42.37. Then you have a sweat today when they play. You'll watch it.
How much? $4,237?
No, $42.37.
Well, how many of them are made? Are there like 7 million of them?
Man, why is it so expensive? $42?
No, because I think it's so limited. I think it might be a 101. Or not 101.
If it's
like 1 of 10.
I think a 1 of 10 might be good.
EB's been going down this road as long as I've known him.
Well, it sounds like he's going to do it.
Craig Worthington days.
Are you going to do it?
If you know, you know. But look up Craig Worthington.
Guidance.
EB had 100 rookie cards of Craig Worthington, third baseman for the Baltimore Orioles. It didn't quite work out.
Yeah, he thought he was going to be next
Well,
Brooks Robinson.
there's a lot of guys.
I know.
I bought like 50 Rafael Palmeiros. And he ended up having basically a Hall of Fame career, but it was in the junk wax era.
And he was a juicer.
That's true,
didn't
but
help.
that didn't
That
hurt.
didn't help.
That didn't hurt necessarily like Barry Bonds' value or something. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter.
All right. So maybe you're
But
going to
it's
dip
the
your toe
wrong
back
era.
in.
I grew up in the wrong era.
Buy this one today, and you'll have a sweat when you watch the Nets.
If
If he throws a no-hitter, you're going to have movement.
a $42 card.
Yeah.
Where do you get? Let me see.
It's on eBay.
Let me look. Jackson Kent.
All right, we got to take a break. If you want to chime in, 1-800
talk to Paul about
636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel's giving new customers up to $1,000 in bet resets. Here's how it works. Bet $5 daily and unlock $200 in bet resets every day. That's right. New customers can place a $5 bet each day and receive up to $200 in bet resets, up to $1,000 total. And with baseball on every day, there's always another game, another matchup, and another chance to get in on the action. Whether you're betting money lines, player props, or same game parlays, FanDuel's got you covered. So place your daily $5 bet and unlock up to $1,000 in bet resets. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel, your home for home runs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bet reset tokens. Refund from token issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Your max refund's $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. We're going to talk to Paul Taboni coming up in about 15 minutes. President of Baseball Operations for the Washington Nationals. They lost 8-6 to the Cubbies last night.
Asking about Jackson Kent. Been talking a lot about Jackson Kent today. I think he's making his...
Where did he go to school?
I think he went to University of Arizona.
He went to Arizona, JP.
I know, just reminding you. All right, time for the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Upgrade your backyard for game day with outdoor furniture, hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and more. Shop Offenbachers.com or visit one of their 4 locations. Did Rom's swim spa get completed? I haven't talked to him in a while.
Oh,
He's going to have one of those blickies in his backyard.
Oh, yeah. Got to deliver it.
He hasn't used it.
No, he sent me a video of him. He had like his family in there and his daughter in there. But I'm going to guess they've used it a total of 3 times.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess
he has
total.
a big gym, which he never uses, in constant state of ROM formation.
He's got a sauna. He's a massive sauna, like the one you'd see at like Gold's Gym. He's got a massive gym, and he's got a massive swim spot, like something like Michael Phelps could train in, and he'll use none of it.
His sauna can seat
huge.
6
He's got
to
a
8
huge
people.
house.
His shower,
dude, he could sit way more than 6 to 8
like
people.
10 people. I know. I've been there twice.
Yeah. The only thing he uses in his house is his dumb ping pong table.
All right.
And by the way, I had a problem. I beef with him.
And his toilet.
I'm not good at ping pong. I mean, I'm just not that good at it. But I swear to God, his paddles are smaller.
Oh,
than
you
what
played
we grew up
pong with him at his house?
I didn't want to. He wanted to embarrass me. So I didn't play it, Matt. We just were hitting a little bit, and I'm not good at it. I'm a good tennis player, but it's different. Ping pong's different.
Sure.
It's not something I'm particularly good at. I mean, I can just hit backhands over and over all day long, but your paddles that we grew up with were bigger than his little nubbers. He claims his little nubbers are the standard. So I don't know what we were using.
I definitely had some
house.
illegal paddles. I had one that was like sandpaper growing up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Was that illegal, though?
A sandpaper paddle? Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, it's totally
we
different.
We played ping pong. We just played when we were kids.
Yeah.
We weren't looking up regulations.
I don't know what the size of the paddles
He's got
are.
all these fancy paddles. They're the world's smallest.
Yesterday morning, I was just kind of waking up, and I turned on ESPN2.
Yeah, there was ping pong on.
They had ping pong on,
Table
and the paddles
tennis?
did look small.
They're so small.
I was kind of surprised.
Yeah.
They're just ripping the ball.
Aaron Rodgers, we're talking about preseason. We're talking about scrimmages, and Aaron Rodgers has chimed in on preseason and asked whether it matters and whether he should play and whether he wants to play. He said, quote, "It's preseason. It's not real football.
Mm-hmm.
If I do, great. If not, great." That's probably the most accurate statement out there.
Yeah.
When he went down with the Jets, was that preseason game or was that just first regular season game?
Regular season.
First regular season game.
I think it was, second play?
Yeah.
But what he does say that preseason's different now. He says preseason's a lot different. Teams don't run anything anymore. They just really don't. Even joint practices. He goes, the first year we were doing them, it was fun because you got to play a team that wasn't going to play how they played in the preseason. They were going to show you a lot of different things they were working on. It was like a real day at camp. As that got on, though, it just stopped being like that. It just turned into fights, and nobody showed anything because somebody's brother is on the staff, and they might show him the film. I think those are a waste of a day. So he does not feel that the joint practices are worthwhile. And he added, I think preseason football is good to see guys with pads on under the lights, how they react to the nerves, but it's not real regular season football.
I would say he knows.
He would know. He's been in the league 20 years.
To Aaron Rodgers on that.
And remember when training camp used to be long-ass practices? I mean, all the old schoolers always talk about it. Now they go
2 days.
Now they go for an hour and a half, and then they're out.
Yep. The Vikings, we've talked about this, named Kyler Murray their starting quarterback. Kind of the amazing thing about this is he's only getting paid $1.3 million by the Vikings to be their starter. He's getting paid $35.5 million by the Arizona Cardinals.
Right. Isn't that kind of crazy? Not to play for him.
Besides J.J. McCarthy, do you know who the backups are in Minnesota?
No, give me a hint.
One played here.
Oh.
And was controversial.
Oh, Wentz.
Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
And a guy named Max Brosmer. I mean, I kind of know he is in the league. We talked a little bit about Travis Kelce reports of his dad bod. It's interesting. NFL evaluators apparently increasingly skeptical of his Travis Kelce entering his 14th season, with one scout flatly declaring the Kansas City Chiefs tight end done.
Wow. You said it was a scout?
Jason Lockenfora had a report with an NL advanced scout who said, Kelce's done. That's over. What you saw last year, that's where he is. Then our guy, Brian Baldinger, who we know looks at film more than anybody. Love having Baldy on the show. He took it a step further. He said, I don't think they're a great offense. I really don't. They don't look like it to me. They haven't done enough. So that's about the Chiefs in general.
I do agree that I think that Kelce's obviously near the end. At the end. I don't think you're going to get much from him.
Yeah, one more year.
He'll make a few big plays, catch a few touchdowns, of course, but I don't think you're going to get a ton from him.
They got Noah Gray behind him. He's decent.
Who are his other weapons?
Well, they brought in Kenneth Walker, so at RB.
All right.
I don't know what Rashee Rice's deal is off the field.
Isn't he suspended again or something?
Yeah, I mean, he was in prison. Wasn't he in prison?
I think so, yeah.
So I don't know when he's eligible to come back. They've got Xavier Worthy, and I don't know who their other receivers are.
Tyquan Thornton.
So, yeah, I mean.
But they have Mahomes.
They don't have the big names.
Andy Reid.
And Kelce still caught 76 balls last year. They point to his drop rate. It was like more than double, like the highest of his career. Speaking of receivers, a little concern for the Rams as Puka Nacua, I guess, left their joint practice.
Ooh.
Feeling some groin pain.
Oh, boy.
So Puka
he'll be out for a few days.
There.
There's been a lot of injuries.
And speaking of
not just nagging injuries,
Kyle Shanahan had to comment on Christian McCaffrey's injuries. He's dealing with injury concerns, which has been labeled as tightness. They didn't classify what type of tightness, but with fantasy drafts coming up,
hamstring,
McCaffrey
groin.
had an unbelievable year last year, but there's always that injury concern with Christian McCaffrey.
For sure. Soft tissue stuff.
But he'll probably still get drafted, right? Top 3, top 4 in a fantasy draft?
I don't know if he'll go
slide him down a little bit?
I don't know if he'll go top 4.
Who's 1 or 2 in these fantasy drafts?
Yeah, Gibbs Bijan.
Gibbs Bijan.
Jamar Chase will go high.
Wow.
Kind of depends on what kind of league you're in. If you're in a super flex where you're starting 2 quarterbacks will go high. But
are we going to have Dave Richard on again this year? Is he going to be our guy, our fantasy guy?
I would assume.
Yeah.
So that's our look around the NFL with the Junkies Blitz. Of course, football coverage on 106.7 The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
The Commanders and Dolphins have a joint practice today set for 10:30 a.m. Defensive coordinator Durante Jones on the learning of linebacker Joshua Josephs.
He's picking up the tutelage of, Coach Pagano, but then also he's surrounded by some good guys in that room. So, with KC and Doff and Dorrance, they're in his ear, and so he's watching those guys. He's learning from those guys. So he's in a good group where he can kind of fast track a little bit some of the maturation process.
The team has signed linebacker Curtis Jacobs. Game 1 Friday night against Miami. The Cubs beat the Nationals 8-6, both teams with 3 homers. Dylan Cruz late in the game.
Next offering, swinging a long drive, left center field. Carl Armstrong back on the go to the wall, and it's gone! Dylan Cruz homers over the left center field wall. Cuts the Cubs lead to 6-4.
The Call on the Fan. Game 2 tonight's the debut for top lefty prospect Jackson Kent. 6:45 on the Fan. Aces defeated the Mystics 86-76, snapping their 7-game win streak. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. Of course, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com and learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, EB, and JP. And joining us right now, President of Baseball Operations for the Nationals, Paul Taboni, jumps on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. What's up, Paul?
What's up, fellas? What's going on?
What's going on,
man? Let me
man?
start with C.J. Abrams. He's having an unbelievable year. Like at the beginning of the year, before the season started, if I told you he's going to hit 286, 29 home runs, 91 RBIs, you would take it probably for the season total, and he's still got a month and a half to go. At least in rumors, his name was in, trade possibilities. He's still here with the Washington Nationals. And I looked at his contract situation, still got a couple years. Can you just sign the guy now to a big fat extension, Paul? Can you lock him up right now?
Yeah, no, I know. It's obviously, I feel like I talk about this like once a week or once every 2 weeks, but no, we obviously love him. It's part of the reason why I thought like the chances of us trading him at the deadline were close to nil, and yeah, like all the points you made, he's having an awesome year. So he's been great. He's been working his tail off, and he's emerging as a leader on our team too. So he's been really fun to be around.
Have you guys offered him a big fat extension? What I'm telling you, as fans, the last couple of years, guys have left, right? Haven't stayed here in Washington, and you have a couple of stars here with 2 years left. Would that be something where you work on this during the off season?
Yeah, I mean it's on our minds, but I hate to be this guy, but I don't think it's right, like for me and my job to let you guys know, like give updates on where we are with extension talks and all that. No different than Foster and really anyone else that is currently on the team. So I'll keep that to myself. But yeah, like the same way it's on fans' minds, it's on our minds, and we'll continue to see how the rest of the season plays out, and then once we get to the off season, we'll see what the off season brings us.
All right, so Paul, let's talk about a guy that I know you will talk about. All right, so a good friend of mine's son played baseball at University of Arizona. I believe his roommate was Jackson Kent.
No way.
Yeah, and he said the kid's legit. He was drafted in 24. I believe he was a fourth rounder. I know he started out at Wisconsin Milwaukee, but then he transferred to Arizona. Lefty, he's making his debut. Talk about him. My buddy's says he's just unbelievable, and he's really looking forward to watching him tonight against a really good team too, by the way. But talk about Jackson Kent tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we're really, really excited about him. To be honest, like I'm not sure, all these like prospect outlets and just the public has viewed Jackson accurately over the course of the last, year plus. Mm-hmm. We think he's got a chance to be in our rotation for years to come. So, what's exciting about Jackson, he's this big dude. You guys will see. He's probably 6'3", 240. He has huge length down the mound. You'll see it. So, he gets close to 7 feet of extension down the mound. So, when he releases a 94-mile-per-hour fastball, it kind of plays like it's 96, So, what's cool about Jackson is he's got a real good feel to pitch. I think you guys will see it. We think he has a chance to have success now in the big leagues, but we're also really excited about, what this guy's going to look like a year, 2 years, 3 years from now.
Right. What's his arsenal?
The main, he's basically a 3-pitch mix that he can extend it to 4, but it's mainly fastball, changeup, slider. And what you'll see is he commands the heck out of it. This is dating back to his Arizona days where he can get it to both sides of the plate. He can run what we call a changeup off fastball lines. And so, the hitter can't make a decision until the ball is halfway there because they're working off the same line, and then he can mix in the slider as well. So, and honestly, I kind of hinted at it, but I think there's a chance that mix expands here in the next year or two because he's just got a really natural feel to manipulate the ball in a few different directions.
Forgive me for this. This is going to sound like a vague question, but did I read correctly that in some of these guys that you acquire, I was away last week, so I missed all the scuttle and everything and having you on. But did I read accurately? Was this a correct perception that in some of the arms that you acquired, that you like guys with maybe more funkier deliveries or something to that extent? Did I read that correctly, or am I just way out there?
No, I don't. I don't know if that was written or what, but
is there anything to that?
Yeah, I guess it depends how you define funky delivery, right? But oftentimes what you're trying to do, especially with what we call fastball playability, there are a lot of guys in minor league baseball and in the big leagues that have fastballs that can run it up there, pretty high, throw whatever 96 to 100. Mm-hmm. But hitters take pretty good swings on those pitches, right? So we look for interesting traits. That could be, hey, a guy's ability to really ride a fastball above barrels. It could be if they release it from a really low release height, right, and they have big extension, it has a greater chance to miss a barrel. So we're basically, we don't like to get too cute. Hey, a pitcher's delivery has to look exactly like this. We just, we want guys that can miss bats and obviously fill up the zone and generate weak contact. And you see it that comes in all shapes and sizes,
Mm-hmm.
So
right. So there's something there. There's something there. I may not be articulating it well, but
yeah, no, there absolutely is. You see it. There are a lot of these the best arms around the league have these traits. It's part of the reason why, Jacob Mizorowski, I know he's a big name right now. He's one of the best pitchers in the league. His stuff would probably play at 92, 93 because he's got really, really interesting what we call release traits. But at the same time, he's running up to 102 or 103 or whatever it is. That's why he's playing. It's playing exceptionally well.
Do you think there'll ever be knuckleball pitchers again? Everybody's trying to throw gas.
Yeah, there are a few still out there. We actually almost claimed one the other day. I think I think there's still a chance that they stick around for a decent period of time. I think most realistically, it's probably a weapon as part of a 3-pitch mix, not necessarily one where they're just throwing it 100% of the time. But yeah, they're still around. They pop up every now and then. And if you can get guys out, you can get guys out. So, yeah, I think there's a shot.
The days of Tim Wakefield, those are probably over. Anyway, real quick, getting back to Kent. When did you guys decide you were going to bring him up? Just kind of looking at his minor league stats, he's pitched really well in AA and AAA, and had 105 strikeouts in I think 93 innings. So he can certainly bring it. But when did you guys decide that you were going to bring him up? How long has he known?
Yeah, I mean, he was one of those names in spring training that everyone had circled. You know, we just, we thought it was a really intriguing mix, and he's a stud kid too. You guys will see. I'm sure your buddy tells you, like, he's a great competitor, and he works his tail off and all that. So we had his name circled in spring training, and then he went out to AA to start the year and threw great. And at that point in time, we thought there was a chance he'd be making his debut later in the year. And he got the call up to AAA and continued to pitch really well. And then, quite honestly, like, we started thinking about it in a more, real way when the deadline hit, just because we didn't know exactly what was going to be coming with our roster. And so that's when the conversations picked up in a more serious way. And then we thought this was a good time to do it with obviously Litt no longer on the team, and we had some movement in our rotation. We thought it would be a good time to give him a shot.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Can you give us an update on Connolly Early? I know that I think Blake talked about it. He was making some sort of a rehab start, and
had tightness.
He had tightness, had a little pain, so it didn't last as long as he wanted it. But can you give us an update on him?
Yeah. No, so when was that? I think it was August 3rd.
Right.
He went out and he was supposed to throw 2 innings, and he finished his first inning, and he mentioned kind of like he just mentioned it like on the side, like just feeling a little bit of tightness here, and we just wanted to play it really safe. Obviously, Connolly's going to be a huge part of our future, and so we didn't want to rush him back out there for that second inning and that rehab start. So he'll be delayed a little bit. How much it actually ends up being will be dictated by how he feels these next few times out. And but we're optimistic. Like, this kid. Obviously, we're optimistic on the talent, but we also don't think like there's anything structurally wrong that's bothering him big time. So
right.
So we're optimistic about it, and we'll just see how it goes here over the course of the next few days.
You guys have like over there at Nats Park. Do you guys have like MRI? I think you do. Do you have like MRI machines and all that like right there? You could do it right there.
Yeah, we do.
Crazy.
You'll see guys will come out of the game, and if they get hit by a pitch, it actually happened with Chappie last night. I don't know if you saw it. Chaparro got hit by a pitch in his ankle. And Abby pinch hit for him, and Chaparro came right inside and got an X-ray. Everything was clean and everything. But yeah, we do.
So hold on. So you have X-rays. You have MRIs too?
Yeah, got the whole deal.
So if I go and get an MRI, I got to wait a week and a half to find out what the hell is going on. You guys do the MRI.
They get it in like 10
30
seconds.
minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys know like right away, right? The guy tells you right away.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so sick.
Right.
I'm going to go over to you guys.
Hey, we got connections.
Right.
Hey, Paul, did you see? I'm sure you did. Because it was Boston, you might have talked to some guys, but the botched tag up against Toronto, where runners on first and third with 1 out, and the runner did not tag up on the fly ball to center, and they allowed the run after the double play.
I did. Yeah, I did see that.
How is that? How is that possible? I don't get. How is that run allowed?
I know. I know. It's a interesting one.
That's
honestly,
crazy.
Like, I think. Yeah, my guess is that play will probably be discussed in the winter, like as a potential rule change. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I mean, just the chances that something like that happens, right? Because it's not just like the player on third base losing track of the outs; it's another player on the base pass too, and it had to play out like absolutely perfectly to expose the rule. So. But yeah, that was a crazy one. I don't think it ended up having a huge impact on the game. But
no, they lost the game, right? But I just I couldn't believe they allowed the run to score.
I know. I was surprised John Schneider didn't go a little bit more berserk there, just because.
He kept his cool. I was kind of shocked.
Yeah, I know. And listen, I think they got it right. It took a while, but they got it right. And honestly, like. It's testament to that crew. They didn't try and pretend like they knew something they didn't. They called New York and made sure they got it right. And you can argue with the rule itself, but I don't think you can argue with them going by the book and getting it right. So I thought that was a good job by that crew.
Talking to Paul Taboni, President of Baseball Operations for the Nationals. Earlier on the show, we were having a little discussion about Cal Raleigh. How last year, guy hit 60 home runs. This year, he's down to 12. but in particular, his batting average is in the mid 100s. He's hitting 159. Have you ever seen a drop off like that? And how do you explain that?
Gosh, I mean, haven't really thought of it. He's obviously an awesome player and I mean, a great piece of that team. Not having the year that he wants to, but I think he's got a chance to bounce back. Like at the drop of a dime. So, have I ever seen it before? I'd have to really think about that. I'm not sure. I'm sure there are examples over the years, but yeah, it's tough for me to guess, what's kind of causing it or how to explain it. Obviously not in that clubhouse or within those walls every day, but like I said, like that dude's going to turn around at some point in time because he's a stud hitter, stud leader. He's very highly thought of in the league. Like I think he's going to be just fine. I think he's just going through a rough patch.
Right.
Hey, real quick before we let you go, Paul, can you give us a Wood update, where he is health-wise, et cetera, and when we might be able to see him back?
Yeah, for sure. I think we can expect him back at some point here in the next couple of weeks. He just felt like a little tug in his left oblique and a swing whenever that was. Feels like it was 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago. He's going through activities right now. He'll very rarely feel it. It's just these obliques they're funny things where like they can be very, very minor, but they require a decent amount of downtime to make sure that you don't re-aggravate it. So, he's throwing, he's running, he's building back up. I think the last thing to come will just be him swinging with the level of aggression that he's going to have to in games. So, it honestly highlights the importance of this stretch where we don't have him. We need to play well without him because when he comes back, I think a few of these teams in the wild card race are going to be hopefully falling, and if we take care of our business, I think we got a chance to hop over them. So we just need to survive these next few weeks without him, and then go from there.
Who was it? Was it Cruz last year had the oblique that we kept asking Riz about? Was it Dylan? Somebody had an oblique last year.
Yeah,
and
might have been.
It seemed like it took forever.
Speaking of Cruz, I saw some stats that your PR staff put out. He's just crushing left-handed pitchers, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, we got a bunch of guys. Cruz, Chaparro, is maybe not so sneaky, but I was getting ready to say sneaky, having an awesome year. He's mashing lefties. And even some of the newer guys we brought up, like Harry's been hitting well against lefties as well. So, and we got one tonight in David Peterson, and we faced him earlier in the year. It's one of the cool things about our lineup is like whether you're throwing a lefty or a righty at us, we're pretty adaptable in that we can throw guys in there that can have a lot of success. And Brady's the other one. Brady might be, I haven't checked recently, but Brady might be OPS in 1,000 against lefties. He had another 3 knocks last night against one. So, our whole group is tough on him, and obviously Dylan's a big part of that. JY too. JY's another one. So,
all right, let's get a win tonight. Jackson Kent will be watching him, bro. That'll be fun.
Sounds good. Appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you, Paul.
Paul Taboni, President of Baseball Operations for your Washington Nationals. Next, we open up EB's entertainment page here on The Fan. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Remember, you can always listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. A lot of ways to catch a show, but we always advise you to listen live. All right, let's get the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, Ricky. Love BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. The ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Love them. I don't know if you guys saw this, but probably didn't. But you remember the Hawk Tuah girl, Haley Welch?
Yes.
And she kind of had her moment there, that viral clip, and then she had turned it into a podcast, and then
rug pulled.
Then she did the rug pull on crypto, and then it kind of was like out. She kind of disappeared for a while after that. People really got pissed off. I think she got taken advantage of. I don't think she really knew what she was getting involved in there. But now I guess she's trying to reappear, and she's trying to do golf content now. She wants to be the next golf girl, I guess.
Really?
I don't know. I saw her.
So what's the next page?
I think I saw her hit a chip or a putt or something. Looked pretty gross. But
she's not hot enough.
She's not hot enough. She's definitely not good enough at golf.
Scoop of vanilla, scoop of chocolate. Don't waste my time.
Maybe if she did it right.
Thank you, Brady.
Took lessons and really got.
I got a question for y'all. If I don't know what the I'm doing, then what is this?
It's over the ball. Drains like an 80-foot putt.
She actually.
No, you can't see.
That went in
like
there.
AI or something.
I made it in the first try.
That was Haley Welch?
Yeah.
Oh, was it?
That's the Hawk Tuah girl. So I don't know. Something to
She's
keep an eye
probably
on
making money on social media, right? Because she built up enough followers.
Well, she might be doing.
disappeared for a while.
She might be doing OnlyFans too.
Oh, really?
There's some question about that, right? I think
Yes.
that's been
And
out
then
there
there's a
for
lot of
while.
speculation that she got a boob job.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Does she still? Who was the guy when she did the whole Hawk Tuah, spit on that whole bit? Didn't she have a boyfriend at the time? Is she still with that same guy? What was his name? He had a name or something, right? Can't remember what it was.
Wasn't it just Pookie?
Pookie, yeah. That was her nickname for her guy.
I don't know how you remember the girl's boyfriend's name.
It was just viral. It was just one of those things that was really
It was a moment that took the internet and society by storm.
I just remember being at my buddy's house, and it was 3 couples, maybe 4 couples.
Yeah.
And it was right when that came out. All the guys knew it, and none of the girls were aware of the video, and they didn't even know what Hawk Tuah meant.
Oh, really? I guess I'm not surprised by that.
I wonder if I asked my wife, would she know? I think it's been so viral that she would know.
We had to explain.
Yeah. Rod Stewart, this is just... remember, he's had some incidents lately where he's been touring. He's supposed to be doing these farewell tour
81
dates.
years old.
81 years old. But he had to cancel a month of farewell tour dates because he had a successful coronary stent procedure. And he's at home recovering. He's already feeling better. Was he the one that was having to do oxygen while he was on stage?
Yes.
Because he was having difficulty breathing, etc. These old guys that they put out there, man. I mean, God bless them.
But he obviously
you never
likes
want to hang
doing
it up. I guess it's also how they get paid.
Yeah.
It's how you get paid.
He doesn't need money, does he?
You wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think.
You wouldn't think so. But it is kind of a lifestyle. Imagine if you're Rod Stewart and you've been on stage your entire life.
Right.
Probably don't know what to do. You
He
just keep
might
going
be
on
awful.
stage.
He might be awful with his money.
Yeah, he could be awful with it,
Who was
too.
the other guy who had health issues on stage recently? Was that Lionel Richie?
Lionel Richie had an issue. He
was performing.
He was performing. He had to sit down.
He had to sit down.
And then he eventually canceled the
need
show.
money.
And then he went to the hospital.
Then everyone talks about Frankie Valli, how they cart him out
my
there, and he
God,
looks
he's
like
terrible.
a corpse.
I think Barry Manilow. Is that his name? Barry Manilow?
Yeah.
Yeah. I Write the Songs guy.
Yeah,
I think he's like way up there, and he's way like
He's had
falling apart.
issues. Yeah, he's had issues.
Yeah.
Well, also think about it. Maybe it's not just you earning money for your tour, but your tour is also providing money for backup singers.
Sure.
That's true. Other jobs.
People
right.
people playing instruments, roadie. I mean, it's almost like an entire
You're a corporation
ecosystem that needs to pay other people.
Yeah, totally. And you get kind of caught up in it.
Kind of like the
probably
guys
feel
behind the
guilty.
glass.
What?
Like you guys to us.
Yeah, like when they fire us, that hurts you guys. Like we don't want, you know what I'm saying? You guys are our guys, right?
Or they'll just move on to other guys.
They get the next guys. They get the replacements. Right. You guys would you guys stick around for the replacements? That's a good question.
I might not stick around through you. I never know. How long I'll be here.
Right? Fair. Kardashian, she's in the news again. I don't know what's going on. I guess it's part of the deal when you're so famous and your life is out there so much on social media. I think her house got broken into again. 27-year-old guy's been arrested on suspicion of burglarizing a Calabasas area home belonging to Kim Kardashian. They stole a bunch of her crap. So there was a whole documentary.
And she wasn't home, right?
She wasn't home. There's a whole documentary about all those guys, those young thieves or whatever. They're
on Netflix.
Yeah. It was actually interesting.
Wasn't it? They're a very
Bling Ring.
Yeah.
They're a very organized group of people that know when they're out of town, like overseas for an extended period of time. They know how to get in and do everything.
But if you're them, why wouldn't you just hire a full-time security guard?
Oh, I'm sure they have all that
lives
stuff. I'm sure they have a lot of that. I mean, you have to have security through the wazoo. But
I don't know.
I mean, for sure they have some security, some level.
Well,
Didn't stop this.
How many houses do you have? Can you really hire a live-in security for if you own 5 houses?
Yeah. But I think that's the main house, though, right? The Calabasas home.
You're keeping up with Kardashian's guy.
$60 million home. I'm assuming it's the main home.
That's probably the big dog.
I mean, I've stuck in my head Kardashian's Calabasas.
I'll never forget. I don't know. It's just when we went to Turks and Caicos about 4 or 5 years ago. I thought, I'll go there. I hear all these great things. It's supposed to be some great place or whatever. I did an Airbnb, which we've done a few times, and it was out in the middle of nowhere. It was right off the water, but it had 24/7 security guard in a little booth because it's kind of trifling in Turks and Caicos. Like, it's okay near the resorts.
I've never been,
but if you take a wrong turn,
right,
you're up Poops Creek, and we were just kind of on our own little oasis.
Yeah.
And it was, it was kind of spooky actually. It was like
that's the way it is. That's the way it is in Nassau because now there's no gate to get in the Atlantis.
Yeah.
But they'll tell you don't, especially at night, don't start walking into town.
Yeah,
they'll tell you that.
Well, I was looking for local places to get like conch shells or like whatever this stuff is, like seafood or whatever it is that's native to Turks and Caicos. Let's go to like a beach bar in Turks and Caicos or whatever. And next thing you know, you're like, I probably shouldn't have gone down this street. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my only experience with like 24/7 security. I actually had a guy just sitting on a little booth, and every time the wind
would he
blew,
tell you?
No, I never had any interaction with him. But
I just wonder if he would tell other.
But like when the wind would blow and the power would go out or an alarm would go off. I mean, it was a little bit unnerving. I don't need to go back to Turks and Caicos.
I've never been.
I don't really need to go. Plus, you drive on the other side, like the steering wheel's on the other side. I don't like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Driving on the other side of the road.
I think when the steering wheel's on the other side, I think you also drive on the other side. I don't know. It was weird.
In the Bahamas, you drive on the right side.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable. Made my wife do it.
Shocker.
I couldn't process it all. All right, what else do we want to do? I guess we did the story about Drake and the 20v1 dating show.
The goth girl.
And according to TMZ, if it's true, they're saying he really is going to buy the goth baddie Pink. How do you say her name? Pikachu.
Pikachu.
Mm-hmm. Like Pikachu.
She's the goth girl.
But so it's like Pikachu, but Pikachu.
Goth baddie.
The goth baddie. They're going to buy her mother. She said, what can I do?
Pinky.
Can you buy my mom a house? He said, sure. So I guess he actually is.
I saw her break the news to her mom.
And?
Her mom couldn't believe it.
Right.
Now, I will say this girl, before all her surgeries and makeup, she just looked like a completely normal girl you would see at high school or something.
Right.
Like you wouldn't probably do a double take.
Right. Well, but I mean, I'm not really into like goth chicks. Like on a scale of like 1 to 10, that's 0 attractive to me.
You're not built for that.
I'm not built for that at all. So like I look at her and I don't see attractive. So I don't get it. So you actually think she's attractive?
I don't think she's attractive necessarily. I think there's something like sexy about her.
Do you find the goth
No,
bit.
well, I don't mean it could
like
be
hot.
Not
would you
really,
date?
no.
Would you date if we did a drab T-shirt dating game, which I've thrown out there?
Yeah, drab 20v1.
Yeah. Would you want?
Good luck us. Our show if I'm 20
Drab
women.
2v1.
Would you encourage us to find a goth baddie for you? Would you be against it?
I don't. No, I
don't think he would
entertain it.
be.
I would entertain it.
Would you date Would you date a goth girl?
I would entertain it.
If you were at a bar
Depending on
with
what you look
Mar and Valdez and one of Valdez's golf buddies' sisters, it was a goth baddie. Would you?
Yeah. I would be intrigued by that.
You would date a goth.
No, I don't know,
chick.
but I would give her a chance.
What
I did
percentage of
enjoy it.
girls, Mar, when you go out, wherever you go out, what percentage of girls you run into are like they're doing a goth bit?
It's very rare. Maybe like 1 every 200.
That's why when you come across one, it's
like
and if it's a goth baddie,
it's like a unicorn.
Yeah,
it's a
unicorn.
Good thing. It's a good thing, though.
yeah, it's a four-leaf clover.
Yeah, maybe we're just hanging out in the wrong places.
What are goth chicks into? Besides like pasty skin and
I don't know.
The occult.
We should ask Heavy Metal Chris. He probably hangs out with goth baddies all the time. I mean, he's married, but he goes to concerts and stuff. I'm sure that's where they are.
what do they? They like heavy metal music, goth. I don't know what goth people are into. They're into heavy metal stuff and like witches,
piercings, vampires, and all.
terrible tattoos,
Coffins, probably. I don't know.
All right, okay. But Drake apparently he's into it. That's like really his thing.
I don't know if he's doing a bit or what, but he seems to be into it.
Right. Let me just see if there's anything else out
Did
here.
you talk about Brad Pitt yesterday?
We did
Yes.
talk about Brad Pitt.
Did you see Conor McGregor said that he's giving up his sober in honor of Brad Pitt? He's
I
gonna
thought that
have
was a joke.
I mean, maybe.
I
or he's
thought I
pimping
saw
his
that on
product.
like a troll.
Could be a slippery slope.
Huh? I thought I saw that on like a trolley site. Is that true?
He's
I don't
giving
know
up
if
his.
He was promoting,
Could be in
one of
jest.
his beers,
Oh, okay.
but
He said he was giving up his sobriety because Brad
in
Pitt.
honor of Brad Pitt.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't speak to that. I did see that, but I thought that was fake. And last but not least, I saw that Travis Barker is doing some interviews about that plane crash that he was involved in. Back in 2008. Remember that DJ died in that thing, right? Do you remember what that DJ's name was? I can't remember.
DJ AM, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yep. Adam Goldstein.
But he's now saying in some of these interviews that his daughter, Alabama, who I think was 2 years old at the time, had some sort of premonition about the flight. And she, at 2 years old, she told him not to get on the flight for whatever reason. She had a bad feeling at 2 years old.
Really?
And then, of course, he did get on it. And then, tragedy. Fortunately, he survived, but not everybody did. And I think he went didn't he go 15 years or so without flying? It wasn't until just very recently he started flying again.
Imagine when
and that was 18 years ago.
your eldest, who's Stevie, when he was 2 years old, you're about to get on a plane to go to one of our Super Bowl shows.
Yeah.
And if he said, "Daddy, don't get on the plane," would you have listened to him?
No.
No, I know. I would have.
But I mean, my kids.
I would have felt horrible
There
getting
was-
on the plane because she felt that way. But
Yeah.
that's difficult.
Yeah. And then last but
That's
not least,
difficult.
this actually is a sad story. This actress Lucy Davis from, I guess, the UK version of The Office revealed she has incurable stage 4 breast cancer. And I guess she announced she had the cancer like a year or so ago and she's been undergoing treatment. But I guess to say now it's just, there's
horrible
nothing else
thing.
they can do. And, she just put it out there just so people know that it's incurable at this point and they can't even give her chemo or anything. So, terrible story.
53
We don't
years
really
old.
watch the UK version of The Office, right? Like that
Never.
that name doesn't
I
mean anything
didn't.
to you.
Never have.
Lucy
No.
Davis, yeah.
But I mean, it's the original, right? With
Yeah.
Ricky Gervais.
I think so. Yeah. So there you go.
All right, that's EB's entertainment page. Keep it here. We'll come back with more right here on The Fan. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. It'll be interesting to see what happens with this Stefon Diggs number situation.
Yeah, what
fans don't want him to wear it. They don't want him to wear
They're supporting Joe T. And everybody loves, Steph Diggs. Everybody
seems
excited to have Diggs here. But, I mean, come on. Let Joe T have his number.
Yeah, just wear number 18 or 14. Pay Antonio Williams, $20,000. Wear 14.
Right.
69% right now are voting at Junks Radio say no. The Commanders should not allow Stefon Diggs to wear Joe Theismann's number 7.
Mm-hmm.
We found out, at least we believe he wore number 1 in high school.
Yeah,
one of our buddies sent us a text and with a picture.
But some people said he wore 7, so I don't know. I don't know what's
maybe
accurate.
sometimes in high school, as you get better, you change numbers. Who knows?
Speaking of high school football players, a high school football player in Arkansas had every right to be rattled.
This is crazy.
After finding a venomous snake inside his helmet during practice.
Oh my!
Practiced with the snake in the helmet.
So he felt some movement inside his headgear.
Right.
During warm-ups. And he brought his helmet to an assistant coach to check it out. And sure enough, there was a 2-foot cottonmouth snake
that sounds
discovered
like
behind some padding.
They're venomous.
They are cottonmouth, right?
Oh, yeah.
I told you I had a black snake that was hanging out on my deck. I went out to go hit balls, and it was just hanging out, and I can't remember if I bumped something or whatever, and it jumped down. It kind of like jumped off the deck down onto the grass. And now every time I go out to use I have a sauna in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared. I'm walking out there barefoot, basically butt naked, and I'm scared some snakes is gonna crawl all over me.
Right.
Because now I know I got snakes in my backyard.
I remember this was years ago, but my next door neighbor, she called me and she said, there's a snake in my laundry room.
Right.
I said, well, I mean, what can I do? I mean, but I went over there and helped her.
And
it went behind the fridge.
Yeah.
I said, now you're done. I'm not moving the fridge out. I mean, eventually it got into the garage, and I just finally got it out of the garage. But what was I going to do? I wasn't going to get it out of the house.
I told you this story that happened about a year or so ago. My kids found, it was maybe like a 6-inch, like the babyest baby snake. And it was in our kitchen.
Yep.
Right? Which, we always come through the garage or something, so it probably weaseled its way in. 6 inches.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went to kind of go chase it to get it. And then it went inside the cracks of our wash or dishwasher.
Right.
Now it's just in my house.
It's in the house. Right. It's going to grow.
It's just going to grow it through the floor.
I mean, who knows what's in the house? I mean, there's probably all kinds of crazy things.
Yeah.
But this is nuts that it was in the helmet. It was in the pad, wedged in the padding of the helmet.
Scary. Obviously, my big fear, and I've talked about it for over 20 years, is the snake in the toilet.
Yeah.
That's my big fear. I go sit down at night in the dark or something. Maybe there's a big python in there or something.
There was a snake in the toilet downstairs this morning.
There was? At your house?
Was that left by you?
No, downstairs.
Was it left by you?
Yes, it was left by me.
Did you take a shower after? Because you're notorious for showers down there.
I'm going to have to shower when I get home.
Valdez, you might be interested to know. So we were away. Remember I told you the dilemma of my wife trying to make the sourdough and just struggling.
Okay.
So we were home for like a week before trying nothing, just getting nubs. And then we went to the beach for a week. And then apparently you read somewhere that if you throw it in the fridge, that can kind of it'll hold its own till you come back. And then you can, because you got to feed this thing, whatever that means, Jason. I don't know what it means. It's like a monster you're raising. We're getting no growth. She realized, she read somewhere, she changed the cap. She had a cloth cap instead of like a regular cap. She changed the cap. All of a sudden, now we're getting growth. I think our sourdough, we might be off and running, Valdez. Real growth yesterday.
Congratulations.
Real growth. How long does it take once you start seeing it rise? Like an inch or something?
I think.
And we're off and running now?
You have your starter, you can make them like twice a week.
I mean, we might be off and running. Yeah, I can't wait. Is your girl making some more right now? Is she constantly making sourdough?
She'll usually do them once a week.
So, but she has her starter that's always kind of there.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And yeah,
I feel like we should have like a bread bar here and
from Valdez's.
I mean, it's easy to make. She likes making them.
Yeah.
Why
should
not?
just
bring it in. We should have a little table every
day. It was really good
boards.
when you had that butter and jam and fig and all that. That was really good.
All right.
Hey, so you've been the most excited about this joint practice.
Yeah, I'm
even
super
though
excited
Aaron
about
Rodgers says that they're worthless now. But
Yeah,
you're excited.
well, he's a 20-year vet, but I would defer to him.
And when we had Nikki Javala on, she said it's the chance to see the starters the most. You're going to see the starters play against other starters, unlike preseason games where
we
they
won't
might be
see
on
it, but
for
she
series.
will.
Yes. Give me your headline tomorrow, or later today, coming out of the
that
joint.
you want to see.
Here's the
Not
one.
what you want to see. What you predict.
What do you think is going to happen?
I'm going to say my headline is Jaden looks sharp. Offense performs well.
I'm going to say
not a great headline,
offensive
but-
line struggles.
Left tackle struggles, center struggles.
Well, I don't know. Offensive line struggles.
I think
in general.
it's going to be. It's going to be positive on the Jaden front and the new Blau offense.
All right.
I think, like I said, I think they don't have extraordinary DBs over there in Miami. So you would think that Diggs and McLaurin and those guys can eat some today. They could get some work done. And maybe there'll be a flash of Antonio Williams.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Or Sonny Styles. Maybe he'd
The
make some
worst
plays.
thing, obviously, is injury.
Sonny Styles shines headline.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
you
it.
don't want
I think it's going to be Jaden.
You're probably right.
Anything to be positive. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, we're hearing positive reports so far. So now it's going to be in joint practice, and it's a new offense. So kind of, even though you see them doing it in training camp, it's different against another team. So I would hope that that's the headline. And I think that that's what's going to be the headlines.
I do think, as I said with Nicky, the fact that he's now got more control of the offense than Cliff, right? And all this kind of preset stuff where the receivers are going to do this if the DB does that or whatever. Like he can actually change stuff at the line. From what he sees, I think there is a chance he could have a really, really big year.
I mean, I believe
stay
that he's going to look good. Look, the quarterbacks don't get hit in these games, right?
Nope.
Unless everybody is just BSing. Unless all these reporters say he looks sharp. Unless David Blau says he's, tracking these snaps for 3 years.
He's
or
as
BSing,
accurate as ever.
He should be good.
It'll be interesting because Blau.
And that's the most important position, so that's what I think the headline's going
But now Blau's going to actually call plays for the first time against another team.
Yeah,
He
but they
hasn't
do
really
it
done
kind
that.
of differently, right?
Yeah, I know,
It'd
but
be very
at least there's
controlled.
another team on the field.
Well, we'll get updates. Stay tuned. We'll have updates throughout the day here on The Fan.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Commanders and the Dolphins with a joint practice today beginning at 10:30 a.m. Defensive coordinator Durante Jones on the work of the young linebacker Ali Cahoe.
Ali's been good. He's made some plays out here, and as a young player, you can see how he's growing and maturing in his way, and the role that he has and how he's improving day to day has been very encouraging for him.
The team has also signed linebacker Curtis Jacobs. The Cubs beat the Nationals 8-6, both teams with 3 homers. C.J. Abrams early.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a long drive, right field. Back goes the right fielder Suzuki to the wall, and it's gone! Into the Nationals bullpen. Nats lead it 2-0. Number 29 for C.J. Abrams. He got a hold of a high-hanging sweeper.
The call on the Fan. Game 2 tonight for top lefty prospect Jackson Kent making his debut. 6:45 on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We are out west, Ashburn, Virginia. BigBear.ai Performance Center. It's day 11, 12-ish of training camp. But this is a big one. The Miami Dolphins are in town. Just got to hear from Dolphins head coach Jeff Hafley. And he made clear that, yes, things could change, but as of right now, he's instructed his team that everybody should be prepared to play Friday night, and that includes quarterback Malik Willis.
Hey, and that's how it's supposed to be. Listen, you take over a team as a new coach, you want to have a feel too. You know, I understand that the rules have changed and people want to feel like you got to put everybody in bubble wrap to get them to week 1, but injuries happen. And knowing injuries happen more often when someone is not totally ready to go. So if you don't start taking those steps to get there, bad things can happen. So I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
If you got an established team that's been around a long time, I can understand. But hell, Andy Reid with Pat Mahomes had him in all this stuff the whole time, and Pat had won Super Bowls already.
Joe Burrow's going to play tomorrow night.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, man, listen, we can sit here and play this mindset. And the thing I don't like so much, most of the things about people don't want people to play because they want their guys to be on their fantasy team during the season. And that's annoying as hell to me. You know? Look, fantasy is cool. It brings other people into the sport that ordinarily wouldn't be in it. But you know what? Fantasy don't win no damn football game for nobody. Fantasy don't get you to the playoffs. Fantasy don't get you to a Super Bowl. You got to get ready to play football to do that. And the fantasy stuff, go where you got to go with that.
How much, if at all, do you think the Tunsil injury impacts their plans for Friday night?
Look, I'm sure it does, but it shouldn't. Because somebody gets hurt every year.
Right.
On every team. Okay? Some people get hurt in minicamp. Some people get hurt in OTAs. People get hurt in training camp. People get hurt in preseason. People get hurt. So if you're going to just shy away because people get hurt, then guess what we do? Don't play football at all? I don't think we want that. So, Tunsil got hurt, and when some freak accidents happen. If you look at the play, you go, what was the reason? You know, freak accidents happen, and you got to just keep going through it, man.
Wow, B-Mitch, listen to this. Breaking news on the Fan. I'm not joking right now. The Los Angeles Lakers are being sold to American businessman Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price over $12 billion.
Damn.
Multiple sources told ESPN.
Well, I can see that.
Per Ramona Shelburne, ESPN NBA reporter.
The Lakers are valuable.
The dude, Mark Walter, that I think owns the Dodgers, just bought them. So now he's just flipping them.
Well, Mark Walters is smart. He knew somebody else wanted them, so he paid the price. Say, hey, I'll get into it quicker, and I'm going to get it to you.
As Prop Joe famously says in The Wire, buy something for $1, sell it for $2.
Yes, indeed.
Wow, that is a number right there.
Hell yeah.
Wow, that was an...
It's in Los Angeles.
So apparently Kushner and Iger were trying to get the team in Vegas, the expansion team that's coming, but did not, or maybe they just decided to buy the Lakers instead. I don't know.
You got
Iger, I think, is the former head of...
you have to build all of that stuff up. You buy the Lakers, everything's already established.
A number of things for us to discuss today. Obviously, we're going to have Dan Quinn audio. He's probably addressing the media right about now. Going to be kind of tricky for us because the practice is going to be going on during our program. We're going to get down there and watch as much as we can, obviously. But yesterday, we conducted a thorough investigation into Chris Russell falling in the hole. And
I thought this was over. And you know what?
We're not going to name who it was, but a high-ranking official.
CK, I am going to call you in the break. I have to let you know how far Rooster took this because of a damn, like a divot. It was like a divot that you make with a damn golf club, and he has now made everybody think it was a sinkhole.
Let's just say the Beamish and Finley investigation was appreciated by multiple parts of the Burgundy and Gold organization. So that's
Rooster boy.
That's the investigative work we can do when we're allocated time and resources of a cell phone and a commercial break. Shout out to the Roost. That made me laugh so
I'm going to
much.
say this. I'm going to get Rooster a little piece of string. Maybe I'm going to get it 2 inches wide. And I'm going to have it about 4 inches off the ground. He need to get some damn balance. The hole wasn't the problem. His shoes could be the problem. I saw him. He walking on the side of his damn shoes.
He does.
He don't walk on the bottom part like you're supposed to. He walks on the side of his shoes. The hole was not the problem. Rooster is the problem. I'm just saying.
True words right there. We kind of have a minute before practice starts. Usually like our normal flow of show is we kind of talk about what we did yesterday, et cetera, before we get into everything. But because we've been starting right as practice ends, there's so much to react to. So, B, I told you yesterday I was going to Wheaton. I went to Wheaton. Mm-hmm. It's been some time since I've been to Wheaton. The Ashburn to Wheaton travel.
That's not easy. Not at that time of the day, for sure.
At 2:15. Honestly, wasn't that bad. Shout out to Wheaton Plaza. Hadn't been there in some time. There's a Costco there. I am unaware of this. I am not a Costco member. I used to be. There's no Costco convenient to my home, and I don't know. Perhaps I'm leaving money on the table. I should get back to Costco. But I remembered you could always get that like foot-long hot dog for 75 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And I walk in, and we didn't really eat yesterday. I had those Pop-Tarts. Shout out to Channel 7. But like I hadn't really eaten. I get to Wheaton Plaza, and I see the Costco. I'm like, bang. I'm going to get a slice of pizza. You know me. A slice of cheese pizza, I'm good.
Yeah. You and all the other kids in the world.
And then I learned it's now, you don't order from the counter at Costco food anymore. There's a kiosk where you go punch it in. All right, I can walk over to the kiosk, no big deal. You have to be a Costco member now to get Costco food, which I do not have a membership.
Yeah, that's always been like that.
It has not always been that.
Normally you can't get into Costco without doing that. What's it called?
Right, but the food, the little restaurant, if you want to call it that, the little takeout counter is outside of the Costco. It's in the general part of the mall. You used to just be able to roll up there.
See, y'all Costco over here in Maryland is different than Virginia. You can't get to the part where they sell food over by my house if you're not a member.
Well, B, I thought this was reasonable. A slice of cheese pizza costs $2.
And it's huge.
There was a lady punching things in the kiosk. I said, ma'am, I'll pay you $5. Can you just get me a slice of cheese pizza? Is that not a reasonable offer?
That's reasonable. What she say? Get a membership.
I think upon further review, we may have had a language barrier, but like she looked at me like I had 4 heads and was terrified. At which point I was just like, you know what? I don't need the slice of pizza. And I went about my business.
Yeah, you probably, you got to make sure like they know what you're saying. She probably thought you were like saying, buy me a piece of pizza.
I was offering her American dollars for pizza.
Yeah, but she didn't understand that.
Yeah, clearly. I got no pizza. But so then I had to go to Dick's. When's the last time you went to Dick's?
Maybe about a week ago.
Okay.
So Dick's and Golf Galaxy is connected over there by the mall.
Nice.
So I frequent that a lot. More or less to give me some J's and also some clubs.
This was a standalone Dick's. It was oddly in the basement of Wheaton Plaza. I learned that. I was picking up, there's a big birthday happening on Saturday. So I don't know why my wife ordered. I'm not going to say what it is just in case Shelby's listening. I certainly hope she isn't. But I had to go pick up a large gift. I don't know why on earth my wife decided to get this thing delivered to Wheaton Plaza, but whatever, it happened.
I know you better stop talking before you get slapped in the mouth when you get home.
Sure. You know, I haven't been in a sporting goods store in forever, so I walked around a little bit. I was thinking about getting a new pair of shorts. I like Nike dry fit shorts, like to work out, lay around the house. How much you think those are running?
Nike shorts?
Nike shorts.
Starting about 80, 85.
I was blown away.
Dude, where the hell have you been? They've been 80, 85 for the last 10 years.
I was blown away by the cost of shorts.
JP, you got to get out more often, dog. I mean, you work too much. Yeah, I mean, you tell people you're old all day, then you start talking like this. You sound like an old ass man. You got to live a little bit, bro.
I suppose I do.
Spread your wings, dog. Damn, I mean.
Well, then I did. So then Lauren was picking up the little kids from gymnastics camp, which is a vibe in and of itself, B. And so I looked at my phone. I kind of did some math, and I had like an hour to kill. And I went to, the Beltway was so jammed up. So to get home, I had to like kind of cut through Chevy Chase and then Bethesda, kind of by the old station, the old TV station. Landed at Tommy Joe's on the rooftop. The rooftop.
All right.
I got 6 Poho wings. Shout out to Poho.
I've been there a few times.
Guess who I ran into?
Who?
Very loyal listener. He's always on the stream in the chat. Captain Todd.
Oh, really?
Do you know what Captain Todd does for a living?
What?
He's a treasure hunter.
He hunts treasure?
Doug, he's like a scuba diver, and they go off the coast
he does that.
like a real deal treasure hunter.
Captain Todd, have you ever run into a shark?
Probably, man.
I want to know. Like, I love to hear people tell me about that stuff. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. I mean, when he was describing his work to me, I was kind of blown away. The Poho wings still slap. I hadn't had them in a while. I don't know exactly what makes them Poho wings. Maybe that they're grilled or something, but they're good, dude.
It's Poho.
I know like who they're named after.
But that's probably why they do, because that's how he likes them, so they call them Poho wings.
They're great.
Because like normally, anybody that cooks the wing, they don't even put their name on them or something, right?
Sure.
Like the B. Mitch wings.
We could use more of them. That's
B.
all
Mitch
I'm
wings
saying.
would be something that's going to be spicy.
Obviously. B. Mitch scrambled eggs are going to be spicy.
You're damn straight.
Joint practices today. I think you could feel a little bit of excitement out there.
You know why? Because it's something new. It's stale to see the same people every day. And we had, Rasul yesterday saying, everybody know what everybody's doing. So it gets to be old. Yeah, you go out there and they talk about, oh, man, he jumped that. You think he didn't know what play was coming? You know, a lot of times they know it, and receivers know what's going to happen and those things like that. Now you're going against somebody else. Fresh blood, fresh meat, whatever you want to call it. And it gets a little bit more exciting. Hell, when I pulled in here today, I started looking around. I'm like, man, I got a little hype. I looked and I had my hair standing up on my arms, dog.
Really?
Listen, bro. I remember when I first retired from football. And then that damn July came around. And I woke up one morning, I'm getting my stuff together. And mom like, where you going? I was going to practice. She said, you don't play no more, fool.
I love that.
I felt that feeling today. You know, just pulling up here and watching all those people. And, I mean, Miami Dolphins, one of the people I had to fight against when I in training camp. You know, I just like to spice things up a little bit.
In a game, or did you do practices?
Practice. We had a joint practice. We were down in Miami, and they were cheap shotting guys. And I'm like, hit somebody else late, it's gonna be on. And the dude like, what you gonna do, little man? And that's the same dude I punched right in his damn chin.
Do you remember who it was?
He was a big D lineman. I forgot his name. I hit him right in the chin, and then we went for it.
Did he have the hard chin strap or the soft one?
No. He had a little soft one.
Oh, that's
But
tough.
you know, I'm not punching a helmet. I'm not stupid.
Right.
But he quickly realized little man had some power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
so
sure.
I would probably say every joint practice we had, I had a fight.
I love it.
I'm just saying. You know, I didn't like when people would cheap shot our guys, and like Norv would always go, we don't want no fight. I said, Norv, you can say what the hell you want to say. If they hit somebody else late again, it's on. We're going to protect ourselves. You're not going to do it.
Sure.
So we did.
It's funny. I was talking with somebody with the organization just to try to get an idea of how long they're going to go today.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, plan is roughly 2 hours. Most of these practices have been roughly 2 hours. Mm-hmm. And I was like, you better just hope for no fights. He's like, I know. Who do you think – this could be a fun call topic. Who do you think on this Commanders team is most likely to start a fight?
Harris.
Will
like to hit people. And this is where people get a little pissed off. But it's not that he's doing anything illegal. Will practices at an 80 to 100%. Most guys want to practice 60 to 80%. So when you come in at 60 to 80 and Will hit you at a 90, you normally go the other way. And guys that are testosterone driven get a little upset about that. But all he's doing is practicing. He just practices at a higher intensity than you do. So he's not doing anything illegal.
No.
But somebody's going to respond to it. And a guy that practices at that level, they ready to go there because they know. They already know. Every time they do it, somebody get a little pissed at them, so you got to go for it.
I know who I'm selecting.
Who is?
I want to open the phones. I think that's actually kind of a funny topic. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We can talk about what you want to see today from this joint practice. Listen, the reality of this is Miami is, at least Vegas projections, expected to be they have one of the lowest win totals in the NFL. Probably only the Cardinals and the Jets behind them. They have their over-under win totals 4.5 wins.
Okay.
They have a brand-new rookie head coach, a quarterback that I think has probably played about 6 games in totality in Malik Willis.
Mm-hmm.
Their best player on paper, at least I would say, is their running back, Achane. I was talking to somebody, he's like, I think this Dolphins offensive line is a little bit better than you think. I think if you had to pick something that you really want to see today, remember when we were in New England and the Commanders' offense looked pretty good, but their defense
didn't
look bad?
Yeah.
I think you want to see this defense look really good.
Yeah.
And I think you also just want to see Jaden Cook.
You want to see the athleticism that we've seen them put on this team perform like that on the field today. Because I forgot who I was talking to just a moment ago about like quarterbacks and the aggressiveness that this defense wants to do. If you make a quarterback speed up or slow down, you can normally get him to make a mistake. And I think if they can go out there and be aggressive and do that, they're going to get what they want this year. They're going to have guys throwing balls early. And you remember Rasul yesterday say, if the ball come out on time and you know the route's coming, you can do something.
Right.
So if you have to make that quarterback have to let that thing go quickly, you can see some good things happening this year.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The matchup I'd like to see the most, just because I'm an Achane believer. I think he has unique speed at the running back position.
Mm-hmm.
He's a baller. He's the real deal. I would love to see Styles in space with Achane.
Yeah.
Because Styles seems like he has the speed and the ability to kind of keep up, and you'd like to see this Commanders defense be able to bottle up a Miami offense that is not – they should not be beating you vertically.
Yeah, I'm with that. But I think the thing about you looking at Achane, a little shorter, very shifty, Styles a little longer, but fast. If he can stay with Achane in like those little quick little routes and stuff like that, you got something special with that.
Totally.
Because the change of direction that Achane can give you is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I think Styles have already shown he can run with anybody out there because he's been running with receivers all training camp.
Totally.
Now it's that change of direction and getting out of the breaks quicker.
Totally.
We'll see if that comes with it. We got something very special with him.
All right, we have a lot of very special things going on the program today. You'll hear from rookie wide receiver Antonio Williams. We're also giving away Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan tickets. Giving those away at 11:30, noon, and 1:45. I'd actually like to go to that, Stallion. I don't know how we can I win the contest? Is that allowed?
Well,
No.
You know me. You can just give them a call, and then we'll see what happens.
Well, no, I'm gonna tell you, bro.
I like Luke Bryan.
I been working in this stuff for a long time. No, you can't win.
Well,
you're a member of the family.
Maybe Wendy, who always sends out these emails about extra tickets.
Well, if they got extra tickets, let her know you want some.
Come on, Wendy. Yeah, now, I have no idea when the concert is. The odds of me actually going are incredibly slim.
So, therefore, you see, that's another way you act old, too. You're always asking for something that you know you're not going to try to get to. That's what old people do.
I'm old, B.
JP, you can keep saying that. I'm young.
I grew up in bars. That ages you in dog years.
JP, I grew up in Louisiana. I'm going to just say that. I grew up in Louisiana.
You got tiger blood down there. I don't even know what sense to make of that.
It's different, bro.
Let me also remind you that the B. Mitch and Finley program is brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool. Keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude, B,
it ain't right.
Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. What do you want to see from these joint practices?
Fights. Yeah, you're going to get knocked out. Running up on people like that. Baby, you know,
That is an awful disease. ALS.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you said it's an awful disease.
Yes. What's up, dude? Sure. You got me here? All good? 3, 2. I'm going to turn return down, Stallion. That ain't it. 3, 2. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on YouTube, on Monumental Sports Network, wherever you get the podcast. Right now, Commanders rookie wide receiver Antonio Williams has had an impressive training camp, and I was really impressed when I got to sit down and talk with him. You want to out? All right, and this will probably be 12:45. Okay, so tease Tucker here. All right. 3, 2. Really enjoyed that conversation with Commanders rookie wide receiver Antonio Williams. When we come back, Ross Tucker just got a promotion, and he joins the program. Thanks.
Big moment for the players and coaches today as the Commanders finally get to hit somebody else. The Dolphins are in town for a joint practice before Friday's game. Defensive coordinator Durante Jones. An update on linebacker Kane Medrano.
Kane missed the first part of camp, so him having a different role, playing inside and outside for us, showing some versatility for us, has been good for him and his development.
The team has also signed linebacker Curtis Jacobs. The Cubs beat the Nationals 8-6. Both teams with 3 homers. Jacob Young had one of them.
Young launches one, left center field. Crow Armstrong back. This may go, and it's gone! Jacob Young's in double digits in homers. That's number 10. And the Nationals lead it 3-1. Now we're about 4 rows into the red seats. A tremendous home run for J.Y., his second of the year against the Cubs.
The call on the fan. Game 2 tonight debut for their top lefty prospect, Jackson Kent, for the Nats. Aces defeated the Mystics 86-76. Mystics were 5 of 18 from threes and committed 16 turns. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out on Monumental Sports Network. Everybody hanging out on the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
Everybody watching, Instagram clips and stuff. I do want to tell everybody that we are at BigBear.ai Performance Center.
Yes,
all of our
are.
training camp coverage for the Washington Commanders brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. So I didn't get to tell you this. My pick for who could start a fight, Samerstill.
Mikey.
He's an irritant.
He's an irritant, but I think Mikey is like that with his boys all day. I don't think you get enough time in like this type of thing for him to be that dude. You know what I mean? Like, he is all I know if Jaden and he are good friends, okay? But if you watch how much he messed with Jaden, you would think Jaden wouldn't like him.
Right.
He's kind of like I am with Jeff.
Stallion too.
Or Gil.
Yeah.
Well, Stallion's just a damn problem, him. But that's all right. Gil and I are with each other. We've been friends since I was 6. It's a long damn time. But it's just, he knows how to get under my skin, and I know how to get under his skin. And we do it all the time. But we still like each other for some reason.
Yeah, the other thing, I think, Mikey might be the dude that pushes somebody to the point of starting a fight, but he wouldn't be the dude throwing the first punch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now, see, that guy is what I was. Because, people...
Sounds like you also threw plenty of punches.
Well, listen, man. I was this young dude who kept getting sent home. And then my dad was like, listen, man, you need to understand, you start a fight, when you get home, I'm going to have to take care of you. And I'm like, what do you mean, start a fight? He said, now, I want you to, my dad said, I was a boxer, I'm going to teach you something, son. First punch don't mean you started the fight. If someone has been talking about what they're going to do to you, and someone has been doing all this stuff, telling everybody, and he get within your space, he has now crossed the line. You got to hit him before he hits you because you might not get a second punch. And I live the rest of my life like that. So when we're on the field and they keep doing cheap shots, talking about, yeah, I'll get you too. All right, as soon as he got within space, I hit him. And it was practice. I wouldn't feel worried about getting fined in practice. So,
as we get into this, they're going to go through some stretching. There'll probably be some good action. Probably starting around 11 is my guess. One, we're going to kind of get some attendance reports here, figure out who's doing what out there on the field. Yesterday was a really slow day, and a lot of veterans didn't go. I would expect that to be very different today. Yesterday you didn't see McLaurin, Diggs, Reeves, Oweh.
They'll go today.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys will be going today as hard as they've gone.
And like you said, they'll probably this is going to be their Friday. They're going to get their work in today. They're off tomorrow. Friday they'll get out there and everybody going to run before the game. And, me and John will probably be discussing that one. And then the young guys, be prepared. Be ready.
Totally.
Because you won't have a coach out there showing you a card before you run your play.
Dolphins head coach Jeff Hafley has said our starters are prepared to play. Things can change, but that does include quarterback Malik Willis. Dan Quinn didn't really provide much of a comment on it. I don't expect to see much of that Friday. I think today is tonight, right? Like, today is the big opportunity.
You know what Jeff Hafley is saying? Y'all go out there today and perform at a high level, you all Friday.
Right.
You don't, your ass playing.
Right. I agree. There was something interesting, kind of, not necessarily off the field, but an interesting little subplot. Washington signed Stephon Diggs not even a week ago. I think maybe it was last Wednesday night that it came, Wednesday afternoon that it came out. So 1 week in, Steph Diggs, currently wearing number 18.
Yep.
Steph Diggs for his career has worn 14 a lot. He wore 14 with the Vikings and with the Bills. He wore 1 with the Texans. Then he wore
1 in college. Did he wear 1
in
college?
He wore 1 in college. He wore 8 last year with the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Steph Diggs posted to his Instagram. Thank God we don't have to be on Instagram watch posting anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God that part of the offseason's over. Has Ayuk posted?
Did he buy that house?
I don't know. I do not know if that was ever real.
It wasn't. I had some other people check it too. Like, we had John check it, and then some other people. And
eventually,
the dude had a whole little racket going for a minute.
Eventually, it'll actually become public record. But like, I'm not. Now that he's not here and we know it, like I'm kind of done on the Brandon Ayuk beat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think though he's posted since they signed Diggs, which is kind of interesting. So let's just talk through the numbers Diggs has worn before.
Yeah.
Rachaad White is number 1. That's not going to change.
Nope.
Number 8 is Marcus Mariota.
That's
not going to change.
Yeah.
Number 14 is Antonio Williams, the rookie. I would think he keeps that number.
I would think so.
So Diggs right now is wearing 18. So is Tyler Owens, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They wear a white and a red because you got 90 guys on the roster. There's going to be overlapping numbers.
Definitely.
Diggs, though, came out and posted on his Instagram, and I thought this was a really respectful way to do it, that he'd like to wear number 7, please, legend, let me borrow it. Mm-hmm. And the legend, of course, is Joe Theismann. Joe Theismann was on with Grant and Danny yesterday, and I thought he did an admirable job of how he answered this question.
What I've been saying is, like, I hated what happened before because I feel like that's why they needed to retire these jerseys, not just have them not in circulation, because it puts guys like you in a bad spot. The way I thought it was, like, people have to call you and ask you permission, and my point's always, why are you putting Joe Theismann in that spot? He either says no and people are mad at him, or he says yes and then someone wears the number that should be his and his only. So it's like a weird spot for you, but it isn't actually that anybody's calling you, you're saying. It's kind of up to the team to decide.
It really is. Like I said, the number is there. Like I said, I wore it very proudly for the fans, for our football franchise, and had a sort of a degree of success being able to wear it. And like I said, it was a great honor. But it's not my call. So I leave it to the Commanders to make the decision that they feel is best for the football team, and leave it at that.
I think Joe did a good job there of saying, listen, man, it's up to the team at this point. We've already seen somebody wear it.
Yeah.
Haskins wore it.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that was I think Joe said he could wear it. If I remember that correctly. I don't want to misspeak.
I think you could just say, listen, I don't have a problem with it. And then the team is cool with that. When you just solely say it's all up to the team is put at a point, I don't want to piss them off, and I don't want to piss off person off either. Like, my number was retired for damn near 30 years in my college. And this young man called me and said, Mr. Mitchell, I would like to wear the number. And I said, what's your grades? And he told me, and I called Troy Wingirter, and I saw the kid was handling his business in class and on the field. And I say, let him wear the number. And then after he finished wearing it, it went back into retirement. And if somebody else want to come again, I'm always go, what kind of grades you have?
Right.
But you do have a part of it. What you say is going to carry some weight. So it's because, let's be real. It's up to the team, but if you were to say no and you're that big of a legend, they're not going to try to make you mad.
I think it's interesting. I want to open the phones on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I know I keep saying that and not going to the calls. Go ahead and call, I promise. What's interesting is I think there's like a generation gap specific to this one, because there are people that Joe Theismann is their all-time. Danny Frank is a friend of ours. Joe Theismann is the biggest star in his sky, right? Like, there's a generation of people that Joe Theismann is the guy for, right? But I think for younger players, younger fans rather, they never saw Joe T play, and they're like, man, Steph Diggs wants to wear 7, let him wear 7. I personally, if they let him wear it, cool. Maybe I'm crazy, because at first I didn't think it was a great number. I kind of like him wearing 18. I kind of like that it's 17 and 18 out there. And maybe that's like an old man opinion or something, but I kind of like it.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like you said, Danny Frank, Joe's his world, his everything. If Joe was to give blessing, then they would understand. If Joe don't give blessing, then those guys that hold on to that won't give it any. So that's what I'm saying is, when you say, okay, I'm cool with it, it takes a lot of the angst out of everybody.
Sure.
You know, and when you say it's up to the team, now those people are going to be mad at the team. You see what I'm saying? If it happens. And if it don't happen, then the people that's younger dudes going to be mad at the team. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can take a lot of the angst out of it, because what happens is sometimes when you ask questions and you give a non-answer, you put all the blame on somebody else. You can solve that.
For me, that 7 has been worn since Theismann, that Haskins wore it. Makes it a little easier to swallow. I also think, dude, and you correct me if I'm wrong on this, Diggs, I believe, turns 30. His birthday's in November. I can't remember if he's turning 33 or 34. But if you let Diggs wear it this year, it's probably just for this year. You know what I mean? Like, when Haskins wore it, it was, at the time, you thought,
could have been for a long time.
This is the franchise quarterback.
But I think by Diggs doing what he did, he was showing, I know who you are, I know the level of respect you have, and I'm showing my respect as well. So it's not like he's just
trying to do it the right
I want
way.
that number.
Right.
I think he did everything in a proper manner.
Let's let Shane in Fairfax weigh in. Shane, what do you think about Diggs maybe wearing number 7?
JP, B. Mitch, how you boys doing today?
We're good, dude.
Hey, look, absolutely to the hells to the no. No, absolutely. There's 3 numbers on this team that should never be worn. 66, 7, and number 30. You know what I'm talking about, B. Mitch? Hey, look, those numbers are iconic numbers. It's not just on the field, it's off the field, too, to wear that number, right? And right now, Diggs don't deserve to wear number 7 from what's going off the field, too. There's more to it than wear that number. That number is an iconic number, and absolutely not. I say no. Those are the 3 numbers that I believe they should just go ahead and retire the numbers. And it's a shame that B. Mitch is still not in the damn Hall of Fame. And I don't know if it's our organization, but we got to get B. Mitch in the Hall of Fame in the next couple of years. This is getting ridiculous.
2028 is the year. Thank you, Shane.
All right, Shane.
That's one very firm no on Diggs wearing 7.
You know, I don't agree with that, because like my numbers
Tell him when
one
we come back
every year.
B. Mitch,
be honest with you.
you can answer 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Should Diggs get Theismann's number 7?
It really is. Like I said, the number is there. Like I said, I wore it very proudly for the fans, for our football franchise, and had a sort of a degree of success being able to wear it. And like I said, it was a great honor. But it's not my call. So I leave it to the Commanders to make the decision that they feel is best for the football team, and leave it at that.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A lot of people want to weigh in if Diggs should wear Theismann's number 7. I'll say for me, you should let it happen, especially because it's already been worn. I would think this is a one-year rental. And Diggs is a player of a certain caliber that I think warrants it. Like, if this was a dude they're adding off the Texans practice squad and he wore 7 in college, like, no way. Like, Diggs has 11,000 receiving yards.
And I think his approach was respectful.
Yeah, I agree. So let's go to Devon in Rockville. What's up, D?
No, it's happening, fellas. So before I answer the question, like D-Miss just said, if the number is not retired, you know what I'm saying, the number is still available. So why not? And I wouldn't be surprised because of how the new Commanders, this new ownership does, the rollout and everything. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a whole rollout of Joe Theismann handing Diggs and 7 jerseys. It's like it's going to be a whole presentation behind it, because I don't think he has a real issue. He's a Maryland bound, and he's playing for the hometown team. And he probably said that to not reveal anything, because they like to do these big social media rollouts for the fans. So I wouldn't be surprised if something in store. Y'all said Diggs didn't practice yesterday. He probably was doing that.
Nah, he's out there today wearing 18.
That was only because they are a certain level. They wouldn't practice yesterday.
Yeah, I can give you a quick attendance of the guys that aren't out there today. Jeremy McNichols, Laramie Tunsil, obviously, John Bates, Nick Allegretti, Tim Settle, Dietrich Wise, and Trey Amos. The only kind of surprises there are Settle. McNichols has now missed, I believe, 3 days in a row. So maybe we'll circle back to the injury.
Yeah, find out what's going on with that.
Let's hit up Larry in La Plata. Larry, what do you think about Diggs wearing number 7?
Absolutely not. Nor should Brian's jersey ever be worn again. Brian, you don't have to comment because you might be a little bit embarrassed by this, but there's no greater spokesman for the former Redskins in the media and in the DMV than Brian Mitchell and Joe Theismann. I would not be surprised to see Theismann's jersey retired next year and Brian's retired in 2028. Keep them on the shelf, keep them in the closet. They should not be used. Frankly, it's an insult to their careers as far as I'm concerned. Both of them should be in the Hall of Fame. Both of them should have their jerseys retired.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the call.
See, this is what I think about it. If the team respects you enough not to let it be in rotation, and then someone comes along and asks, and they do it in a respectful way, I will be saying yes or no based on what I feel. That's just my way.
You know what else is interesting? Josh Harris is 61.
Mm-hmm.
And he's talked about going to RFK and what it meant to him and how good those teams were. I mean, like in 83, he was 19.
Yeah.
Like his prime rooting for the Skins years before he became this incredibly accomplished businessman was Theismann.
Yeah.
So, like, Harris might have an opinion on this, too.
Yeah, he may. But
Rail's probably a little bit older, but, like, similarly, they watched this team in those glory years.
Still, me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it all in their lap.
Sure.
If everyone is giving me the level of respect, I'm going to give you my belief, yay or nay.
I also, Devon Rockville's point that, like, maybe Joe's just kind of punting on this because there is some bigger plan thing. I don't think that's the craziest conspiracy theory I've heard today.
It's not. It's crazy, but it would be rather quick because of the thing came out just.
Yeah, but you wouldn't do that until roster cuts at the end of the month. He's not going to get a new number until like September 1st.
I understand, but I'm saying when the text went out, that's rather for them to already have something planned. I think it's a little quick.
Manny is in Southeast. What's up, Manny?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? B. Mitch, Jeff, both Jeff, hey, everybody. How y'all doing, man?
Everybody's good, dude. Everybody's good.
I'm gonna say this first, man. A thing is only as valuable as the protection you place upon it. You know what I mean? Now, I don't correlate them giving it to putting number 7 out earlier because that wasn't these people. That was Dan Snyder. We already know what he is. So I wouldn't put the two together. It don't even matter. They don't even make the same decisions. They don't even think in the same world. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is, why I want Brian number. Brian was a Redskin. He made his bones as a Redskin. So yeah, his number, his pristine moments and his Hall of Fame numbers came as a Redskin. So yeah, his number should be retired. Just like I think that 17 should be retired. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because the Super Bowl was won. Everything that makes the team prestigious, those people that done it, those numbers should be retired. But like I feel like Brian, if it's in rotation, they should. I mean, what can you say if the owner of the team, let them use it? At the same time, Diggs, I don't think he should. People should think, he's supposed to have it. He should have it because he didn't do nothing for the Redskins. He might be in there. He might put it on and be like the last person that wore number 7. Rest his soul. You know what I mean? That didn't make number 7 look good. So
Manny, we got a boogie here, man. I appreciate the call, dude. It's a complicated issue for various people, man. Mm-hmm. I appreciate you, Manny. Listen, a lot of people want to weigh in on this. We'll keep the phones going. If you're on hold, stay there. I see a bunch of you. Jonesy, Ben, Will, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I promise you we'll take you, make it through the hold. If you want to call in, hit us up. Should Steph Diggs get number 7? I say it's fine, but I understand people think differently. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Big news in the NBA where the Los Angeles Lakers are being sold to American businessman Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price of over $12 billion. This according to ESPN. Commanders and Dolphins joint practice is continuing today from Ashburn. Defensive coordinator Durante Jones on learning about linebacker Joshua Josephs.
He's picking up the tutelage of, Coach Pagano, but then also he's surrounded by some good guys in that room. So, with KC and Doff and Dorrance, they're in his ear, and so he's watching those guys. He's learning from those guys. So he's in a good group where he can kind of fast track a little bit some of the maturation process.
Commanders and Dolphins will play Game 1 Friday night. Cubs beat the Nationals 8-6. Back at it tonight. And a big moment for top left-handed prospect Jackson Kent for the Nationals. He'll go to the bump at 6:45 on The Fan. The Aces defeated the Mystics 86-76. The two teams will tangle again Thursday as the Mystics look for some revenge. From the Crop Metcalf, Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A lot of folks want to talk about Stephon Diggs possibly getting number 7. Of course, the number most famously worn by Joe Theismann. Largely unworn since Theismann retired. It was worn, though, however, by Dwayne Haskins for a season.
Yep.
2 seasons, I guess. Went obviously poorly. What do you think about Steph Diggs getting number 7? Let's go to Ben in Silver Spring. What's up, Ben?
Hey, man, I think you guys, B-Mitch, you're onto something. You're onto something really good here. I kind of like the idea that the player has the say. In other words, I'm not giving my number up. I'm letting you borrow it. And that brings up an interesting question, too. If I'm a rookie, do I really want to use somebody else's jersey, hoping in the back of my mind that one day I'm a Hall of Famer and another person on the same level as Brian Mitchell and Joe Theismann and be linked forever to somebody else's number?
Listen, man, I came in here, they gave me number 30. It had been worn by Reggie Branch and also I think it was Mickles. And I didn't care about who wore it. I knew when I was in it I was going to try to give it straight respect and make it something I wanted it to be. I don't know, man. Like, I know how people feel about certain things, but my whole thing is if the team hadn't been using it, it hadn't been in circulation. And when the player is trying to do it in a respectful way to try and use that number, because that player might have grown up respecting that person, you see what I'm saying? And then when I ask, I think the player should say something. Because don't just put it on the team, because the team might go against you. And then what is that? You got people now mad at this person because they did whatever. It could be worked out.
Let's go to Will in Arlington. What's up, Will?
Hey, JP, what's going on, man?
How you doing, bud? How you doing, brother? What's going on?
Hey, JP, you and I are about the same age, dude. And I'm going to tell you, there are about 4 players that are that have their numbers retired, since you and I have been alive. And respect to the Hogs, of the 80s and 90s. And you and I aren't old enough to remember, watching Sonny Jurgensen and Sammy Ball. But, Sean Taylor, Art Monk, Darryl Green, and
Riggo coming up.
John Riggins. Had Joe Theismann not broken his leg the way he did in 1984, he would have been a superstar, bringing a Super Bowl or 2 Super Bowls to this city. So, I mean, I don't blame him at all. If they decided to retire his number, and if he wanted to have somebody wear it or not. I mean, that's his call, I think. So, thank you for taking my call, man.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I mean, we'll wrap this up. We'll see what happens. I kind of think it'll end up happening. and I think Joe T kind of stayed agnostic on it, just out of deference to all parties. I think the call doc just dropped on me. But I think, more importantly, I want to let everybody get their opinion. Let's go to Jonesy in D.C. Jonesy, what do you say here, pal?
What's going on, JP? All is.
How you doing, bud?
Hey, Mitch. How
What
y'all
up, man?
feeling, man?
We good, brother.
I'm doing fine. Hey, check this out, man. It would be a hard no for me under the circumstances. Number 7, to me, that dude brought our first Super Bowl here to this city. He helped bring that first Super Bowl here. So he could get any other number. I would prefer really 14 if he could get it for real, because he looked good at 14 and he looked kind of decent at 18. But no, for real, that's all I got to say, fellas. No.
All right, man.
All right. It's a no.
I look at it like this, bro. If you keep retiring numbers and then everybody got their favorite, if you retire every number and everybody got a favorite, what the hell number people going to be wearing? You know what I'm saying? So, are we going to start putting 007 or 07, stuff like that? So I understand, but if it hadn't been retired yet, and it may be retired one day. If it retired, I understand. But still, if they are giving you that respect by not letting people wear something, and if the person is giving you respect by asking you, I still think you owe a yay or nay.
Let's wrap up these calls and we'll kind of get into practice. JB is in Alexandria. JB, what up, dude?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good afternoon, man.
What up, bro?
I mean, I look at it like this, and I hate to use a cowboy analogy, but check out what Mike Irvin says about his number 88, and how every time somebody wears his number, it's like showing him respect. You know what I mean? He gets his flowers every Sunday. Somebody makes a plate.
They've had a unique thing down there where Des Bryant wore it, and now I think CeeDee Lamb wearing it now. Like it has kind of rolled on.
They use good players to wear it,
right?
Pearson used to wear it. But
yeah.
What I would also say is, we're in kind of a different situation. Like Terry wears Doug's number, Luke wears Mark Riffin's number. So they've all Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, and Doug should be the one that's retired. He was the first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl, but other people is wearing those numbers. So I think it's a show of respect. If he wants to wear it, Joe should let him wear it.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Trying to get some news from down on the field. Players are going through one-on-ones right now. Important not to jump to conclusions if a player has to step out of a drill. You never know when there's a cramp or a shoe gets untied or you got to retape an ankle or something. But trying to get some concrete news on something right now. B, I did want to have a conversation, though, as we're into camp and we're talking about these receivers. There's no way you can keep 8 receivers, right? Just the math on your 53.
Possibly.
How?
You would have to limit running back or tight end, something like that.
So I think, especially with the Bates injury kind of lingering, I think you've got to keep 4 tight ends because Sennett and Yankoff will play every special teams you have.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like those guys are really valuable in lots of places. Chig's obviously making the team. Bates is obviously making the team. Shout out to Greg Abernathy for the Chick-fil-A. Thank you very much, pal.
Does one of those receivers become more of a special teams guy that can do all kind of stuff for you? I think 6, possibly 7 is the top.
6 is normal. Like if you're doing a traditional 25-25-3 split, but 6 would be normal.
That's because this is where I think us as fans we screw up. We want to keep everybody because we like everybody.
Right.
Can't keep everybody. So you got to look at who's the best. Okay. I know people are starting to try and knock Jalen for what? You saw what he did last year returning punts? He can change something for you in an instant. So I think Jalen's on there. They got some tough decisions this year.
So what's interesting, Jalen's punt return ability, to me, keeps him on the roster.
Yeah.
I think if that wasn't the case, he might be in the most danger. Just from an offensive standpoint, he hasn't had the best camp of a lot of these other guys.
Mm-hmm.
But the punt return ability is so significant for a team that takes special teams seriously.
I think
not all teams do.
I think his return ability, he can do both of them. Okay? And I think when you can do both of them, I've stayed around 14 years doing both of them. That makes a hell of a difference, because what happens with the average fan, they dismiss special teams. But if you talk to any damn coach, they know that guy that can give you great field position and those guys that can go and give the other team bad field position, that is even vitally more important than sometimes how good your offense, your defense is. Because if your offense has a shorter field to go, you're going to score more points.
100%.
If your defense have a longer field to protect, you're going to normally stop them from getting points. So,
100%.
Yeah.
I think when you look at the receiver position, right, and let's hope it's not the case, but unfortunately injuries tend to make decisions change. Like, it's August 12th. You still have a month and a day until the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Odds are that an injury here or there will emerge over the next 3 weeks of August that will impact the receiver conversation. But, like, for me, I always try to separate knowns from unknowns. Known roster spots: Terry McLaurin.
Yep.
Stephon Diggs.
Yep.
Antonio Williams.
Yep.
Trey Burks.
Yep.
I would say. Now, Burks has dealt with a ton of injuries over his career.
Yeah.
If he gets through healthy.
I can tell you this. I'm going to say it like this. They want Trey Burks to make this team.
Totally.
Because he gives something different. But he's going to have to go out there and take it.
So that's 4 knowns, right? Or even, like, you can say roster locks are McLaurin, Diggs, Williams, and then a roster almost lock is Burks. Maybe he's a tier down as far as, like, definitely on this roster, but he's right there.
When you look at Diame and Van, I think those are 2 of the same. You got to make a decision out of one of them.
Diame and Van are really, really interesting, and I think both have had a good camp.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. Now, Diame, 6 foot, 2 bills, has real speed. Van has a little more size. They list him at 6'1". I almost thought he was taller than that. I mean, they are pretty damn similar.
Mm-hmm.
I would think, but don't know, but think. I mean, they're about the same age. Like, there's just a lot going on here. I guess Van is oddly older. I think he was in college during, like, kind of the COVID era. Diame's 26. Van is 30. Diame's been here before, played with Jaden before. I don't know that makes a huge difference. But, so you got McLaurin, Diggs, Williams, Burks, Van and Diame 6, Luke and Lane is 8. And if we think Lane has a spot because he's a punt returner, that's 5 with Luke, Diame, and Van still left.
I'm going to be honest with you, Jay. I'm going to say this, and you may not agree. I don't know if Burks is a lock.
Yeah.
You know, we got to remember, we just had, what's the kid last year that stayed hurt? Got hurt early and stayed hurt.
Noah Brown.
Noah Brown was the guy that came along and was hurt all the time. I think Burks is going to have to win a job, not just be given one.
Agreed. I would say he's on track to do that, but he also has to stay healthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I think we're really far away from knowing how that receiver room shakes out. Question for you. Do you believe you could get a guy like Diame back to your practice squad, or do you think you lose him?
I think Diame has enough. He's done enough to where somebody will try to pull him onto their team.
Especially if another team has it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Diame's making about 1.7, so it's not a lot of money.
That's his base?
Yeah, that's, I think, all in.
Did he get anything signing?
Probably not a lot. I'll pull it. Van Jefferson makes less. Okay. That's last year. So he made a lot of money from the Jags, but like his current deal, yeah, there's not a lot of cash here. 1.2 is the base, and then about $500K in bonuses. So not a lot of cash there. Certainly a contract you can move on from. Then Van Jefferson's in a pretty similar boat. Jefferson's probably making the same base. I wonder if that's the minimum base for guys of their years accrued. 1.2 less bonus even. So, like, I think we'll have this conversation, like, could you get Van Jefferson back to your practice squad? And maybe they will feel they can or can't, but like contractually, what their marketplaces were would suggest maybe you can.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with guys like, I think Luke's had a good camp. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
I think you'd still like to keep Luke around going into the third year of his rookie deal. Luke's also shown you a lot as a kick returner.
Mm-hmm.
That for, again, a team that takes their – now, Luke as a kick returner has not shown as much as Lane as a punt returner.
Yeah.
But, like, I do think you really like your return game with those two players.
Yeah.
And they're giving you value in another way that I don't think Diami and Van are going to.
But the more efficient way, if you got one guy can do both of them, that's more efficient than having two guys.
For sure. For sure.
Know, so that's when you have to decide which one is the best.
It's the bottom of that receiver room is a really interesting kind of thing to watch. What's crazy is of all the guys we mentioned, I'm not even – who gets more snaps Friday night, Diami or Van?
We said that yesterday, and I told you I think it's probably equal. They're going to try to find out which one.
It might not be many either.
They'll get some.
Sure.
Because, listen, that is one part of this team that you got to make a decision on. So I believe that those two guys are going to get enough work.
The other thing going on out here is the kicking situation. And, you know, Drew Stevens had separated himself for a little while.
And then the other day.
Yeah. And now he still only has like 5 or 6 misses throughout camp. Moody, I think, is now up in double-digit misses throughout camp. You wonder what's going on in Moody's head at this point where...
I don't. This is what your job. This is the profession you chose. See, outside of this profession, it seems cutthroat as hell. But everybody that chooses knows what you're dealing with. You can be the baddest dude one day and be out of that thing the next. And you got to live with that. You know, so if you're going to stay around, you better stay on top of your game.
It's going to be...
You slip and give somebody a little space, they're going to slide right on in.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be hard for me to say Stevens isn't out in front in the kicker battle.
Yeah.
And you're not keeping two kick. Maybe would you keep another kicker on your practice squad? Or do you just know there's an army of dudes out there you can sign?
Listen, bro, I wouldn't keep one on the practice squad because not having them on the practice squad is the same thing. They still working.
Right.
You know, I'll have somebody in another position on the practice squad.
Save that for one of these wideouts.
Yeah.
One thing that's going to be really interesting Friday night is watching Hartman and Kaliak Manis.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot of them. And maybe those dudes are gamers. Maybe they're going to look better in games than maybe they have in practice. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Cadillac has made a couple nice throws. Hartman had, I think, the first real deep ball of camp. There's so much left to unfold. Football's crazy because we're also addicted to it that we get so amped up when it starts, and you have to remind yourselves, like, we're barely even at the starting line. Like, what in NASCAR, like the pit where all the drivers are hanging out before they get in the cars, like that's where we are. The race hadn't even started.
Yeah.
When we return, let's check in on Big Blue. Pat Leonard, New York Daily News, will join the program telling us what's going on with the Giants.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. It's the Washington Commanders and the Miami Dolphins joint practicing going on right now in Ashburn. Head coach Dan Quinn on the plan for today.
Trying, in my vision of it, get a little bit of everything against competition. So there'll be some one-on-ones at the very start of practice, then some 7-on-7 in the red zone, team red zone, a third down period, a team period, and a 2-minute. So things move quickly, 10 plays, 12 plays, in the sets.
The Los Angeles Lakers are being sold to American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price over $12 billion. The Tigers have announced they have selected the contract of right-hander Tanner Rainey. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're out here in Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. All of our Commanders training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I'm going to pull the curtain up a little bit because there are fans here, and there's lots of fans here. I saw some Dolphins fans. I saw a dude in a Chad Henne shirt, jersey. I wasn't expecting
reaching,
that.
Yeah, he's reaching.
But, so we're clear, the media is not allowed to report if there are injuries or guys leaving the field, but fans are here and they tweet that out. So just take everything that you're possibly seeing with a grain of salt. We are fired up right now to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our buddy, Mr. Pat Leonard, New York Daily News, talking ball with Pat Leonard. What's up, man? How was Greenbrier?
Pat? JP, D. Mitch, what's going on? West Virginia was something, man. The Sneed course down there, I don't want my bosses to hear I was golfing all the time, but some nice links down there, JP.
Yeah, Connor Hughes was putting you guys on blast. Like, he was posting every time you were playing, dude.
I know. Chasing that clout, I didn't see him post his score, but, definitely some nice, I'm just kidding. He's better than I am. But, great stuff. I liked your reel walking up to the chair about, spending 10 straight seasons telling people this is the year. That was some good stuff.
Thanks, dude. I am jealous you guys got to go to the Greenbrier. I would love if this team does 2 weeks of training camp somewhere. That's my hope. Tell us what's going on in Giant Land, how they're looking, surprises, good and bad.
Well, the headline is Jackson Dart is struggling. The other headlines are Malik Neighbors is ahead of schedule, possibly even week 1 ahead of schedule. And John Harbaugh is finally a coach with the Giants who's making them practice hard and getting them into game shape. So they have historically, recently especially, been very poor starters out of the gate in the seasons. And really the frustration around here, they're out of it by, Halloween a lot of these seasons under Dable and recently. So the practice regimen is grinding the team away, grinding them down, but they're pushing through, and they need to. And Harbaugh's kind of vetting them to see who even belongs here. It's kind of part of a long-term process. But right now, it's all about if Dart gets better or not and how good they're going to be because their roster is still incomplete. And at the moment, we just talked to Matt Nagy, the offensive coordinator, yesterday, and he didn't sugarcoat it. He said that he's had some struggles, there's some obstacles, and they're still going through the playbook, seeing what he's comfortable with and what's going to work. And his body language even hasn't been great on the field. You can tell, when someone's just struggling and they kind of slump their shoulders like, oh, man, nothing's working. Mm-hmm. He had a good day here and there, but mostly it's hard to tell if the Giants' offense or defense has taken a step because really Dart and the offense aren't bringing much.
Wow.
So, but John normally does not play a lot of his starters in those preseason games. Do you think with this new team and Jackson being so young, he could follow that, or Jackson needs to play?
That's a great point, D-Mitch. Yeah, Nagy said something yesterday about how they're looking forward in the preseason to seeing what Dart can take to the field and implement. And that led me to believe that they're going to play him starting Saturday against the Vikings at least a little bit. I mean, based on how he's playing in practice, I think he has to play a little. You're right, though, B-Mitch. Harbaugh generally doesn't typically do that. He had the Dobbins injury back in Baltimore that is probably in the back of his mind, and so that's not the norm. But I asked John late last week before we left West Virginia just to give me an idea of whether he was going to play starters. He said he probably would give the young guys some playing time, and interestingly enough, the Giants are just a very young team, so that probably means, hey, maybe a guy like Andrew Thomas or Tremaine Edmonds on both sides of the ball, maybe guys like that, Javon Holland, could maybe take a step back and not log some stats in the preseason. But by and large, I think that includes a lot of their starters, including Dart, that are going to see at least some time.
Pat, I'm curious. Harbaugh is kind of famous for very long, very rough training camps. How is that going with kind of the Giants' veteran players that were used to things maybe differently?
Yeah, JP, you probably know this too, asking this question. It kind of depends on the day you ask me that. Like, in other words, when we were 6 or 7 days into West Virginia, it was like, man, this is really tough. But, man, the players are coming out every day and working. But then we got back to New Jersey, and Monday was hotter than any day in West Virginia.
Yeah.
And in pads. And Tuesday, instead of having an off day and kind of taking a breather, they're back out there on the field. And frankly, right now, it looks like the guys are kind of looking around, putting their heads down, wearing down. But like I said, most of them are pushing through, but they're just moving slower. You can see the wear and tear on their bodies. No one is bucking it. Mm-hmm. But Brian Burns even said, these days do wear on you.
Yeah.
He said these days do stack on you. So I'm still monitoring that, because it's like, it's not a veteran enough team where there's like 10 different guys who could, mutiny against the coach for doing it. Like, it's too young of a team to do that, but you can tell that it's grinding them down. I mean, Arvell Reese himself even said that it reminded him of Ohio State practices. So it's like, oh, good. Harbaugh's practicing like places with no rules about practice. That's interesting.
So, do they practice against other teams, or are they just doing everything with each other? Because that could be a part of it, too, where you're just sick and tired of seeing the same people over and over again.
No, that's a great point. Yeah, they're going down to Miami next week, and they're going to play.
We're practicing Miami today.
Yep. And they're going to take on the Dolphins next Thursday before their Saturday preseason game there. That'll be interesting. It's funny, like a lot of Giants fans, like one Giants fan in my live chat the other night said, why are we doing this against the Dolphins? The Dolphins stink. And I said to them, in fairness, like, Dolphins fans are probably saying that about the Giants right now. Like, the Giants they are the Dolphins or the Titans right now. Like, they have to prove that they're not otherwise. But I think that's a great point, B-Mitzik. I think they do need to see something different and maybe get something a little bit more fresh in front of their eyes to see something different.
Talking with our friend Pat Leonard here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Pat a follow at PLeonardNYDN. Check out the Talking Ball with Pat Leonard podcast on YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. Offensively, for me, the Giants, it kind of depends on Dart, somewhat of Scadaboo, certainly Malik Neighbors. Dart, it seems like it's been up and down. How about Scadaboo and Neighbors both coming back from injury?
Scadaboo is surprisingly healthy. Harbaugh did say he expected him on the field in camp. That's one good example of what the wear and tear of the practice regimen is doing. Like, Scadaboo looks pretty good, but then late in West Virginia, he just took a wrong step. Arvell Reese ran him over. We'll probably get to that in a little bit. And he limped off the field, but he's back on the field this week. So he'll be playing in week 1. Looks like he's in a timeshare with Tyrone Tracy Jr., which I think at the moment is how it should be. Maybe they even add a running back before the season starts, because none of these guys are really a true RB1. But Scadaboo will be on the field. And then Neighbors looks great. I mean, even Harbaugh said in May he didn't even know how much Neighbors was going to get on the field in camp until like late August. And he's been out there on the field in individuals. He hasn't joined 7-on-7 or team drills yet, but Harbaugh said he was going to near that. He was going to get in that soon. I mean, listen, is he on the field in week 1? It's definitely on the table. But is he himself in that game? It might be like 20 snaps in week 1 or a full game, but not himself, and he's out there as a decoy. It's certainly, though, not being on PUP and being available on so many consecutive days especially. He really hasn't had many days off, even from those individual periods. Coming off of that torn meniscus and torn ACL in his right knee, it does appear like he's going to be on the field early, even though we don't know exactly what his usage will be there.
Gotcha. So, I mean, I feel like there was a lot of optimism out there for Giant fans. Seems like maybe that's waning a little. Is that fair or too much?
Yeah, I mean, JP, no, that's fair. I mean, the head coach and Nagy yesterday, so Harbaugh and Nagy, they're not really sugarcoating how much progress needs to be made here. And they're also not making it easy on Jackson. Like, they are, and I say Jackson, like you asked about the team, but it's about Jackson. It's about Dart. It's about the quarterback position in the offense. Like, their run defense needs to be better, and their secondary needs to be better. But if Dart doesn't play well, none of that is going to matter. And right now, the quarterback's struggles do not instill a lot of confidence in being able to score with not only the Dallas Cowboys in Week 1 and the LA Rams in Week 2, which are both primetime games, by the way, but, you know, a Commanders team that now has Jaden Daniels back. Like, the Giants don't have the offense to contend with that if we're talking about what we're watching on the field right now. The Giants fans, I think the optimism exists, especially if they're framing it correctly. Like, if you're a Giants fan or even an NFL fan watching from afar looking at the progress of the Giants, the accurate way to assess them is, are they building a fundamental new culture that is healthy to get the wrong guys out, keep the right guys in, and have this team playing with more of a direct identity while also improving the QB? Those are the measures, not the win total of year one. But if you're a Giants fan who's like, hey, we got John Harbaugh as our head coach, we're going to win 9 games and make the playoffs. Hey, is that on the table if the team stays healthy and Dart plays well? I mean, I guess anything's on the table, but I think a Giants fan who is thinking that way is now getting worried, and that's probably where you're getting a little bit less optimism early on if they're expecting those results. That's not what the team looks like right now.
Is the defense showing what they are capable of, though?
Mitch, the bright spot of camp is Harbaugh. You know, this is one thing about Harbaugh. What he says he means and what he says he does. Like, he came in here, when he got hired, there's other sexier topics to talk about, like the QB. He was like, man, we got to stop the run or else, you know, I don't even know what else we're going to do here. I mean, they were the worst run defense in the league last year. And so far, even after Dexter Lawrence, the man's out, gets traded to Cincinnati, so far in practice, DJ Reader, with the linebackers, Arvell Reese and Tremaine Edmonds behind him, they've been stopping the run. Now, again, you know, you want to play other teams to see how much of that is the D-line and the linebackers, how much of that is the O-line not getting the push you're hoping for with Maui Noah drafted number 10 overall to Miami at right guard. I personally think it's a little bit of both. I do think that the emphasis on getting bigger and stronger in the middle of the field is encouraging on defense, but that the O-line interior also is struggling a little bit. But defensively, the defensive approach and emphasis on stopping the run so far, you're seeing it on the field. The concern on defense right now, the secondary is a mess. Like, they're working out Terrion Arnold today, which is just, you know, shocking.
Terrion Arnold that got arrested?
Yes, Terrion Arnold, who's facing, 8 felony charges.
That was like the kidnap thing?
Yep, allegedly kidnapping.
And trying him out?
They're trying him out today. Yes, I just
Wouldn't
that.
The league suspend him immediately if he got back on a roster?
Yes, and he has tried out for the Seahawks and the Saints as well this week. So they're not the only team that's doing it, but JP, this is
he can play though, Jay.
Sure, but
if you can play, you're gonna get a chance.
Yeah,
bro.
Different rules for different people.
That's crazy. Not the thing to associate yourself with if you're the Giants.
Yeah,
Pat, I appreciate you making time for us, dude. Keep killing it up there.
Appreciate you, Pat.
Appreciate you guys always. Take care.
That's our guy, Pat Leonard, New York Daily News. Give him a follow at PLeonardNYDN. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling the empty house. Plus, you'll get instant alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. Here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its confident performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on YouTube, on Monumental Sports Network, wherever you get the podcast. Right now, Commanders rookie wide receiver Antonio Williams has had an impressive training camp, and I was really impressed when I got to sit down and talk with him. Commanders rookie wide receiver Antonio Williams, I got to start with the hottest topic in camp. How are you doing bringing the snacks for the receiver room?
That's a hot topic?
Yeah, man. Terry talked about it. Diami talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I did a great job. You know, they're killing all the snacks in there as we speak.
Some healthy, some junk food.
A lot of guys requested a lot of unhealthy food. Like I think we got some guys with some sweet tooths. Might be some cavities soon. So, but I'm just a supplier. I don't ask, man.
Okay. Where are you? Are you a sweet guy or a healthy snack guy?
Depends on what time of day you catch me, man. Like in the morning, you know, I'm pretty healthy, but late night, you know, I always sneak in a couple of treats.
How is camp going? This is your first couple weeks in the NFL here in training camp. How do you feel like you're going?
Man, I feel real good. I think right now it's just building confidence in the playbook and just the little things like looking at the play clock before the play starts, recognizing coverage, man, and just playing fast and just kind of getting into crazy shape, which has been DQ's message to us, like just being in crazy shape and be able to run all day. So that's what I'm trying to do.
When you've had questions about a play or a block or a design, who do you go to?
Man, to be honest, everybody's been so helpful. Like, it depends on like who I see first. Like everybody's gonna help me out, and I've been really grateful for that, man. But yeah, everybody's been good for me.
Dabo Swinney at Clemson, I imagine he means a lot to you. I got to talk to him probably about a month ago, primarily about you, and he couldn't speak more highly of you as a player, except for how he talked about you as a person. Mm-hmm. What are Commanders fans? What are they getting in Antonio Williams?
A guy that wants to be great. A guy that's gonna do what it takes, and I just want to be dependable, and I want to be loved by the community and fans here. So I know what that takes, and I'm ready to go commit to it and do it.
I asked Diami Brown to describe you, and he and I agreed on the term slippery. And then Diami said, it was kind of funny, he's like, yeah, like a snake. He did like a little head bob. I just asked Quan Martin to describe you as somebody that's lining up opposite you sometimes, and he said smooth. How do you describe your game?
Yeah, smooth, slippery, man. I never heard the snake comparison before, man. But
we'll have to show you the video.
Yeah, but that's cool though, man. I like to, influence offenders and just use all my tools that God has gifted me.
I don't know if you could just hear that, but the fans down here were just chanting for McLaurin. What's it like having Terry in the room and the love they give to Terry? I mean, he was a third-round pick too. Yeah. Like this thing can go anywhere it goes. Definitely. You know what I mean?
Nah, that's motivation. I mean, just seeing how the fans just love him and like as soon as he walk on the field, they just screaming his name, man. It's definitely motivation. Like for me, I want to be in that spot one day, man. He's been here for so long and organization has treated him so right, and he's done the same. So mutual respect on both sides and motivation for me.
What's it like when Adam Peters calls you on draft night and you realize, like, I'm going to be catching passes from Jayden Daniels?
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm not going to lie. I was stoked. Like, I definitely, like, having a quarterback is one of the most important things as a receiver, man. You can't control when the ball comes to you or who's throwing it, but, like, when you get drafted to a team with a franchise guy like Jayden, man, it's special and it's exciting as a receiver. So, I mean, hopefully big things ahead for us.
What's it been like since? I mean, have you guys been able to kind of develop that friendship, that relationship? I know these things are works in progress.
Yeah, definitely works in progress. You know, I've been trying to get in here early with him, do walkthroughs in the morning, just kind of develop that trust and earn that trust from him. Ask questions. You know, he's always, you know, comes up to me after, like, today he came up to me and he was like make sure when you, like, motion and everything, you're looking at the play clock. And he's like, everything gonna move fast at first, but as things slow down, like little things like that, just, you know, be open to learning, and I am open to it. So I just appreciate him for all that.
Have you beaten him into the building yet in the morning?
Probably not. I don't know what time he gets in here, but, like, I'm in here at, like, 5:50, and I think he's in here before me. Like today, he was in there shooting hoops before the walkthrough, so like, he probably got me beat for sure.
Do you remember Taylor Heineke? You remember that name? He played here for a little bit, was with the Chargers, quarterback.
Quarterback.
He was a practice squad guy and then popped here and then became a backup mostly. But he told a story. He was with the Patriots for a little while as a practice squad guy, and he's determined he was going to beat Brady to the building. And he got there, he said one morning at like 4:45, Brady's car was already there. I think a dude like Jaden just wants to be the first person here no matter who's coming when. Is that the vibe you get?
I feel like it's probably like a pride thing. Like, and, you know, I mean, maybe I'll try to beat him one day. I got to go to bed at like 7 o'clock or something for that, man. I got to make sure I get my 8 hours in. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day.
Probably means a lot, though, that you are here for those to shoot hoops before walkthroughs, right?
Yeah.
That's how you build these relationships.
Definitely.
What are you most excited about this fall?
Man, getting into the stadium, I don't know what a stadium looks like. I don't know what the atmosphere is. So just getting in front of the fans and playing football again, because I didn't feel like I didn't get too many games my last season, my senior season in college. So I just got a love for the game, and I'm ready to get back out there.
How do you feel? I know you were dealing with the hammy, I think, during OTAs and stuff.
Yeah. So, I mean, last year I was dealing with the hammy. So just, I feel great now.
Great. You
know,
look great.
Guys
I've been impressed, man.
Guys like, just I've been watching older guys, and I think the biggest thing for me is getting a routine in the morning. Like after the walkthrough, like get into the hot tub and do stretches and mobility and warm up and body work just to get ready for practice. And I never had a routine like that in college. So, you know, you gotta warm up a jet engine or a V8 or Lamborghini or something, man. You can't just get out there on the practice field for 10 minutes and stretch and think you're ready to go. So
totally. I mean, that's the process of becoming a pro, right?
Yeah.
You ever been to London?
No, sir.
You excited for that?
Yeah. My whole family is too. You know, we just play football. Yeah. They get to do all the traveling and stuff. So
being in DC now for a little bit of time, have you been downtown at all? Monuments, museums, or found any restaurants you like?
Yeah, I went downtown on the 4th with my friends.
How was that?
It was great. And then my birthday was on the 14th, so we went to a restaurant out there with my lady.
Nice.
So I mean, it's been fun. Just I'm still, you know, getting the feel for all of it, man. But it's a great place, great people, and very welcoming.
How do you like the traffic?
I haven't noticed too much traffic yet.
Stay, whatever you're doing, then keep doing that.
Well,
because it's bad.
You know, I was trying to figure out what's this thing with the Easy Pass, man. Taxes are already crazy. Now they trying to get me with the Easy Pass.
The toll road, the Greenway, they're gonna get you, man.
That's wild.
Yeah, it'll go for sure. Thank you for the time, man. I really enjoyed speaking with you. Thank you, Antonio. Really enjoyed that conversation with Commanders rookie wide receiver Antonio Williams. When we come back, Ross Tucker just got a promotion and he joins the program.
Good step for both teams today as the Commanders and Dolphins have a joint practice. Head coach Dan Quinn respects the Miami team.
We're on the same page just to make sure, man, we want to practice as hard as we can, take care of one another. Like, this is also part of the NFL brotherhood of like, hey, man, this is how we want to do it. And it's a good time. Test your skills. Where am I at? We both use the same practice guidelines of how we do things.
Nikki Javala reporting on the 11-on-11 red zone. Jaden Daniels tossed a perfect ball to Stephon Diggs in the back of the end zone for a toe-tap touchdown. Commanders and Dolphins to the field Game 1 Friday night preseason. The Los Angeles Lakers are being sold to American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price over $12 billion. Game 2 tonight debut for top lefty prospect Jackson Kent for the Nationals against the Cubs at 6:45 on the Fan. The Tigers have announced they've selected the contract of right-hander Tanner Rainey, who won a World Series with the Nationals. Aces defeated the Mystics 86-76. Both teams back at it Thursday. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Fired up right now to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in, friend of the program, our guy Ross Tucker. And I want to start with a well-earned congratulations.
Congrats, brother.
Ross going to be calling games with Iron Eagle on CBS this fall. Circumstances are what they are, but that's awesome for you. You're always insightful when I watch games with you on them. I love listening to the radio calls you do. Congrats, dude.
Man, that means a lot. Thank you, JP. Thank you, B. Mitch.
Appreciate you, brother.
Listen, I mean, B. Mitch, JP, I think you know this. I think the first time I was ever on TV was with B. Mitch. I was on
CSN
IR.
days?
Yep, I remember that.
I think it was like CN8 or, CSN, and I was on IR with the Redskins, and I was just in Reston, Virginia, rehabbing my neck, and I figured I might as well try the media thing out a little bit. So I would sometimes sit right next to B. Mitch, or maybe I'd be back home in PA, and I'd be in the Philly one. So it's been like, that was 2007 season, so been about 20 years. And to say I'm excited to do these games with Ian would be a massive understatement. You guys know how good he is. I've done a bunch of games on the radio with him, so I have a pretty good idea of how it's going to go, and I'm super excited that as more and more people get to watch, that they're going to hear what it's like when Ian and I do games together. I'm pretty confident it's going to go well.
That's Rob, for me, it's like the closest you can get to football without getting hit. Doing media.
You know what? So I've thought about this, and I've talked to guys about this. So probably the closest is coaching, because you're in the locker room and you really feel the ecstasy and agony of the win and the loss.
Oh yeah.
But certainly calling games is a lot closer to playing than being in a studio. There's no question. I mean, you're at the game. You got to prep. I mean, they give us like the same scouting reports that the teams get. You're going to the team facility on Friday. You're meeting with players and coaches. You're absolutely eating the cafeteria food, no question. And then, you're doing the game, and it's just crazy. Because I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but my dad's 5'9", $170. So
wow,
I grew up wanting to be a write for Sports Illustrated or like be a broadcaster. Like I thought I'd go to Syracuse to try to be a play-by-play guy, and I just got a lot bigger than I ever and better at football than I was anticipating. And so if you ask my family and friends, they'll tell you God made Ross good enough to play for a while so he could get the broadcasting gigs that he's doing now.
That's great, man. Happy for you. You work hard, and it shows. Like when you have the insight and the depth of knowledge, it shows you put the work in. Do you know what week 1 is?
I do. Yeah, that's the only one they've announced. You mentioned to start circumstances, so I think we're taking it 1 week at a time.
Yeah, sure.
But it's an awesome one. It's the Buffalo Bills at the Houston Texans.
Oh, hell yeah.
Both teams won playoff games. Both teams made it to the divisional round. Both teams,
rightfully think that they got a very legit chance to get to the Super Bowl. You know, they both are coming off kind of heartbreaking playoff losses for different reasons. So that, and by the way, I think they played against each other in the regular season the last few years, and those games have been electric. So I am really, really looking forward to that one.
Well, as an offensive lineman, I'm sure you're looking forward to being in that boot instead of on that field
against Will Anderson.
Against that damn defense.
Holy crap. I mean, I'm going to say this during the game, but, I mean, not only the defense in general for the Texans, but their secondary is like old school football. You know, like Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter. You just don't find DBs as much anymore that are really trying to hit you and really try to beat you up. Like, they've got one of the most physical secondaries I've seen in a long time. I love the way the Houston Texans play football on defense.
Yeah, I mean, that game's juicy. You got arguably the best quarterback in the game against arguably the best defense in the game. That'll be awesome. I don't know if you've been traveling around camp to camp or what. We are here in Ashburn today as the Commanders are hosting the Dolphins for joint practices. I did want to start with you. How big of an impact do you think this Laremy Tunsil injury will play for Washington?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a significant injury. There's no way to get around it. What I will tell you is that Brandon Coleman has done some positive things and looked pretty good at times at left tackle. Certainly it feels like he has the athletic ability to do it. And also, you know, this happened pretty early. Now, the downside of it happening pretty early is that, you know, they could have other injuries. But the upside is they have a lot of time to make sure they feel good about their solution. And if it is Brandon Coleman, for him to get as many reps as possible next to the guys like Chris Paul and the other guys on the offensive line, the tight ends. So, you know, this isn't like it happened the fifth play of this first game and everybody's like, oh, crap. I mean, they've got a lot of reps that they can get together before that. And I'll also say this, and it's funny because I think people are finally catching on to this. It's nice to have a Pro Bowl offensive lineman like Laremy Tunsil. You know what the truth is, though? You're really only as good as your weakest link up front. Right. I mean, in other words, I would rather have 5 guys that are absolutely average than have 3 all-pros and 2 guys that are below average or that really can't play. Yeah. Because the defense is going to hunt up the guys that can't play. I mean, the defense is going to attack those guys. Now, with one guy like Coleman, they can slide to the left. They can protect him. Cosme's a good one-on-one pass protector. You know who they really need to step up now, believe it or not, is Connerly. They need to be able to slide the protection and help Coleman more often they would have to help Laremy. And now instead, Connerly has to be the guy that can hold it down one-on-one more, you know, given his pedigree.
Yeah, see, that's the thing I've been saying over and over again. You can help out that left tackle. Your tight ends, running backs, other guys can help him out. You can figure that out. But you're absolutely right. If Connerly takes a step forward, that's going to be much easier for this team to adjust to.
That would be – it's kind of like there's a lot of talk in Philly with Lane Johnson. He said this will be his last year. And, you know, I think it's PFF has an island rate, meaning how often the guy is totally one-on-one in pass pro. And Lane Johnson leaves the NFL like every year. I mean, they just put him one-on-one, which is not overly common. But, you know, if you want to help Coleman more, it's hard to give consistent help to both sides. Mm-hmm. If you're going to help Coleman more, then Connerly has the onus of being able to get it done in one-on-one situations more often.
It's really interesting you say you'd rather have 5 decent than 2 great and 3 bad. I remember covering the Skins offensive line when you had Trent Williams and you had Brandon Sheriff, and various quarterbacks were running for their lives because the guy on the right tackle side or whatever it might be was just subpar. So that is certainly a storyline to watch down here. It was a crazy week last week, though, Ross, because you had, like, for fans, you had the elation of Steph Diggs' arrival and then Tunsil's departure, like, within 48 hours of each other. But what do you make of Diggs coming to Washington?
Well, the thing is he proved last year that he can still play at a really high level. Mm-hmm. So for them to be able to get him at this stage, and they really needed him, and with every passing Brandon Ayuk video or Instagram post,
unbelievable,
that looked like a worse and worse idea. And it looked, I mean, can you imagine if Diggs had signed somewhere else and then they were just kind of stuck trying to make a trade for Ayuk and seeing what he did for them this year, or had to just roll with, you know, McCaffrey and Williams and Treylon Burks or Diami or whatever? Diggs can still play at a really high level. You know, he said, I'm one of the best twos out there. If I'm going to be a two, I think maybe he said he's the best. And I tend to agree with him. There's something about him that runs its course at some point where the teams are kind of like, okay, I'm done with this guy. However, you know, he's usually good that first year. You know, they're usually happy that they have him that first year, and then after that is when they want to move on. And I think they only did a 1-year deal. And you know what? Antonio Williams might show that he's ready to be the number 2 or whatever next year. They might only need him for this 1 year.
Yeah. Well, Antonio Williams has been having a very good camp. What were your thoughts of him when the Commanders drafted him?
Well, so first of all, I don't pretend to be like the guy that sits there and breaks down wide receiver, rookie, you know, draft pick footage. However, kind of like you guys, on the Raw Sucker Football podcast, I bring on experts. I bring on draft gurus. I have Greg Cosell from NFL Films every week. He was a guy that people really liked. People really liked Antonio Williams and loved the draft pick by the Commanders. Thought there's a really good chance, you know, that he would end up being one of their top 2 or 3 receivers. And it sounds like, you know, that's sort of the path he's on.
Yeah, Williams is going to be he's going to have a real opportunity here. I continue to land in this space. People, you know, ask me all the time, like, oh, what do you think for the Commanders? What do you think for the Commanders? And it's however many games Jaden Daniels plays, I think they win about 2/3 of them. Like, I just think Jaden is still that guy. I think Jaden's had a very impressive camp. I think the new offensive system will help Jaden a lot and help them, their ability to run the ball. I don't know what you saw in the 2 years with Kingsbury, but what do you think going to kind of a more pro-style offense can unlock for Jaden?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, JP, why do you say 2/3 of however many games Jaden play? I mean, you're saying that and couching that like you're already expecting him to, like, are you just thinking this is what he's going to be where he gets hurt every year? You're already kind of like anticipating
I would say the same thing for Cincinnati. I would say the same thing for Baltimore. Like, I think most teams, if you think the offense is pretty good, are going to win at a pretty good clip as long as you have that starting quarterback out there. I didn't mean it to, like, couch it specifically.
Yeah. So then I guess what I would say about, you know, there's 21 new offensive coordinators, I believe,
that's crazy,
in the NFL this year.
That's crazy.
And in literally, first of all, that's bananas, because I would love to sit down and rank where OC is in terms of how important. You know, if quarterback's 1, and then, you know, maybe you say head coaches 2, OC is like top 10, man. I mean, that OC makes a big difference. And what I'm hearing in 21 cities right now is how this offense is better. It's better for the quarterback. They're more aggressive. It's like let me just tell you, there's 21 new guys. They can't all be better than the guy that was in it last year. I promise. And I kind of thought Cliff did some really good things. I mean, especially that first year with all the up-tempo, no-huddle stuff that Jayden was comfortable with. They were aggressive on fourth down, whether you want to give that credit to Kingsbury or Dan Quinn. I'm a little bit surprised that they felt like moving on from Cliff after last year was the right move. I know that there had been some conversation behind the scenes. Certainly, JP, I'm sure you have more insight into that one than I do. But I thought Cliff did some good things. We'll see. All over the NFL, all I'm reading is Kyler Murray more under center and play action and boots, and Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson and Jayden Daniels. So, I don't know. Everybody's trying to do the McVay, Shanahan thing. I get it. But, first of all, not every quarterback's great at doing that stuff. And secondly, at what point, if everybody's running basically the same offense, do defenses catch up to it and you'd be better off doing something else?
But see, that's the NFL. The NFL is going to always copy. And I'll tell you this, as a former quarterback, running a play-action pass from a boot, from being already in the shotgun and running from under center when you turn your back, you get more effect out of a defense when you turn your back to them. And then they lose sight of that football.
1,000%. And also, the timing is different. When you're in the gun and you put it in the running back's belly with a half-ass fake for like a split second, they're looking at the old lineman. They're not even buying that. You do it under center and you have hard play action. Those guys have to honor it. Otherwise, they're going to be late to their gap in the run game. They have to honor it. So rather than the fake being the first half second or split second, now it's like after a second and a half. So now the receivers really have a chance to get down the field. And it's funny, you guys will appreciate this, because I remember talking with some Texans players when Kyle Shanahan was there. And with the Kubiak offense. And every week I felt like I was doing Texans games on the radio. And Owen Daniels at tight end would say, honestly, man, it's really just like the perfect offense for a tight end. And then Eric Winston at tackle said the same thing. Arian Foster and all the running backs always say it's the best offense for them. Quarterbacks, Sage Rosenfeld, my buddy, they're like, oh, man, it's the best for a quarterback. And then receivers, you ever talk to like Andre Johnson, Julio Jones, they're like, man, this offense is designed for receivers. Hey, guys, guess what? There aren't any other positions. I mean, if a guy at every position thinks the offense is the best and most perfect offense for their position, maybe everybody should run that. Maybe that should be the offense.
Right. No, it's interesting because it's kind of like the old adage for MLB players in spring training, like, oh, I'm in the best shape of my life. Like, every offense is designed to get receivers open and tight ends open and running backs big holes. But, does it actually work? Do you see it come to fruition? Ross, zooming out from the Commanders, looking around the league, you have a team you think takes a step up and a team you think takes a step back?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll say I don't know if I think they take a step back, but I am surprised by the Super Bowl odds and the season win total, which we talk about on the Even Money Betting podcast for the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, the Ravens have the second best odds to win the Super Bowl and the second best season win total behind only the Rams. And I know the Ravens have some ability, but gosh, I mean, a first-time head coach, and oh, by the way, he hires a first-time play caller, and the Ravens, they seemingly always lose games they shouldn't. They haven't had a ton of postseason success. They can't really take a step back from last year because they didn't make the playoffs last year. But my point is, I think that they are a team that's being a little bit overrated right now, and that people are giving them maybe a little bit too much credit. I think on the other side, I kind of like the Saints. The Saints are under the radar. I did a couple of their games last year, and late in the season, those guys believe in Tyler Shuck, and that's not a great division. I mean, you look at the Falcons, and the Panthers have a bunch of injuries already, and the Bucs, they've got all kinds of the Bucks have all kinds of contract drama. I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints just kind of sneak up on her. But that Jordan Tyson kid at Arizona State was electric. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Saints sneak up on people and win that division.
I like that, man. I like that. Last thing then, Ross. In Washington, I mean, even in the NFC East, I think Philly and Dallas are the expected kind of top dogs. Philly's defense should be phenomenal. Dallas's offense should be phenomenal. Well, what do you think the viewpoint around the country, as you're traveling, talking to coaches all over, is of this burgundy and gold team?
Yeah, I think the belief is probably somewhere along the lines of what you said, JP. I think most people really are believers in Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Now there's always going to be concern about the injury stuff with his slight frame, but when you're around him, when you talk to him, people that have talked to people that are around him, there's a lot of belief in that young man. And what he did 2 years ago was incredible. I mean, and I said this to you guys 2 years ago, he's not just good, he's clutch. So I think 2 years ago, they won more than their fair share of those close games. Last year, they did not win their fair share of those close games. I think this is the year that it sort of evens out. And I think most people think that they'll be somewhere in that 7 to 9 win range. Seems to be the consensus.
That sounds about right. I mean, dude, if you go 12-5,
I'm going 10 or 11.
12-5 and 5-12, the reality's probably somewhere in the middle there. And I think this defense could be much improved. Ross, we're excited to see you out there this season, man. Congrats again on the new gig.
Appreciate you, and good luck, bro.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Always great being on with you.
All right, man. Take care.
It's our boy Ross Tucker. Give him a follow at Ross Tucker NFL. You can watch him on CBS with Ian Eagle this fall calling games. Check out the Ross Tucker podcast. Nobody go anywhere. Let's see kind of where the national experts have this burgundy and gold team. Next. B. Mitch and Finley here for our friends at Paul Henry's Window Installation. It's funny, I actually just posted something to Facebook about Paul Henry, about what working with them is like. Whether you need new doors or new windows, they've got a great special right now. You can get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door working with Paul Henry's Window Installation. But they can do any kind of work you need, man. If you're considering a larger home remodel, whatever you need, they've done so much different. We've done the doors and windows, but we've done a lot of other stuff. And when you work with Paul, it's a family-owned business. They get you done ahead of schedule. That doesn't happen with many contractors.
Yeah, but I talked to Paul, and I've been saying over and over again, you can get windows and doors, but they did my pergola. They also do gutters. They do roofs. They can do just about anything you want, and they do it right. When they come out, they take care of business. They get finished quick, and they do it right the first time. Many people come out there, they rush it, and then they got to keep coming back to fix stuff. With Paul, they're just that damn good. They get it done perfectly the first time. They don't have to come back out. So you can call Paul right now. You get $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Miami Dolphins in town with the Washington Commanders. It's a joint practice today. Head coach Dan Quinn.
Trying, in my vision of it, get a little bit of everything against competition. So there'll be some one-on-ones at the very start of practice, then some 7-on-7 in the red zone, team red zone, a third down period, a team period, and a 2-minute. So things move quickly, 10 plays, 12 plays.
The LA Lakers are being sold to American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price of over $12 billion. The Washington Nationals have selected the contract of left-handed pitcher Jackson Kent and designated veteran right-handed pitcher Miles Mikolas for assignment. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Great interview with Ross Tucker. If you missed any of that, get on the Odyssey app or check out the podcast, Instagram. Ross, really happy for him, man. We asked Ross, kind of take a look around preseason, man. These power rankings from whatever website you like, NFL.com, ESPN.com. A lot of experts out there, analysts, reporters, whatever you want to call them, are very low on Washington, especially after this Tunsil injury. I thought Ross said it well, that there's a lot of belief around the NFL in Jaden Daniels. Mm-hmm. And he's proven to be clutch. That makes a big impact. I'm going to let my guy Drew weigh in here. Drew is in McLean. Drew, what do you think the national viewpoint is on the Commanders? Is it accurate?
I'm a Commanders for myself. I think it's not accurate whatsoever. The additions they made this offseason, really, I think they're at least going to have a winning record this season. I think that may sound optimistic, but I believe that they will have a winning record. With all the additions like Stephon Diggs on the defense, they got better with the draft. Styles is super exciting. I think that this team is going to come at least in second in the NFC East.
All right, man. I like the call, dude.
Appreciate
I like the call. Thank you, bud.
But, this is what I like. Playing and also covering the team for all this time, what I notice about the national media's mindset normally, what you finished at last year is how they judge you the next offseason. They don't look at a team when you add all the additions and stuff like that. You don't really get the complete jump that you probably should get. They were 5-12 last year. You look at last year in offseason how we were praised by everyone because we went 12-5, and they look at that. And I think when you're here every day, the local media, you're here every day, you watch things, you see things. If you are a person who comes here and see it and then put your belief on the national media, you got to be damn crazy. You watch it every day, you know what I mean? And I think I've noticed that even when I was playing, where they don't really have people here every day. They send people here when they hear a story. And they get a little tidbit of it, and they run back and they promote it, and the nation takes it. Why? We see it every day. I'm watching Jaden every day. He stays upright, this league going to be in some trouble.
That's kind of where I'm at, too, man. Like, I think defensively they're going to be better. I think, listen, we got to watch a decent amount of this practice today. One thing that can happen is you get in the beat bubble where you see the same thing every day and you start to kind of buy into it perhaps more than you should. That can either be proved to fruition, that like, all right, man, these guys actually look pretty good. Let's see if it comes out. Or you just see them every day, and then when they go up against somebody else, it looks a lot different. Now, I understand expectations for the Miami Dolphins are pretty low.
Yeah.
But I would certainly say Washington looked like the better team. We saw and who I talked to.
But, like, the thing for me, though, Jay, is like we all say this. That worst the first thing in the NFL is not just a ploy. It has happened.
Every year.
So if we watch teams go from worst to first and first to worst, why are we supposed to automatically assume because what you did last year you're going to do it next year? And when you see teams add people to it, I see a level of talent. The team, I can tell you this, when you look at them, they look different. And if they play like they look,
they
should be better.
Definitely.
You know,
yeah.
I go back to that time when we were down in what was it, Richmond.
Yeah.
And New England Patriots walked through, and then Washington walked through. I could have sworn a professional team was playing a college team. It doesn't look like that anymore. They've changed this thing up, and I believe that level of talent and level of athleticism will make a difference.
I think Jaden Daniels is probably the best player on the field today, and that was 2 NFL teams on the field today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a real opportunity. You mentioned the worst to first stuff, and I think worst to first happens every year. But you know the teams that are generally good every year, more often than not, have an excellent quarterback.
Yeah.
When you have a real excellent quarterback, it changes the volatility of an NFL team. That's just the reality. We know that in Washington for 30 years of not having one.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you can
You're
pop
right
here
about
and
that.
there, but I think when I watched, the offensive line was good enough to protect Jaden most of the time. He was running for his life a few times. The offensive line did not look particularly good running the football. You like to think that gel will happen over time here. I thought Jaden looked really good. I think the receivers, I think adding Diggs helps a lot. I think defensively you saw the speed, and that's the hope when you draft a guy like Sonny Styles and add a guy like Chenal, add the length of Oweh, is that the speed looks very different. Nick Cross, I think, is a guy that the speed looks quite different.
I think when you go through run, like some of those run plays where you're going to just bang that damn D tackle in the hip, they weren't doing that today. They try to keep everybody up. And those defensive linemen understand that. When they call both teams together before practice, they set the tone, they set the rules. We're not trying to cut people, we're not taking people to the ground, blah, blah, blah. And the defensive player go, oh, cool, I'm going to take advantage of this today. And the defenses normally look good in these type of situations. Soon as you can slice them, they change their approach. So, as soon as you can slice them, they become a different team.
Here's what I want to do. I want to open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. NFL.com has the Commanders ranked 29th in the NFL. There's only 32 teams, if you're unaware. I'm reading now from NFL.com. Steph Diggs is now a Commander, which is cool, but Washington's season truly hinges on Jaden Daniels returning fully healthy and finding a way to stay on the field. That and substantial improvement from the defense, a unit that has been revamped with a large influx of veteran additions after finishing dead last in yards allowed in 2025. This is the year in which Dan Quinn must prove he has strong coaching chops, or else. It's also the season in which Daniels must prove he's more durable than he was in 2025, a task that undoubtedly becomes more challenging after losing left tackle Laramie Tunsil to a torn tricep for what will be a significant portion of the season, if not all of it. There's reason to be hopeful, but it feels increasingly as if the Commanders have to thread the needle to find success in 2026. Stallion asks, do you think that's too low? And I do.
I think it's too low.
Like, what they wrote there, is there pressure for DQ? Yes. Does losing Tunsil hurt you? Yes. Like, that, no one's changing that. But I think defensively they could be a lot better. Like, you could jump 10 spots defensively.
Yeah, we can gloss over it and see exactly what they saw. But I'll just happen to tell you this. Tunsil wasn't here in 2024.
Right.
He was here last year. What Ross stated earlier is very, very important. Yes, Tunsil is a Pro Bowl left tackle. But if you got 5 dogs and you got 1 Pro Bowl tackle and 4 average ones, that offensive line that have 5 dogs going to be better.
One thing, I'm an actions, not words guy, right? I did not think they had enough depth at corner coming out of the spring. What do? They signed Rasul Douglas, I think, first week of July. Once we're in camp for a few days, there are intriguing prospects at the receiver position beyond Terry McLaurin, but there was no certainty with any of them. What do? They signed Steph Diggs. And maybe it was going to be Ayuk if that thing didn't go crazy, right? Their actions this offseason have been different, where they've added players when they think they need to. They're fully, like, if we talk about Taylor Decker being available, they're aware that Taylor Decker is available. They at least want to give Coleman a chance to see if they like what they see. So I think the automatic assumption that the O-line's no good and it's not going to work out is too far of a stretch. Losing Tunsil sucks.
Yes, it
period.
is. It does.
But it doesn't mean it's going to be a disaster. I can tell you on Wednesday, August 12th, in Ashburn, it didn't look like a disaster offensively. Do you think the national media, the experts out there, are sleeping on the Commanders? 29th out of 32. I'm looking at these power ranks. They've got the Browns, the Giants, the Cardinals, the Falcons. Like, on what planet?
You know why they're looking at that, Jay? 2 new coordinators.
Sure.
That's making them go that way, too. But then Ross just says 21 new offensive coordinators in this league. What's the assumption that all the other 20 of them are going to just damn be good?
Easy E is in Rockville. Easy, you think they're sleeping on Washington?
I think they're on drugs. I think they need to stay off the weed. Here's my problem. How many years, every year, did they say the Giants had the best defense? And yet that defense in New York has not done wonders for them at all. How many times do they got to keep adding for them to keep saying they got the best defense? How many times do they say the Cowboys had the best defense, and then a year comes they had a worse defense? Nobody's talked about Mekhi Lemon having his hamstring injury on the side, or they know. They're talking about Washington. You know why they're talking about it? Because they're on drugs, and they know we're going to be better. I'm sick and tired of the national media always having this riffraff with us. They know that we got the best quarterback in this division. Stop sleeping, stay off the weed, and do better. Really? The Giants, the Falcons, the Browns to the Super Bowl only by sitting on the toilet ahead of us? Man, please. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, Easy. Phone lines are open. What do you make of the national media's viewpoint of the Washington Commanders? 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels speaking with the media today. You will hear that here, live on B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Just so everybody knows,
God,
we share this call doc. It's a Google Doc. That's how I pull up the our callers. And the person that's updating the call doc right now, at least on Google, is known as Anonymous Cat. So we got that going for us. The question:
who is that?
Anonymous Rabbit. Cat? Now I think it's this dude Andrew. Everybody's on vacation. Maybe White Brian's available. I don't know. The question right now: NFL.com. This seems wildly low to me. Has the Commanders ranked 29th in their preseason power ranks, behind such juggernauts as the Saints, the Bucks, the Panthers, the Titans, the Falcons, the Cardinals, the Giants, the Browns. Is that simply too low?
To me, it is.
Let's start with Anthony in Martinsville. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Y'all doing all right today?
Yeah, we're good, dude.
Hey, listen, let me tell you, I love it. I love it with my whole heart because we have lost this thing called like a little bit of hate or a chip on your shoulder. You know, everybody, the only one I see on the team is Diggs that really come out saying that, you know, he got a chip on his shoulder and he really want to show the lead. Brian, let me ask you something. Do you think we ever got payback for the body bag game against Philly?
We did that same year.
Did we ever pay the Cowboys back for jumping over in the Thanksgiving Bowl thing on national TV when they was blowing us out? The Monday Night Massacre? These new players need to know these things and give them something to fight for besides after they make the team. It's not just the game. Stop being friends with these cats. You on our team now. You represent our city. They hate us. We hate you too. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And if you really feel like you're going to beat them, that's good. I want you to underestimate me. You know what I mean? Check the scoreboard at the end of the game. We good.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you.
All right, brother.
Thanks, man. Yeah, man. I think that is being slept on. If you told me they were 20th or something, 22nd,
I'll take that.
I could understand that. Let's check
but not
in.
29th.
Let's check in with Jupe in the DMWV. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas?
What up, Jupe?
Hey, we did this exercise. Hey, ain't much. We did this exercise before. Of course they sleeping. They always gonna sleep on us. Ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing changed. And a lot of these national media people, they be saying things that contradict themselves, that questions and statements that they're making about our team that could be asked about other teams. Like the Giants, you got Dart. Guess what? He's going into a sophomore year, so he could go into a sophomore slump. You got the Eagles. They got both their top receivers is injured right now, and Hurts is not looking that good. So it's a lot of question marks on all these teams, but you know what? Let them sleep. It's going to be scorched earth. All right, fellas.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, Jupe. Keep these phone lines
It's amazing
going.
how you hear all that stuff about this team, but when it's other teams that you don't really hear it, huh?
Like, what is the concern level in Philadelphia with a first-time play caller?
Hey.
I think he's a first-time play caller. He's certainly a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah. And hell, they don't like the play call that was called before, and that's their head coach.
Patullo, that was OC last year, is actually on the Dolphins roster now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check in with Mo in Largo. What's up, Mo?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for calling, bro.
All right, pretty good. B-Mitch, thanks for taking a second to take a picture with my father yesterday. He really enjoyed it. Send me the picture. Appreciate you.
Definitely, brother.
But with regard to the topic at hand, and I mean, and it's a lazy take, but it's nothing new. You know, I mean, there's no real reason to do a deep dive into, you know, the upgrades that we've made on our team. But if you just sat back and looked at the upgrades that we made on both sides of the ball, to have us ranked so low is just crazy. I mean, Cleveland, you know, I mean, come on, man. I mean, that's just disrespectful. But that's fine. I hope it serves as motivation for our team, you know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, that just makes no sense. And the fact that everybody is jumping on the Giants, like, the Giants? I don't get it. But, I mean, that's what they do. That's what they get paid to do. So, I mean, and we consume it. So, I mean, it is what it is. But thanks for taking my call, gentlemen.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man. It's interesting, man. The only teams this NFL.com list has the Commanders ahead of are the Jets, the Raiders, and the Dolphins. Being behind the Browns and the Cardinals is crazy to me.
It is.
Like, crazy. And Vegas, for what it's worth, would not agree with that. If you look at win totals, it's going to look very different.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going. Vinny is in Philadelphia. What's up, Vin?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think that is absolutely disrespectful to put us behind some of these teams that they put us behind. You can talk about all the additions that they've made that come from outside the organization, but how about the biggest addition we made from last year is having Jaden back. He barely played last year, and they still won 5 games, swept the Giants, and all that. But I think the fact that we got Jaden back, I think the additions to the D-line, I think that Nick Cross in the secondary, I think there's all improvements over last year. And I actually argue that this team is probably better than the one we had 2 years ago with the additions that we have on the D-line and at receiver, so with Stephon. So I think it's crazy. I think, you can, like you said, you can argue that middle of the league, probably is a better spot, but to be behind the Cardinals, who are arguably, one of the worst teams in the league, and the Browns, who don't have a QB, I think it's crazy. So,
Appreciate you, Ben.
Hell, does the Cardinals even have a QB?
Let's go to, Jacoby Brissett, Carson Beck.
Is he still holding out?
Sean, no, he signed. They gave him some cash. Sean is in Winchester.
What's going on, guys? Man, I appreciate you having me on.
All right, bro.
I've listened to you all day, and I listen to you all the time between the talk about jersey numbers and things like that, and then you get this ranking. I really don't understand that. That is extremely. What were we like 2 weeks ago before Tunsil? I think we're in at least the 20s or something. I think it's just the NFL kind of, they don't like us, even though Snyder's not still here. But no, I believe our defense is going to. I'm hoping, in my heart of hearts, I think our defense is going to be a juggernaut this year, and I'm hoping that Sonny Styles is a man possessed, and Daniels comes out with a furor that I don't think he liked last year. As far as from just as a bystander watching it, I don't think he appreciated sitting on the bench. He looked like he was upset. And you got the Cowboys guys. The defensive back from the Cowboys running his mouth, or the running back. No, we're going to see. The game's got to be played, and unfortunately, our schedule is what it is.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, man.
Let's do this. Phone lines are lit up here. If you're on hold, stay there. We also, Jaden Daniels speaking to the media. We're going to get you that live. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Miami Dolphins in town with the Washington Commanders. It's a joint practice today. Head coach Dan Quinn.
Trying, in my vision of it, get a little bit of everything against competition. So there'll be some one-on-ones at the very start of practice, then some 7-on-7 in the red zone, team red zone, a third down period, a team period, and a 2-minute. So things move quickly, 10 plays, 12 plays.
The LA Lakers are being sold to American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price of over $12 billion. The Washington Nationals have selected the contract of left-handed pitcher Jackson Kent and designated veteran right-handed pitcher Miles Mikolas for assignment. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, Beaver to Philly, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from the BigBear.ai Performance Center out here in Ashburn, Virginia, as we come to you from the intra-squad scrimmage today from the Washington Commanders and the Miami Dolphins. We're going to get right into it. We have some phone calls here. I'm going to get those. Then I'll get you some Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan tickets, and then we'll listen to Jaden Daniels talk to the media after practice. Let's go to Fort Lauderdale and check out Al. Al, ranking too low, what you think?
What's up there, B. Mitch?
How you doing, man?
Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
All right, brother.
So, listen, I'm a Redskins fan since the 60s, a season ticket holder since the 70s, been the 2 winning Super Bowls, and I live in Fort Lauderdale since 94, and I'm still a season ticket holder, so I guess I qualify as diehard.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, but what I am is a realist, and I'm objective, and so I guess when they rank him 29, I think what they're looking at, if you go to Jaden's first year, we had 5 or 6 games, arguably, that could have went either way. Of course, one of them was a Hail Mary, for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
So that record could have been exponentially different his first year. Everything went our way. The ball bounced off the uprights to win a playoff. All the stuff that hasn't happened to us since you played, for goodness sakes. Happened to us, and it happened his first year, okay? Thank goodness. And then last year, everything went the opposite direction. We had the horrible season. He was, off the field most of the season. So I think everybody, including me, is, we want to see. I mean, his athletic ability is undeniable. He's fantastic. He's smart, bright, great human being from all accounts. But, is he going to stay healthy? Is his frame as athletically, is he able to stay on the field? And I understand they're going to run quicker scheme, and he's got more receivers and so on and so forth. But got to see what happens this year. It's a tough league out there. Everybody. There's some great parity in the league. I'm excited about it. I'll be up there for some games this year for sure. But I can see why they, the national ranking might have them down. I don't think they're 29th. I think they're probably in the middle of the pack, and I think seven games is a good number. I'd probably take the over if I was a betting man. But
all right.
That's my thoughts, my brother.
All right, Al. Appreciate you, man. I mean, I can understand what you're saying, but 29th, I think it's a little too low. I think, like you said, I would go anywhere from 18 to 22. I'm not going 29. I just don't feel that way. Let's go to Gatesburg. Check out James. James, what are your thoughts, man?
Hi. So basically, I was thinking of Jaden coming back from injury, and it also made me think of past cases in the NFL where other star quarterbacks that were faces of the franchise, they went down and they actually had a really good rebounding season. And I know he's a rival, but I am using him for reference. Dak Prescott in 2021 and 2025, Lamar Jackson in 2023, and Joe Burrow in 2021 and in the 2024 season. You know what all those guys have in common, all those seasons?
What's that?
They all went down in some way and all had some injuries of some kind in the prior season. So I think that a season to reset and schematically mature yourself is something worth doing. And if you learn what went wrong and you learn not to take the unnecessary hits, it can pay dividends for you in the future. Now, as for the defense, I think the national media sleeping on our defense is 100% justified. I think if Durante Jones can figure out how to stop the run with Styles and Chenault and all the other guys and OA, I think if we can figure out how to stop the run, I think we'll be cooking next season if Jaden stays healthy.
I man, appreciate your call. I best believe that the whole approach to this defense is going to be different than it was last year. Last year was just sit back and wait for somebody to make a mistake. This year you're going to approach them and be aggressive and make them make mistakes. And I think that's a whole different thing, you know. They always talk about ball is life, but if you're sitting back, how the hell are you going to get the ball? What Durante Jones is planning on doing, I think, is going to speed up offenses, which in turn helps out your defense. Let's get this one last call, and then we're going to give you these Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan tickets. Let's go to Warren in Grays Mills, Maryland. What's up, Warren? How you doing, brother?
What's up, B-Mitch?
I'm good, bro.
How you doing, man?
Chilling.
Doing good. Doing good. Just left the stadium. Just got my new Jaden Daniels jersey.
All right.
Can't wait for the season. But it is very highly disrespectful to have us ranked 29th above the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Browns.
Yeah.
Last I checked, both Jaden and Jackson are both learning new systems in training camp, and one quarterback is struggling so much that he's frustrated, while the other guy is just slicing and dicing, and it's not even fazing him. So I'm trying to figure out how are we ranked that low? Like, it doesn't make sense, and I'm tired of them overlooking this new defense, because this defense is now hunting. We're now forcing quarterbacks to make a mistake. Like you said, we're not just sitting back and waiting. No, we're going to force you to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And then we've added new pieces on the offense. And yes, with Tunsil being hurt, it absolutely is a huge loss. But I believe in Brandon Coleman, and I think we'll do just fine. And can we stop worrying about Jaden's health? He played his whole rookie year and was perfectly fine. And now, because he has one season where he gets hurt, now we got to question it. Like, come on now. Like, we need to stop doing that with him.
Yeah.
It's very disrespectful. And it's like when the media keeps bringing it up, it's like they're waiting for it to happen. Like, they're waiting for him to get hurt just so that they can say, oh, see, we told you about his health. Like, no.
There you go. I appreciate you, man. You know, I think that's the new age way of people doing things. I just tell you this. I've already stated it, I'm going to say it, and I'm not going to keep saying it. Football is a 100% injury sport. If you're players, you're going to get hurt. People that sit at home and tell, oh, he's going to get hurt. You know why they never been hurt? Because they never got involved with anything. But the ultimate thing is this. He will bounce back. He's going to be better. All right? And as I look at this football team, you know, I understand what happened last year. But the team is totally set up differently this year, and I expect different things now. Just do this for one bit. National media is not here every day, okay? You got your local media here every day. They talk about the team at a different level. Let's stop worrying about what the national media say all the damn time and give your local media a little bit more credence, because they are the ones here every day that watch every damn play. The national media, they're looking for clicks. They say outlandish things to get people mad, and they know that this organization with this fan base will come at you and will start to go at things. They want clicks. Stop clicking on their trash. Listen to us right here locally. All right, well, caller number 10 right now. Give us a call at 1-800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan Double Trouble Tour 2026, Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. For ticket and more event information, visit thefanddc.com/events. That's thefanddc.com/events. All right, Jaden Daniels talked to the media after practice, and we want to make sure you listen to what Jaden had to say. Hope he had a great day. Let's go to Jaden.
You just look more comfortable as the days have gone by. You know, do you feel that way right now?
Yeah, I think, as reps and time goes on and you get more of a grasp and a feel for who can run what route, how Blau is supposed to call it and how he wants to call things, this is what practice is for. So day by day, I just try to come in and have control of the offense and get 1% better.
As far as some of the young guys like Jalen Bradley and some of the other young ones, have they made an impression on you?
Yeah, I mean, their willingness and their eagerness to go out there and learn has been very big for their development so far. JB, Antonio, all those guys that came in just want to learn. We all been in it together, so we're all learning together. Nobody's better than anybody else. We're all just trying to get better each and every day.
You had a bunch of throws down the field to receivers, Traylon, Van, whomever. It feels like you guys are almost, I don't say mid-season form with chemistry, but it feels like the chemistry's really picked up over camp. Is that fair?
Yeah, we're just putting in the work to get there. I wouldn't say we're in mid-season form. You wouldn't want to be in mid-season form right now, but we're just going day by day, really.
What have you kind of figured out about some of these receivers over the course of these few weeks, both in terms of just like your comfort throwing to them, kind of knowing where they like the ball? How has that progressed?
I would say it's a mixture of both. Like just having open communication about how I see routes being ran, who's good at what their strengths, what their weaknesses are, how can I put this type of throw, for this specific person and stuff like that. So you just go out there and just have a conversation about that. And you put it into full fruition out there on the field.
Jaden, when the offensive line loses a player like Laramie Tunsil as a quarterback, how does that change how you have to operate?
You can't replace LT. LT is one of one, but I got confidence in BC and next man up mentality. So I trust all my teammates to go out there and perform and do their job.
And it looked like Stephon was making some plays out there today. I know it's only been about a week or so practicing with him, but what stood out about his game so far, and what's it like having a player like him in the room?
Man, it's awesome. Just his feeling for space. He's a dog. He goes out and makes plays. He brings energy. He's a leader. So I'm super happy to have Stephon in that room, not just for the offense, but just for the whole team in general.
Yes, about another receiver. Antonio had a nice touchdown catch one of those first team periods. How has that connection grown so far throughout camp?
It's been good, man. Like I said, he's super eager to learn. He's like a little brother. So, he's still a rookie at the end of the day, so we give him a tough time. But we know that he wants to go out there and work, and he wants to go out there and perform, and he wants to earn the trust, and he's been doing that.
DQ hasn't decided yet who's playing Friday night. You've played in preseason games. You've done joint practices before. How does the intensity compare between the two?
I think you see, I don't know. I don't know. Football is football to me, so I don't know.
Jaden, you didn't have to run around in the pocket that much today, but you did a few times. For you, is it beneficial to see that kind of pressure now to prepare, later on for when you face it?
Yes and no. There's only so much I could. I guess you could do, because I'm not live. So, some might be sacks that aren't sacks, and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to work my game, man. If they get pressure, work my game, keep my eyes down the field, get the secondary better for the other team, our team, get the receivers better for scramble drill. So when those moments come up in the game, we're prepared.
Jaden, it's only a couple of weeks into camp. Obviously, we could all see you look healthy out there. But do you feel just as good as you did 2 years ago, like your old self can do everything you did, or do you still have a little bit more to go to prove that to yourself?
I felt like this last year, so I wasn't hurt around this time last year. But, it's year in, year out, so it's a new year. I don't want to compare what I did my first 2 years. Now I'm on a new season, a new year. So I'm just trying to be the best version of myself every day.
Jaden, you're about 2 weeks into camp. How do you feel with the offense, your comfort level, understanding the concepts? Where would you grade yourself in that regard?
I still got some ways to go, man. We have explosive plays and stuff like that, but a lot of it's not perfect. I'm still working. The whole team's still working. Still building that chemistry and continuity. So we still got a long way to go.
Also, working with Coach Williams in the quarterback room, how's that been so far? How are you bouncing ideas off him? How's it working with him?
It's been good, man. He's like it's like a big brother, little brother type of thing. So you can only imagine what that's like. We butt heads and stuff like that, but it's all out of love. So I know he wants the best for me. He wants the best for everybody in that room. Sometimes you don't see eye to eye. You kind of go back and forth, but at the end of the day, it's all love. So super grateful to have him in the room.
Hey, Jaden, I came in all late. Where have you seen this offense grow the most so far?
I would say just our play style. You know, the intentionality that we have that Blau wants for our system. You know, guys stepping up, being leaders within the huddle. You know, if we're not meeting the standard of, you know, breaking the huddle and lining up, getting to the ball with some urgency, you know, somebody else is saying it if I'm not saying it. So that's kind of the biggest thing. And then, you know, as the days progress, just the intensity, the intentionality of, you know, the concepts and stuff like that. Playing and play out, we're trying to get it perfect, but you know you're going to fail at practice. So.
And Amik Robinson, he was just talking about you out on the field. He said he has another appreciation for going up against you every day.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Amik Robinson, I just got a chance to talk to him. He said that going up against you in practice, he's got another level of appreciation for you.
Oh, yeah, Meek, man. Man, he's a good player. I ain't gonna lie. He makes it tough. Like, he likes to jump a lot of routes. He's very smart, has a lot of awareness to a lot of things. So he makes me better at making sure I put the ball in the right spot. If not, it's gonna either be a PBU or it might be a pick.
All right,
Appreciate y'all.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Here, Jaden Daniels addressing the media there. What was that dude yelling?
I don't know who the hell that was.
That was so loud.
He was too damn loud, I can tell you that.
If you want to know what the energy was like at practice today, consider the fact that Jaden Daniels, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and rap superstar Wale all had media availabilities. I mean, that's cutting a wide
hype today, brother.
Yeah, dude. That is cutting a wide spectrum right there. It's funny. I talked to Frankie Louvu a little bit as he was leaving the field, and I think the Commanders. I don't know if you'll agree with me, B, because I think they feel pretty good, but I think they were pretty clearly the better team today, especially that we've seen that defense fly into the football in practice against, you know,
themselves.
Right. But to do it against another team, Miami might suck. Who knows? But still, you want to show that everything
if a team sucks, you want to make sure it looks like that.
But right. And what you're working on will translate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
And I think offensively, Jaden looked phenomenal. I think defensively, I think they needed that kind of output, rather.
True. I mean, listen, bro, when you're going out there against each other, it gets to a point where I don't know if you're really getting the looks you need because everybody starts to understand what's about to happen. You know, one thing about football players, when they see something very often, they now know what's going on. So they don't sit there and have to worry about this, that, and the other. And if you know the answer on the test, are you going to go through the whole if you already know the answer, you're going to go through the whole process to get into the answer?
Right.
So when you got those guys out there and they've been practicing against the same people every day in the same situations, they know the answer. So they're not going through all the process they will go. So you have to get, when you get to go against someone else, you begin to see those things. You begin to feel it a little differently. And things happen. So I'm happy that they had Miami come in today because even for the players, it gives them just a little bit more. You know, it gives them a little new way, a little bit more energy to go out there and approach this thing.
Absolutely. Here's where our energy is going to be. Practice is wrapped. If you are leaving, if you're walking to your car right now, call us. Tell us what you think you saw. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We also got a bunch of Jason Aldean and Luke Bryant tickets to give away. Busy, busy day in Ashburn. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Copt Defense Properties. Commanders and Dolphins joint practice today in Ashburn, Virginia. Head coach Dan Quinn, what he was looking for.
There's a lot that I feel the competition. I feel it at running back. I feel it at receiver. I feel it at a number of spaces. I didn't correlate that into today. More than anything, I want to see guys playing, getting a good practice. They're excited. There should be good energy on both sides today.
The Nationals have announced they've purchased the contract of left-hander Jackson Kent, their top southpaw prospect. He'll start tonight against the Cubs, and they've also designated for assignment right-handed pitcher Miles Michaelas. The Tigers have selected the contractor veteran right-hander Tanner Rainey, who won a World Series with the Washington Nationals. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? Copt Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, and the phone lines are open. My guy Xavier from Richmond was here today. X, what'd you see, man?
Hey, how y'all doing? First off, I want to say today my dad turned 62, so if y'all can wish him happy birthday, that'd be a blessing, man.
Happy birthday, Pops.
Happy birthday, bud.
Thank you. Honestly, what I saw today, going into it, I was a little like, all right, I hope that we look like the better team, kind of like what you were saying, JP. So I was very impressed. First off, I want to say our offense looked really good. I think that Trey Burks, I know we're talking about him being on the roster bubble, but Trey Burks, I mean, he was just getting open. I know we had a lot of questions about his injury history and creating separation, but Burks made a lot of good plays. Rashad White during the one-on-one drills was breaking the linebackers' ankles. Ja'Cory Crosby-Mary looked really good. I just think, and even the first and second string defense, they were on the far field, but I was looking, and I counted about 5 sacks and 5 touchdowns from JD, so I just think it was a good day from us.
Yeah, man, well said, and happy birthday to your father again.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was a strong practice for Washington. If you want to hit us up,
that's what you want.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. There was a play where Bill picked up a blitzing Dolphins linebacker and just stuck him.
There we go.
I've been really encouraged by Bill throughout camp.
And all that takes all it has is just having a willingness to do it. He's strong enough to do it.
Some learning, right? Yeah. Last year,
like it's learning, but like some guys, you think I'm a running back. Only think about running. No. You got to protect the quarterback on those type of things. And once you begin to be willing to do it, you'll get it done.
I think a lot of that is wide receiver and tight end blocking too. It's just got to be
totally.
willingness.
Yeah,
and
100%.
I think it was interesting watching Chig today. I don't think he's their best blocker, and I think in a lot of ways they're kind of lucky that they have really good blockers. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? In Bates and Sennett and Yankoff, I thought Yankoff again was pretty good. I know. You always talk about Mikey's ball skills. I think he got a pick today.
Yeah, Mike got skills, though.
Yeah. How much do you think – how much does a really good practice against another opponent where you get a lot of 1-versus-1 work help a team's psyche?
Tons. Because, listen, we can think what we want about these teams. They can be ranked wherever they are. But when you're going against the other professionals and they're number ones and you dominate, you leave there feeling good. But you also know, you understand the teams that are the upper echelon of teams that are not, and you know if you dominate this one here, well, we got to get a little better for that next one. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they all, I guarantee you, everyone understands what they need to do to be ready for the next person stepping in.
Yeah, man, I think there is just a lot of excitement around it. There was a lot we also wanted to get to here today. If you want to hit us up, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The run game, like if you have to figure one facet that Washington did not have going, it would be their run game.
Uh-huh.
And I'm willing to press pause on that until we kind of see a little bit more.
Yeah.
But like if you leave practice today with one concern, it would be Washington's ability to run the ball between the tackles. I also thought it was a great reminder to the world how good Jaden is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like we have these conversations and the kid is just a star. And like that's why to me
I was sitting there with a few people from the team, and I was like, it's amazing how he just know how to place that damn ball, right? Because he had I think it was Van coming along. One of them he threw it.
Did you see that catch?
He threw it out in
made
front.
too?
Yeah, the next one he threw low and behind where Van had to go low because the defensive back was coming, or the linebacker, one or two. He threw it to where he's not going to take a massive hit, and he gets him down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just amazing. On the move, he did that.
How about no fights either? Or is any part of you disappointed?
Well, I don't know. I saw some little shove
Pushing
backs
and
and stuff
shoving.
like that. I'll take that.
But no brawl.
But you don't need a brawl. I'm just saying somebody got to be agitated a little bit. And I saw some agitation out there.
We'll see in Baltimore in 2 weeks. That's a squad.
Are they going against each other? Yeah.
Well, because it's up there, Baltimore.
Yeah,
will back out.
there's going to be some agitation.
I wonder, too, Harbaugh obviously took the preseason seriously. They had that preseason win streak, which was celebrated, which was asinine. One of my hotter takes that I stand by, when Washington with Ron coaching and the Ravens had an opportunity, they went for 2 at the end of a game against the Ravens to try to break the win streak. And I was adamant that they should have just kicked the field goal because the extra point team had been awful throughout camp. And I said, you're better off getting live work in preseason than trying to break a win streak that is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, and bringing something in preseason means absolutely nothing.
Right, but like nobody liked that take. No, man, you got to break the streak. Who possibly cares?
Well, what is going to get you a ring?
Right. I wanted to make time for this, B, because I think it's interesting. And we had Ross Tucker on earlier, and he was saying he was kind of surprised by how high the expectations are for the Ravens with all the newness there. If you look at, depending where you're shopping your odds, right, the Bills are significant, like Super Bowl favorites. Mike Sando from The Athletic does a great job covering the entire NFL. We had him on the show recently. He was on the show maybe last week. This is interesting. Mike Sando talking about Josh Allen and where the Bills are right now.
In terms of what your expectations are for Josh and the Bills, do you think he can unlock a different level with Joe Brady and DJ Moore coming to town?
I mean, I think he can, but I don't think that I feel so good about it that I'm going to necessarily bet on it happening. I think there's a wider range of outcomes. Look, they're going to be good. Josh Allen's going to make them good, but within that, like, the greatness, or is it too much of a good thing when your play caller goes from kind of being your confidant and maybe a little bit more of a friend than, the head coach could be, to now going into that head coaching job? I think that is a interesting transition to make, when clearly before with Sean McDermott, he was in charge, also a defensive pedigree. I'm sure he went along with a lot of stuff that Josh Allen wanted to do, but there was a little bit more of a check and balance there, I think. And so now, what does it mean? Is Josh Allen more empowered? I've heard whispers and people complaining a little bit in the league about the fact that Josh Allen gets to kind of do the pass protections how he wants them. I think that's been a little bit of a source of frustration on the staff at times in the past. Is that a good or a bad thing if that's enabled more? Those would be the concerns, not so much about Josh Allen. I think we know he's going to be a star. Just as you try to get over the top, are these fine-tune changes good? Maybe not quite as good.
What do you make of that, B?
Well, that happens. Like, I understand when people try to give quarterbacks more than the average team, and they look at them differently at a different level. But the question would be, Josh is a very good football player. He's not a damn coach. And if you're going to be now going along with everything he thinks, is a coach putting himself in a situation? Is a coach and the quarterback too close? Just like parents and their kids. You can be cool with them, but I ain't your friend. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And I think that's what he's discussing, to where Josh may be getting a little bit more responsibility, but has he earned that level? I know he plays well. He's done things, but is he the guy that's going to be able to handle that when you got other coaches being frustrated?
I wonder, in a big way, we don't know exactly what role they had, right? But if you look at two teams that are considered serious Super Bowl contenders in the Bills and the Ravens,
yeah,
both have new head coaches.
Yep.
There's no way in either Buffalo or Baltimore that those head coaches get fired if Lamar or Josh Allen said to ownership, no, I want him to stay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they got Harbaugh booted or they got McDermott booted, but there's no way they're gone if the quarterbacks wanted them to stay.
I agree with that.
So what you've done in both cities, and
you put the target on your back.
Dude, and both those quarterbacks, like it or not, I mean, they're linked together as these two absolute star players, MVP award winners, that haven't been able to win the big one.
Get over the hump.
And that hump has largely been Mahomes. And the way life works, now you got more contenders.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Patriots for real? Do you have to get past the Pats now? Are
Yep.
the Broncos for real? Do you have to get past the Broncos? Like, life continues to evolve. It doesn't stand still. And it'll be really interesting in Buffalo and in Baltimore whether the moves that have more than likely become more comfortable for the star quarterbacks in those cities if they pay off.
Yeah. And that's the thing about it. Like, the more you get other people out the way where the blame can be bestowed upon, it comes to you. And now, what are they going to say? If something doesn't go right now, who are you going to point at now? They don't want to hear anything else. You know, just like we just mentioned with Chris yesterday. If you are always involved with something, it ain't everybody else. Eventually, it's you. So, Lamar, Josh, target's on your back, buddy. Go out there and handle your business.
Russell did try to come in the tent and talk to us, and
we were talking.
My guess is, yeah, we were in a segment. Rooster, and I think we had a guest. Rooster would have happily liked to perhaps speak with us.
He want to explain what he actually said to said person we were discussing.
We will be in studio tomorrow. We haven't been in studio all week. If Rooster needs a moment, we will let him have a moment. We're fair. We have Governor Moore on. I reached out to Governor Youngkin. They never got back to me.
Yeah,
we are fair.
100%.
We are the referees, the arbiters. We are the I team, the B. Mitchell Finley investigative team. And I don't think Rooster liked the results of that investigation.
that little divot wasn't that big.
I got texts from so many people last night that were like, dog, when I saw the divot after I heard him talk about it, I couldn't believe it.
That's Rooster, bro. You know that.
I got big news right now. Caller number 10, you get to win a pair of tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan Double Trouble Tour 2026, Thursday, August 20th at Nats Park. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. You want to go see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan? Call right now. 800-636-1067. Caller number 10 wins.
Well, I'm going to hit you back when I get through this show. All right, thank you.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We got a little Paisanos pizza party. Thank you to Paisanos.
Roll out.
Thank you to Paisanos, and thank you to the Commanders for providing a nice little lunch for the media.
Yeah.
B, there's no. Well, real quick, Stallion. They just sent down Michaelis, the Nats.
No, so they DFA'd Michaelis. So he is no long. He's going to be a free
They cut
agent.
him.
They cut him.
Wow.
Yo, so Taboni and Butera were here. As if this day couldn't get weirder with Marco Rubio and everybody else. Taboni and Butera were here.
Really?
And, yeah. I didn't personally see them, but I thought I saw Grant say that. Dude, at what point... I get they're trying to figure things out, but the way they have just run through pitchers, up, down, DFA'd, like, is this all normal? Or is this past it a little bit?
Well, I mean, I think that DFAing Michaelis makes a lot of sense. Like, you call
he hasn't been very good.
He hasn't been very good. He came in here to do the Patrick Corbin job, which is you're going to go out there, Michaelis, and you're going to pitch 5 innings, and you're going to get up 6 earned runs, and we expect it, but you're there because, number one, we're not going to spend money on a big-time free agent, and number two, you're a vet, you know what your role is. That's just kind of what it was supposed to be with Michaelis. So this was kind of always the expectation with them. I'm honestly surprised it lasted this long, but I think they wanted to give him this 10 years of service time and then kind of say, thank you, go sign with the contender if you can.
So is Kent going tonight? What should we expect?
So yeah, Jackson Kent is starting tonight, making his MLB debut. I'm excited for this kid. Like, this group is really high on him. I know Mike Rizzo's group was really high on him. He's someone that I think a lot of Nats fans should be excited about. Listen, like, you see a left-handed pitcher come up, he's 23, 24 years old, and you just trade Foster Griffin. Everyone's like, oh, it's the Foster Griffin replacement. Is he going to be like that? Probably not. He's a much different pitcher, but I think that he is someone that you can genuinely be excited about. Like, is he going to be a top 3 arm for this rotation the next 5 years? More than likely he won't be. But I do think there is a chance that he's like a 4 or a 5 on a good postseason team. So that's the potential here. And, you know, that's not a bad thing.
Is he the 100 miles per hour thrower?
No. Harleen Susanna.
Who's that guy that was throwing all those damn blazing?
Dude, this guy yesterday. So, in Spencer Nussbaum's piece, the Nationals were like, this is not the exact wording, but they were kind of frustrated with the fact that he wouldn't go below 100 in his rehab assignments down in rookie ball. Like, this guy is just here to throw 102 miles per hour with a devastating slider.
Wow.
Like, it's...
Has he already had TJ?
No. So he had, I believe, lat surgery this past October. So he's recovered from that. He's down in high A Wilmington. He's going to quickly get up to Double A, I'd imagine, and then probably next season start in Triple A, and then he's one step away from the Nats. And he is legit. Like, when you watch him in person...
And wasn't that the piece of the Rizzo trade that, like, of the Soto trade that Rizzo was the most staunch on? Like, we have to get this kid Susanna?
I mean, like, if they needed to get him in that package. I think, if I remember correctly, like, because they also sent in Josh Bell to San Diego, who Josh Bell was crushing the ball at the time for the Nats. So that was kind of like okay, if we're going to give you Josh Bell as well to really make a postseason run, you got to give us Susanna. And they gave us Susanna, and I mean, he was like 18 or 19 at the time, but he was still pumping 101 at 6'6". Like, it was pretty easy to project this guy being a stud. And the Nationals got him, and now you're seeing he's sitting 102, 103 even after a lat injury. So I'm excited for him, man.
And that slider moves about 15 inches. They say?
Oh my God, no, that was his 2-seam.
Damn.
Jeez.
He had his 2-seam moved 20 inches last night.
Damn.
And he was throwing it, like, I think 101.
How much did your seam move when you watched that?
A lot.
Probably a half inch.
Yo, all right, before we make bets, I wanted to read this because I find this. There's a lot going on in what I'm about to read to you, Brian. The first time Stephen M. Schonwald golfed with Michael Jordan, the Bulls superstar broke Schonwald's nose. During practice swings before the first tee shot, Schonwald forgot to take into account Jordan's unusually broad wingspan and got whacked in the face by a club head. Schonwald, the Bulls' executive vice president of business operations at the time, raced to the clubhouse to wash off the blood before rejoining the match. Bulls play hurt, he joked. Sean Wald's passion for golf, my love affair, he said, will now benefit the University of Maryland men's and women's golf programs. He made a commitment of cash. What do you think it is?
10 mil.
15.
Damn.
I mean, that is, I would love to ever be in a situation where I give somebody 15 mil. That means you're doing all right.
He got hit. He got paid from getting hit in the nose.
Dude, so this dude was head of the Bulls during the Jordan era and made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Since
A lot of
retiring,
people made money. in
right.
that era.
Since retiring in 2015, after 28 years with the Bulls, he plays golf at least 4 times a week and has played Augusta National, Pebble, and the Old Course. That's very cool. Let's make some bets. We're going to run out of time.
I have him retired, and I do that.
True. I'm taking the Nats with the kid on the mound.
Why you always go ahead of the game? We got to find out who won last night, dude.
All right, Dub B, who won last night?
JP, you must have known nobody won last night.
Oh.
Damn, nobody won?
So I'm leading the week then, right?
Yeah, you and Clary are tied with 1 win.
Okay.
That's garbage.
Chaparro didn't hit a home run either, so.
Oh, did you actually put that in? Do we owe you $10?
I did.
All right, remind me tomorrow. I have cash. I'll give it.
It's all good. I'm going to take the first inning under tonight for the Nats, under a half run.
Under a half run.
Yeah, under a half run.
That's some DJ
minus
stuff
111.
right there. I'm taking the Nats to win the game. I'm going to bet on the kid. Let's go, Kent.
Tigers.
Can't take that.
What are you looking at, B? You want some WNBA?
Man, I don't know what to
Toronto
take.
Tempo's
Pissing
playing
me off.
again.
I'm going to take the Guardians tonight.
The Portland Fire getting 13 and a half at
Give
home.
it the Guardians, Ryan.
Got that, Ryan? Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Ross Tucker for joining us. Today was a lot of fun. Thank you to Pat Leonard as well. Grant
Right,
Danny,
Brian, I'm beating you up tomorrow.
Grant Danny next.
This update built to by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Good practice today for the Commanders and Dolphins in their joint practice. Head coach Dan Quinn respects the Dolphins.
We're on the same page just to make sure, man, we want to practice as hard as we can, take care of one another. Like, this is also part of the NFL brotherhood of like, hey, man, this is how we want to do it. And it's a good time. Test your skills. Where am I at?
Commanders and Dolphins for real, at least a preseason game Friday night. The LA Lakers are being sold to American businessman Josh Kushner and Bob Iger for a record-breaking price of $12 billion. The Nationals have designated for assignment veteran Miles Michaelis and brought up left-hander Jackson Kent. He'll get the start tonight against the Cubs at 6:45. The NBA will release their entire schedule Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern. This August, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan just after 2 o'clock. It's August 12th, 2026, and on this Wednesday, joint practice session having just wrapped, Commanders Dolphins. We've got a lot of football content for you. Should let you know that at 4 o'clock, we're giving away tickets. Luke Bryan, Jason Aldean, Nats Park. Got to be listening to win those. At 5 o'clock today, we've got tickets to go see My Chemical Romance at Nationals Park, all coming up on The Fan. Danny, how are you?
I'm very well, my friend. So you were out in Ashburn having witnessed the joint practice today, and we'll unload the clip there in terms of the notebook and everything you saw. I also have a neat show programming note. I interviewed in studio Marcus Ericsson, and you're going, what hockey team does he play for? He sounds Swedish, and he is. He is an IndyCar driver. They're getting ready for the race on August 23rd here in Washington, D.C., the Freedom 250 Grand Prix, I believe is the call. He's throwing out the first pitch at Nats Park tonight, and he was in studio. I believe we'll have that for you at 6 o'clock. Really, really cool. Just not something we normally do here on the show, full transparency, but it was really neat to talk to him. He was actually on Drive to Survive. Years ago, the first season, he was in F1 and left after that year to come to IndyCar because he'd always wanted to do that too, and has been a successful IndyCar driver. So that was really cool to catch up with him.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing that interview coming up at 6 o'clock today. There's a lot to get into, and I'm excited to chat about it all. I guess we should just start with the story that is dominating out here in Ashburn, and that is this is the most important day of training camp to this point. There's no doubt about that. You know, generally coming out here, I've been at every single practice, and there's energy, right? Players are certainly excited to be out here, and there's when you put the pads on, it's physical. But this was different. It felt like a game almost in that guys were jumping around during the stretching lines with music blaring and kind of dapping each other up. And it felt like we were at Northwest Stadium getting ready to watch a game. Truth be told, they practice on multiple fields. They used, at one point, 4 different fields out here. But for the most part, Washington's starting defense against the Dolphins' starting offense was on the backfield. And the Commanders' ones on offense and the Dolphins' ones on defense was on the front field near the fans. And so I really locked in on that field for the most part. So that'll be what most of my observations come from. But, Danny, I guess my biggest takeaway from being out here today is twofold. One, the Miami Dolphins are not going to be a good football team.
Okay.
If you're a Dolphins fan, just buckle up for a very, very long season. I think they are bad. Secondly, I was impressed by the Commanders. They should have been superior. You need to look good in this setting. Again, you're playing against a bottom 5 team in the league probably, and you should push them around. And I thought for the most part they absolutely did that today.
That's good to hear. I mean, we talked about that a bit yesterday in so much as it's a measuring stick. It's not a definitive. It doesn't mean, okay, now you're a Super Bowl champion. It doesn't mean now you're elite. It means if you go up against a team that you're better than, or at least on paper are, can you demonstrate that? You should dominate this game, quite frankly. Again, Miami, I'm with you, looks to be underdogs in a lot of games. I think they're going to lose a whole bunch. They'll lose double digits at a minimum. We'll see how high that climbs if it's 11, 12, 13 losses. But that's what it should look like. Again, doesn't necessarily mean that you're now a 14-win group and you're headed to the NFC Championship game again. But it's a nice milestone to go, Whew. Okay. They don't look like they're eyeball to eyeball, if that makes sense.
No, I didn't think as I was watching this that the Commanders were playing against a team that is comparable to them, and that's going into a season where we don't really know who's who yet or what anybody is, for that matter. But if you watch this practice, I think you would come away saying, all right, the team that was wearing burgundy, much better than the team that was wearing white, for whatever that's worth. Another thing I want to point out, just before we get into some of the bigger observations of the day, would be I think I saw so much one-on-one, good-on-good, as they call it, like 11-on-11 work. I would be really surprised if veterans play in the preseason game on Friday night at all. Generally, when you have a joint practice like this, what teams often do is they use it to get the work in that they want for those guys. So Dan Quinn hasn't said this to my knowledge. I didn't hear exactly what he said in his presser today, but I'm not sure what he got into in terms of projecting playing time for veterans. But, Danny, I would be shocked if people whose jerseys are hanging in closets around the DMV are playing in preseason game 1 on Friday night. Maybe you get a couple guys out there just for the benefit of the home crowd, but there was a lot of work done today. It was an over 2-hour period, and it was all 1s and 2s. They didn't trot the 3s out there at all. So they got enough work in. My guess is you will not see many guys in the preseason game.
So does that include Jaden Daniels?
I would be surprised if he played.
Okay.
Against the Dolphins. He threw 16 passes in 11-on-11 work today. I had him at 12 of 16. I don't love posting passing stats. Let's talk about Daniels for a second, though. I think that's a good jumping off point for the day. Man, was he sharp. Danny, he looks so good under center in play action. I don't know if this is going to be the way the offense looks all the time or if this was just what they were working on today. I can't tell you how many times he was under center running a boot play action and kind of throwing on the move and doing it beautifully with touch, layering throws over sinking linebackers, over top of hands into the second level, intermediate and deep. He hit on long passes. In my notes today, I had a Van Jefferson toe tap on the sideline dime, probably 25 yards downfield. Terry McLaurin caught a ball for 30 yards downfield, got his feet in along the sideline. Daniels hit Traylon Burks on a deep corner route behind everybody with the Dolphins for what would have been a 30-plus yard completion. He was super accurate. 4 incompletions. 1 was a batted ball at the line in the red zone. 1 was a bad ball to Luke McCaffrey, which was the only super inaccurate pass of 16 throws in 11-on-11. And then there were 2 pretty well-covered PBUs where he was dropping a ball in the bucket and a corner made a play. That's the entirety of his 16-throw practice. There was 15 throws that were on the money. Like, he looked really, really good.
So let's get into those things, not just the individual moments of throws, because that's obviously encouraging to hear. I'd rather hear that than the other way. I forget the person's name. I apologize. But we mentioned Finley had a Giants reporter on talking about how Jackson Dart's got to play in the preseason because, my God, he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. So I'd rather hear what you're saying than what he's saying.
Well, let me say this, too. I was talking to someone out here today. I want to air him out because they didn't tell me this to go on air. But they had just been with the Eagles, and they said the Jalen Hurts progression with Sean Mannion. You know how I've been outspoken about how bad of a fit I think that is, by the way.
You were on record.
But they're like, it's not going very well. And the point was it's just wildly inconsistent. Like, there's some times where it looks okay, but the middle of the field stuff, some of the bootleg play action stuff where you're throwing to the guy running the over route, like the stuff Daniels was making look easy today has not come naturally to Hurts. So I don't want to – I'm not trying to oversell this. And I'm even trying to calm myself down a little bit as I watched it today because I don't think the Dolphins are going to be good. I'm going to keep saying that over and over and over again. But Daniels has surpassed even my most optimistic hopes for how he would look running this offense. He just looks like he's been doing it for a long time. And some of the stuff that I assumed he could do because he's ultra athletic, you always say, well, he should be able to do everything, and you're right. He's just done it more easily. I just think of this as a big transition, and he's not making it look like a big transition.
So that's what I wanted to get to, is under center, what did we see? Is it, was that where the majority of the passes came from? Are we play action? Are we booting? That's the stuff that I'm most concerned about. As you said, a pass being complete or incomplete in a joint practice, who knows what Miami was doing, schemed up or whatever defense. Nobody's trying to win the day. They're looking to devalue their players too. Who knows what their agenda was? But I care about just how those kind of operational things looked. What did we see in that regard from Daniels in terms of where they lined up and how they were getting to these passes?
Yeah, I didn't really see many. There might have been one or two. I don't remember them, but like straight drop back from under center, 3-5 in the pocket, standing there, kind of hopping up and down, making a throw. But they were under center constantly. I would say, remember, under center in this league at a high rate is about 50%. So there's still a lot of shotgun, and they were in shotgun plenty today. But when they were under center, almost exclusively, they were doing a lot of either handing the ball off and or running play actions with boots. Like where he would be rolling out of the pocket, often to his right, to his throw side, and he would be throwing the ball down the field. Now, again, I wonder, is that just the thing that they decided to work on, the part of the game that they wanted to really hone in on in these 11-on-11 periods today, or is that what the offense is going to look like? I would imagine a little bit of both. But I can't tell you how many times they would run something and I would go, that's Kevin O'Connell with the Vikings. That's Ben Johnson with the Lions and the Bears. You know, the first down almost every single 11-on-11 period started with like a Bill run. And if you want a little cold water or like some balanced talk, their interior offensive line couldn't get anything going in the run game today at all. They really struggled between the tackles, I thought, to run the football. Having said that, I thought they were okay in pass pro for the most part. Anytime Daniels was in the pocket, dropping back, it was fairly quick, or they were able to hold up, keeping a guy in, a tight end in, something like that. Or obviously moving the pocket makes that a lot easier, which they did a ton of. But, yeah, I think if what we saw today is kind of gospel and how this is going to look, I think you're going to be really fired up because he looks to me like trying to think of a comp, almost like Bo Nix and Sean Payton's offense, where he's like constantly moving and throwing, and it's short and intermediate, and then you take your shots down the field. There was one particular play where they ran a bootleg, and he had a player out in the flat kind of right away, and he could have just thrown it there for 4 or 5 yards, and he waited, and then on an over route, kind of in the middle of the field on the backside, he had, I think it was De'Ami Brown, come free, and he just threw a ball that only he could catch, and he kind of slid and caught it for like 15 yards. But those are the types of decisions you want to see.
Love that. Yeah, I mean, there's the, you know, as soon as something's open, throw it school. Then there's also the, no, I know I'm in no hurry here because I know what else is coming, right? So if that 4 or 5 yards is available after a 3 count or it's available immediately, you know, I remember some of those Brady throws and going back to Cousins type throws, sort of changing the thought process where I'm not going broke taking a profit there, but you also can, you know, you can have enough wherewithal to say, I'm not in jeopardy here. Nobody's in my face. I don't have to get rid of this thing. I've got some space in front of me. Let me wait for, as you said, the over route or whatever's coming to break free. Those kind of decision-making bits are something that he's always excelled at.
All right, item number 2 here on the Danny will love this file. You ready?
Yes.
Stephon Diggs, man.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to be a game changer for them. Remember when I was like, they don't need another wide receiver. They don't need to sign Diggs. I still feel like they could have been okay. We don't want okay, do we?
No.
Do you want okay?
Mm-mm.
This guy is so good. Running routes, like, again, I'm going to keep doing my caveat of, like, bad team you're playing against, and also it's practice, and who cares what's happening on August 12th in the grand scheme of things. But that's what I was watching today. He is such a good route runner. We had somebody on from New England, Curran. We had Tom Curran on after they signed Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the first couple days after they signed him, the way he operated at practice and the way his footwork and how he runs routes, he's like, he's exciting to watch. And I kind of thought that sounded cheesy or whatever. And now I know exactly what he's talking about. He's one of the most impressive practice wide receivers I think I've ever watched. I'm not even doing a bit. Like, he's just different. The way he moves is so fluid. Like, Terry's excellent. That's a number 1, has been for a long time for them. But he's a different kind of receiver. The shiftiness and the subtleties and the stop and start abilities of Stephon Diggs, who had a big practice today and was heavily involved. But like one-on-one, for people that have never been to a practice or a training camp session, the one-on-one drills between wide receivers and DBs are designed for the wide receiver. And so Stephon Diggs should win that. But, like, dude, he was dominant, you know, and it was like, this is a cheat code. You can't cover this guy in this drill. So I'm very impressed by him. I'm breaking out Sharpie. He's going to have a big season if he's healthy. They're going to use him well. He's going to catch a lot of passes.
I believe it, and it's what I advocated for months, and I'm thrilled that it happened. I mean, that to me is such a godsend. I think what you said is totally correct. I don't want to get away with stuff. Eventually, you're going to have to get away with stuff, right? Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and, you know, the best this game has to offer, they have to get away with things in those organizations. Those guys are making $80 million a year. I don't want to get away with a single thing where my quarterback hasn't started 25 games yet. They shouldn't be. And guys like Stephon Diggs should be here, and I'm thrilled that he is. He's awesome. I know he may not be the 1,500-yard receiver that he was a couple of years ago anymore. Still plenty of gas in the tank for him to be a really impactful player. Whether he leads the team in catches or not, I know they're better because he's here.
Well, their wide receiver room in general looks really, really good. I mentioned Burks a couple times already. I thought he had a great practice. Van Jefferson flashes like a strobe light pretty routinely. Jalen Lane did some nice things today, both in the practice but also in one-on-ones and stuff. I thought it was a quieter day overall maybe for Luke McCaffrey. But just if you go down the depth chart, it's a really good room to the point where I think whoever they cut, let's say they cut Van Jefferson, that guy could maybe start on this Dolphins team or certainly be in the top 4.
Sure.
And this is, it sounds like I'm over the top, but they waived Chris Hilton. He was claimed right away. I mean, they're going to cut guys that end up playing elsewhere in the league from this wide receiver room because Burks is someone you and I were talking yesterday. Like, are we sure he makes the team? Do we think he makes the team? And then you watch him at practice today and you go, he should absolutely be on the team. He may or may not be. I don't know if they view the two special teams guys. Lane as a punt returner is a lock. Is Luke a lock? He's your kick returner. Would they want to keep Van Jefferson over Treylon Burks? I would probably keep Burks for his size and red zone abilities. But I don't know how this is going to sort itself out. And we haven't mentioned De'Ami Brown. I think Brown gives them a deep threat, that Aldrick Robinson kind of layer of this thing that they need. He also is probably, from what I can see out here, this is just my opinion, I don't know this, but it seems like he is the closest of any receiver to Jaden Daniels in terms of just hanging off the field. So does that mean that helps him too? I don't know, but I think their receivers are actually legit good now. And Diggs changed the game in that regard.
Well, I'm with you, because again, the guy, what we're talking about, who's their 3, their 4, their 5, that's way different than who's going to step up and be the number 2. And,
if Terry goes down, you're screwed.
Right. Still, you're not good. You're not, as good as you would be, but I don't think it's the game changer, certainly, that it was last year. There's nothing dynamic there. And I'm hoping that, what De'Ami Brown found in the postseason is now kind of the new normal. I don't know how confident I am in that, but I would love for it to happen. And it's no longer required. It's a bonus, right? Well, let's say it doesn't work. Let's say De'Ami Brown's the guy that Jacksonville was like, yeah, we don't really care, and moved on from. Your offense isn't screwed because you still have way better answers. You have other opportunities there for guys to dominate possession and catch balls and a million other things. And Diggs is the game changer in that regard. It elevates the room to such a high degree that it's one of those. I'm kind of pinching myself still that they were actually able to pull that off and that there was mutual interest. There are other situations that are pretty good too, that he could have gone to, and I'm thrilled he's here.
So I also want to point out, as I said, I didn't watch as much of the defense today, but I did get to watch the ones in a 2-minute period to end practice against Miami's starting offense. And in that time, there were multiple holding penalties on Miami. They went backwards. And Malik Willis threw a couple balls out of bounds. And Caleb Von Chason had a sack. You're not allowed to hit the quarterback, but what would have been a sack, who's had a really good camp. And it was clear that they were kind of giving him the business a little bit in that particular series, so that was good to see. Amik Robertson had a big, loud pass breakup, and then he chirped everyone on the sideline, kind of pointing at people going down the sideline. He's an entertaining, outspoken guy, plays with a chip on his shoulder. I've enjoyed watching him throughout training camp. But overall, it was a very productive, very good day. I know you always Joan and no-sell me on the kickers, but I do want to point this out for people.
Please.
Big bounce-back day today. 6 for 6 for both of them, and for the first time in camp, they both attempted a 60-yarder and both hit a 60-yarder. Stevens cleared it by,
That's something.
That's something, right? 6 to 8 yards he cleared it by. Moody hit his pretty truly through the uprights with 4 or 5 yards to spare. But after a day where they combined to go 6 for 12, and the alarms were sounding, 12 for 12 today for the kickers, and they both drilled 60-yarders. So overall, I think it was a feel-good day. It was a bounce-back day. I guess my question I want to pose to you, Danny, next, and we can open up the phones on this, is how meaningful do you think this is? And how much do you care about the specifics of what Washington did well and not? Because there were things that gave me some pause. The offensive line, which I came in a little skeptical about, there's not a whole lot of running room there early on here in this first team workout. So I'm curious to see that a little bit more. I did not think, and I would want to defer to an expert on this that could coach me up more, but what I watched, I didn't think it was a great day for Josh Connerly at right tackle. In both, watching him a little bit in one-on-ones and then in 11s, he had a false start and gave up what would have been a sack to Chop Robinson at one point. So I'm curious what somebody who really watched every rep from him today would grade him out as if you're a coach. But there were some things they're going to have to fix. But we can hit the phones on this next. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. This was the most important practice. Preseason game coming up on Friday night against the Dolphins. How much stock do you put into a workout like this against another team? Not a particularly good one, but a team that's at your facility today. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, what's up? It's Grant and Danny for our friends at Window Nation. Somebody's using chat right now to research home improvement projects like window replacement. And they shouldn't be looking any further than Window Nation because Window Nation's the real deal. Get replacement windows and doors without the hassle. Act now before your energy bills skyrocket. I did, and so did Danny, and we're thankful. We have saved thousands of dollars over the years in energy-efficient window replacement. It's a big, big deal. They got a great offer for you right now.
You could get 50% off all window styles. You could get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. That is pretty great. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value. Here's what I know they retain. I don't even know if this is the right verb, but I don't care. My energy bills are lower. We first moved into my place. It was the same original windows from like the 1940s or 50s when the house was built. It was hot upstairs, cold downstairs. We fixed it. The good air stays in. The bad air is out. I love Window Nation. You guys will too. So hurry, that sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The Commanders had a joint practice with the Dolphins today out in Ashburn. Grant and Danny reacting to what they saw at practice today. Commanders getting set for their preseason opener. They'll take on Miami on Friday at 7 o'clock at Northwest Stadium. In baseball, the Nationals are calling up Jackson Kent from AAA. He's going to make his Major League debut tonight on the mound. He has a 3.72 ERA in AA and AAA this season. The corresponding move for Kent coming up is Miles Michaelis has been DFA'd. Game 2 between the Nats and the Cubs tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Jackson Kent making his debut on the mound. David Peterson starts for the Cubs. He's 6-7 with a 5.35 ERA. Again, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVIPVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Boy, Dylan Cruz, let the people know. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Speaking of the Nats, Paul Taboni, the president of baseball operations, was out here today. So was Blake Butera. They came out in tandem.
Oh, Blake was out there?
Yeah, they came out to watch a little practice, get some football in before they got to the ballpark this afternoon for the debut of Jackson Kent, which we'll talk about later in the show. Also, Marco Rubio was out here today. I got to be honest, Danny. If we're doing one of those, you ever seen those graphics where it's like an airplane and you have to sit in a row, and then they tell you who's sitting where and you have to pick your seat?
Okay.
So if there's a row with Marco Rubio and then there's a row with Paul Taboni and Blake Butera, I'm going to go to the baseball row with Paul Taboni and Blake Butera.
I'd feel more at home there. I'd probably know. I'd have more things to talk about.
Yeah, just a
I just
sports
feel
guy.
like, yeah.
Just out here being a sports guy.
Regular
That's all I'm
sports
trying
guy.
to do.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the dignitaries were all over the place. I think I saw the Philadelphia 76ers GM out here for the second time in as many days. Apparently Wale was here today as well. So you get Jaden Daniels at quarterback. You make a couple of big moves in the offseason.
You got to get those guest passes ready, I suppose.
Here come the floodgates. But, yeah, I will say there were a lot of fans out here, too. It was nice to chat with many of you guys who are our listeners. And a quick shout-out. So if you're watching in the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel and in the chat, we have regulars who are with us day in and day out, always kind of chopping it up. Tay came up and said hello today, who's often in the chat every day. Him and
very nice.
Deb and everybody else who's in there. So hello to the 106.7 The Fan YouTube crew. We appreciate you. If you're listening all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7, you mean a lot to us. So thank you very much for being a part of our little growing program. All right, the question is, how much do you care about the fact that Washington got the better of the Dolphins today in a practice in August? Danny, you go first.
I care a lot. And I understand it's not as significant a data point as the actual games, which take place, weeks from now will be. That's a more important sample. This is the best sample we have so far. It's the best data point we've got so far. That a team that we don't know how good they're going to be. NFL.com, by the way, did their power rankings. They don't think much of Washington. They're in the Browns neighborhood. They're behind the Browns, in fact, 29th overall. So the league-wide, people don't think much of us. But here, there's some aspirations. Hey, maybe this team could be a playoff team, and we feel pretty good about it, year 3, etc. And here's your first milestone. Are you getting run around? Do you have to make excuses for your performance today? Are people, trying to spin a narrative? Or is it, no, we're superior. We are better than the dregs. Because that's who Washington's in the neighborhood with when you look at some of those power rankings. So this, to me, is the first step. Not a definitive. I'm not declaring anybody a champion of anything. There are no trophies for a good joint practice in the middle of August. But this is one of those things that I do care. Because if it looked bad, I would react accordingly. So it looks good, so I'm reacting this way.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right way to do it. I think when you're playing against and practicing against a team that you know isn't going to be good, you want to look better than them, and I thought Washington did decidedly. So you're kind of on track in a sense. I also really was interested in seeing how this offense looked against somebody else who hadn't seen it yet, and the amount of guys that were running naked open in the middle of the field, the amount of layered throws that they were hitting, the amount of under center stuff that they ran, as I talked a lot about in the first segment. I was fired up, and it really looked like what I want this offense to look like. I thought Daniels executed it proficiently. Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Kevin's getting started in Falls Church, home of the Jaguars. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, I like to call you guys the Jagler and Slows of Redskin football.
Ooh,
because you just described everything, and I was going to go, but I don't have to because you just described it perfectly. I think they're winning off the field. I think they're doing what they should be doing, and I think they should be wearing shades because the future is very bright.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, Kev.
Yeah, all they can do right now is all they can do today. I mean, if you want to be cynical, and I am plenty cynical, don't get me wrong, like, you don't win a game today. Nothing about today makes it more likely that you beat the Philadelphia Eagles. But you're taking this test. That's the one that was put in front of you. There's going to be more tests that are coming. And you looked good in this one. Matthew's in Ashburn on the Fan. Matthew, you're on Grant and Danny. What's good?
Hey, thank you for having my call. I'm very excited about today. I was just at training camp, and I think the thing that really jumps off is our defense. Last year, our defense was a bottom 5 defense. This year, the Dolphins' offense is going to be a bottom 5 offense. Therefore, if we were still a bottom 5 defense, it would wash. But I think you could obviously tell that on that far field that we were dominating every play. Owe and Chason coming off the edge, they were just so dominant, and it felt like every single play there in the backfield. As far as our linebackers, Sonny, Luvu, Chenal, they were right on step with A-Chain, and, man, we just didn't have anything like that last year. So I think you could see also that presence was freeing up the cornerbacks just like it was supposed to and allowing them to make plays. You constantly saw deflections. We saw Mikey take it to the house, and I think all that is a result of the improved and quick offense. They look quick, and I think just being able to see that dominance, even on a bottom 5 team, shows you that at least we're going to have a competent defense, even without Amos being out there today.
Appreciate the call, buddy.
Thank you, bud.
I mean, that's, to me, the way to elevate this team's floor most directly is to improve what was a horrific defense. We had Warren Sharp Analytics, on the show last week, and he mentioned that 17 game opening drives last year, only 3 times did the Commanders keep teams off the board. It was like one of the worst marks in 28 seasons worth of football for any team.
Yeah, first commercial break. It's other team 7, Washington nothing, with a chance to get the ball next.
And in terms of yards gained on the opening drive against the defense per game in a season, it was one of the worst ever by any team. I think it was like top 15 bottom defenses on the opening drive in league history. So just by being reasonably competent, just by being average or even a tick below average, they're going to be markedly improved. And I've said a healthy Daniels with a good defense, the floor should be wild card contention. You should be in the mix to be a game or two over 500 at that point. But I'm workshopping a take here, Danny. I'm not ready. It's not ready for the bright lights yet, so you can't go to print with this yet. You'd have to tell me if this is bold or not, because they spent good money on this guy. I actually think Kaylavon Chason ends up leading them in sacks this year over Odafe Owe and Dorrance Armstrong. Chason has just constantly shown up at practice, and today, what I notice is he gets a lot of the free releases when they load up the line of scrimmage with like 6 guys. He also gets a lot of one-on-ones, and he's got great speed, and he beats tackles pretty routinely. For people that don't know, he was in Jacksonville for 4 years, and then he was with the Raiders for a year, the Patriots for a year. So this is his 4th team in 4 seasons. He's had 12.5 sacks the last 2 years, coming off a career-high 7.5 in New England. He's 27 years old. But he's a talented guy. He was a former first-round pick who went 20th overall by the Jaguars a handful of years ago. I think he leads them in sacks, not Owe.
What does that look like? Is that like a 9 to 8.5, or is it double digits and always disappointing? Like, break that down.
I think he has like 11.5, 12 sacks.
That would easily surpass his career high of 7.5 that he had last year. That's a heavy usage situation. That means so I wonder. I just wonder about the opportunity is all. Like, what does that mean for?
I think he's on the field for every passing down. I mean, at least he has been out here at practice.
To this point, yeah.
Like, he's their second edge. Now, in fairness, you bring up a good point because Dorrance Armstrong hasn't returned yet, really, in a way where he's out here in 11-on-11 work daily. So if he pushes him or takes him off the field some, but he's played at a level that I don't know how or why that would be the case. I mean, he's constantly in the backfield. And I also wonder, Odafe Oweh feels to me like an all-down guy that's more of a, if he can play the run, he does everything. I think Chason is the megaphone, it's time to rush the passer. And like you bring him out and he just gets home. That kind of guy. But the free releases stand out to me. It seems like the way at least Washington's front deals with Durante Jones's group, Oweh gets way more attention, and Chason's often like the guy they account for lesser. And if that's the case, I mean, this is a really good pass rusher who's going to get some great fortuitous opportunities.
Stands to reason. Again, part of that is, Jones, as you said, kind of scheming that up. I mean, I always refer to it as that town hall defense that Belichick and company popularized in New England, where one guy's down, it's like the nose tackle's down, and everyone else just sort of milling around. They're mingling at the beginning of a cocktail hour. No one's sure who's coming or going or which way anybody's ended up. And I want that. I want to dictate to the defense, or offense, rather. I want them to kind of not know and have to communicate in real time as guys are sprinting around past them. And if you've got someone with that kind of burst who ends up, as you said, free release unblocked, that's better than, for Washington's purposes, of like a Tim Settle being unblocked, right? It's going to take that guy a little bit longer to get home than maybe it would a Chason or an Oweh or somebody like that.
Let's talk to Dayton in Utah, listening on the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. What's up, Dayton? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. I appreciate you guys having me on. I honestly, my biggest thing is if we weren't dominating them in practice, I think that's more of a concern, kind of how you guys were saying, that, hey, they're supposed to be, I think everyone expects them to be a bottom 3 team in the league this year, and if we're not doing what we need to do in practice against them, then that'd be more of a concern than anything. So I think every fan that's got a high hope for this year should remain with that as long as we keep doing our job.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. I was saying this earlier with our guy Derek Forrest, DC News Now, GP, for our weekly hit that we did. Like, he's like, how much import do you put on this? And I said, it's obviously we're so starved for information. We know so little right now. The biggest milestone so far is that everyone reported. This is the first thing we've gotten where you go, here's some level of competition other than, some Billy the Blogger charting Marcus Mariota passes to running backs or something like that. It's all anecdotal. It's all from afar. This is they're trying to put food on the table. You're trying to put food on the table. Let's have a conflict. It's our first big data point. There are far more important ones coming down the pike in terms of regular season games, playoff games, whatever. But this is the best we've gotten to this point. And, you're wandering through the desert and you're starving. You don't ask what kind of cracker you're getting.
Yeah, I think, first of all, Billy the Blogger. Why has it got to be Billy? But I like that Billy keeps tabs on the Mariota.
He's keeping
throws.
tabs, yeah.
There is such a difference between also just the offense and the pace with which, the ball comes out when Daniels is operating versus Mariota, when Billy the Blogger's tracking him. Against air, he's like roaming out of the pocket constantly and just like not staying put and finding a guy. The timing just changes considerably. It's amazing. Shane in Fairfax, how are you? You're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, Commander, Lieutenant, how you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Chilling.
This is very important because this is where we're seeing our starters out there, right, against their starters, because we're not going to see them in the preseason, call it what it is. So, yeah, we need to see what that left tackle can do. We need to see what the corners can do. Right now the corners are not looking, let's call it what it is. But, yeah, I mean, I thank God the NFL is doing this, right, so that way you get the live scrimmaging. And because, like we said, we're not going to see our main – now, I would hope we see somebody at that left tackle competing for that left tackle. We did that last year, right? We didn't play our preseason starters, and he regretted it as he came back saying, yeah, we should have done it. But, yeah, I want to see our players play. Let's go out there and see we got a new scheme. I want to see that offense. I want to see what this team is all about. Because Dan Quinn's job's on the line. Call it what it is.
Appreciate you, Shane. Yeah, you make a good point about the preseason. I want to get into that next because I've been hopeful after last year when it didn't look like the team was ready for the year to start that they might do more in preseason games. After watching this practice today, I would say there's no way that most of the meaningful starters are going to be on the field Friday night. So we could look ahead to those final couple of games. There is a joint practice against the Ravens. Can they get enough done in these practices to avoid the preseason altogether and still feel like they did what they needed to do to ramp up? Because there's no easing into this thing. Eagles, Cowboys, Seahawks, trip to London. first 4 weeks. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Yeah, I think, as reps and time goes on and you get more of a grasp in the feel for who can run what route, how Blau's supposed to call it, and how he wants to call things, this is what practice is for. So day by day, I just try to come in and have control of the offense and get 1% better.
Jaden Daniels post-practice today discussing the David Blau offense and the work they got in against the Miami Dolphins. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan. We will look ahead to Nats baseball a little bit later on the show because it's a big game over at Nats Park for the boys this evening. They're trying to pull even with the Cubs in a 3-game series, but they're also debuting one of their top pitching prospects, Jackson Kent. What do we expect from him tonight? What's his outlook in his career moving forward? What kind of arm is he? We'll dive into that as the show goes on. Have you been watching any Hard Knocks?
Yes.
Did you see episode 2 last night?
I did indeed.
I thought the moment where Mike McDonald was yelling at one of his top defenders at practice was awesome.
I'm blanking on his name, but a really good player who, it just drives me crazy. But it was, that age-old conflict of don't hit the quarterback, good teams don't hit the quarterback. You think of that Cleveland Browns one where Todd Haley's yelling at Greg Williams and everyone back and forth, etc. I thought that was just, and I'm glad the Seahawks kept it in, by the way.
I am too.
Because it was a roughish moment where people are irritated, upset, etc., and then it showed the reconciliation. Just to remind you, this isn't like a regular office.
It's Derek Hall.
That's it, yeah.
Who's a 6'3", 260-pound edge from Auburn, who came into his own, broke out last year. He was heavily featured in the first episode, got a big truck, and is kind of celebrating a new contract, and it basically has really come into his own now as a good player for them. And he's one of the most important pass rushers they have. But the reason I bring this up is there was this moment in practice where he, on back-to-back plays, he ran like a bull rush. He basically drives a tackle right back into the lap of Sam Darnold, and Darnold almost hits his hand on the guy's helmet. And then on the next play, he wins again, and he's got his tackle on skates, and he basically is like falling almost into the legs of Sam Darnold. And McDonald, after the first of the 2 plays, screams at him. You're just like, dude, get away from my quarterback. What are you doing? This isn't the time to try to get a sack. Like, get away from him. Well, he does it again 1 or 2 plays later in the same period, and McDonald loses his mind, and he's screaming at him, and the player's kind of yelling back, and he's furious, and he's cursing and walks off the field because McDonald kicked him out of the drill or whatever. And I say this to say that McDonald at one point looks over at him and screams, "Oh, you're not happy? You don't like this? Well, good thing I run this bleeping practice." And I just thought it was an awesome moment where you're like, what a dog that guy is. And I here's what I want to know. Do you think Dan Quinn would do something like that? Like,
Nope.
Does he have that gear?
No, I think I'm sure he yells, raises his
No,
voice.
I'm sure he
or-
can
or
be a
whatever.
hard ass, but
not that.
when McDonald sunned that dude and basically was just like, I'm the boss, you work for me, and get your ass on the sideline. I can't imagine Dan Quinn doing anything like that.
And it was I forget the exact turn of the phrase, but I think you hit on it. It was like oh, you're upset? It turns out I'm running the practice. You'll I regret
Last
to
time
inform
I
you-
checked, I run this bleeping show.
Yeah, I'm the coach. You're the dude I just kicked out of the drill. Shut up, or whatever it was. And no, now, that doesn't mean one's right and one's wrong, but that dude, Mike McDonald, to me, has it. Like that everything from the emotional EQ to be able to come over and put his arm around the guy, something that Bill Parcells never would have done, would have just left it icy and cold and
Of course.
left the guy in fear. And again, that guy was really successful too. But McDonald has that gear to be able to go, back and forth with both. And I remember episode 1 talking to Eamon Worry about his ankle and his injury and what's expected and all this other kind of stuff. It's just you just kind of went, yep, that's a star. I knew it. You could see it from afar that guy was going to be a great head coach in this league.
Yeah, I wonder. I imagine Quinn's got that, and they're not on Hard Knocks on the practice field right now to see it. But I'm curious. I feel like he is a player's coach. I think he can certainly, as a coordinator who played D-line, I'm sure he can get into the red and yell at guys. But I don't know if he's got that gear. And I think it is important. And as you said, it's just as important to be able, as McDonald did after practice, to go over and give the guy a hug and say, hey, we good? Stop doing that. And I had to let you know. I had to give you the what for, but you're my guy. And it's a moment in time. I mean, it's not an indictment on how I feel about you forever, but you screwed up. I'm going to let you hear about it. I thought that was interesting. Really quickly on the preseason, you and I have both been on record as saying this camp had to look different than last camp, and it has to an extent. That their whole ramp-up has to be completely different from last year when they were not ready, clearly. if they don't play starters in the preseason much at all, can they still have done a good job getting ready for the year and check that box for you?
As long as these joint practices are, because this is what I've advocated for in the past, right? Where I'm going, please rest the starters, please, take care, do what Sean McVay does, do what, Bill Belichick towards the end was even doing with Brady and company, and, play the long game. But because they've gotten off to these terrible starts, it's going to be tougher for me to swallow as long as I hear to me about the training camp grind, less days off, less, 30-minute walkthroughs, and let's go to the cold tub. The joint practices are intense. I can get away with it, but it's when the combination they're in of nobody plays in the preseason, everyone gets every other day off, nobody really has to do all that much. Yeah, I'm going, they're not going to be ready to play. So it can be, but everything else has to be, the faders have to be a little bit higher.
I wish they were in pads a little bit more often. I want to say today was at max their 5th padded practice, maybe their 4th. They've mostly done like pads, couple days off, pads, couple days off since they got them on. But days like today, where they put the work in that they did against the Dolphins, make me feel better about a lighter preseason. And I'm on record, I'll just double down one more time. I think Friday night's going to be pretty light from a starter's standpoint after seeing what all they did today out here against the Miami Dolphins. All right, next, there was a power rankings that came out today that had the Commanders outside of the top 25 in the NFL. A bottom 3 or 4 team, is that a real expectation? We'll get into that next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders had a joint practice today with the Dolphins out in Ashburn. They're getting set for their preseason opener coming up on Friday night at Northwest Stadium against Miami. That'll kick off at 7 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Cubs tonight, Game 2 of the 3-game series, 6:45 right here on the Fan. David Peterson will start for the Cubs. He's 6-7 with a 5.35 ERA. Jackson Kent set to make his major league debut tonight on the mound for the Nationals. He had a 3.72 ERA in AA and AAA this season. Corresponding move for Kent to come to the bigs. The team has DFA'd Miles Michaelis. Want to hear the fastest way to know which home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny would like to know. That's the law firm of Condori and Murad. They will help you with your last will and testament, a living trust. They'll put together a medical power of attorney, whatever you need. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour at 4, we've got tickets to Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean. We've got them all week long, right at 4 o'clock on G&D, and then at 5 o'clock exclusively on the Fan all week. We've got My Chemical Romance tickets. Make sure you're listening. That's 2 hours from now, right here on Grant and Danny. Danny, I'm going to send you a text. I didn't want to do it during the break.
Okay.
Because I wanted you to see this for the first time live on air. It's one of the scariest, grossest things I've ever seen. I just showed JP Finley and the crew out here in the tent. And now I want your live radio reaction.
All right, I'm looking at my phone.
Text should be coming through. I'll just tell the people in advance what's happening. So most of the time with videos like this now, you don't know if they're real or not. I think this one's real. But there's a fisherman on a small boat who clearly has a camera mounted so that when he catches a fish, he can show it to the camera for, his videos or whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
There's an octopus that he reels in or gets into his boat somehow. And the octopus latches onto his face, and it wraps its tentacles all around his head.
It's the face hugger from Alien, but from the ocean.
And for 24 seconds, this guy is knocking this octopus in the head with a big giant pole or stick or something, trying to get the octopus off of his face. And it just keeps relatching on with its tentacles. This is the scariest thing I've ever seen.
So what I'm amazed by watching this video is how nonplussed this guy is.
He's so calm.
How this is like, anyway, because tomorrow I got to drop the kids off early because Timmy has a dentist appointment and his octopus is still glued to my face. And then Thursday, I could do Thursday. It's like it's the most casual thing in the world to him. Unbelievable. Because for whatever reason, the octopus decides this person's head is something that I need. I'm going to absorb it into my being. And what's weird is the octopi, I don't know if that's the plural, are really smart. I've learned that. Everyone kind of over talks about that does marine biology and different things like that. They're like
they're very smart.
Yeah, they're like
creatures.
the smartest animals we got. Well, that octopus is stupid. That guy's head's got nothing for you, right there. That's bizarre. That is a weird video. Again, nature terrifying.
Yeah, the calmness is a great point. It's like today's the day that an octopus is around my head for this week. It'll happen again next week, and it's happened before. But he's just like, if I keep hitting this thing with this stick, then I'll be able to breathe again soon, and it won't be wrapped around my mouth and face.
This again.
I also thought, do they not sting like a sea urchin would or something? One of the, I know Portuguese man-o-war or whatever it is, one wrapped around my mom's leg one time when we were at the beach, when I was a little kid, and just stung the heck out of her. Do octopus not sting?
I don't think they do. I don't think the majority do. Yeah, the octopus, it can bite you, though. I mean, it depends on your octopus.
Not with its legs, though. It would have to be with its mouth?
Yes. So that's how they feed. And again, there's a billion species of octopi, octopuses, whatever. And that's what they're doing is those tentacles are going to pull food, whatever, towards its maw, which is there on the underside. So they can bite you. They're not stingers. Now, the man-o-war is a gelatinous, they say it's jellyfish. It's not a fish at all. But they're just these terrible, stinging, useless tentacle ruiners of fun. That's the jellyfish, and those are the pits.
What's scarier to you, space or the deep sea?
You're asking a great question.
I think about this a lot. I think I would rather, space, because if you're floating around, you're never getting back gravity. You're just going into the ether forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, that's the end.
That's worse because you're never getting back.
Right.
The deep sea, from an animal standpoint, I'm more worried about being eaten by a shark or some other monster. Like a whale will just come up and eat you like you're a Cheez-It.
Right. Like if it opens up its giant mouth to swallow the school of fish, and you're within 100 yards, you're all going in. It's Jonah. You're in the whale. I think you've offered the distinction very well. Space itself is the enemy. You see what I'm saying? Like, the abyss of space is infinite and impossible, and if you're a millimeter off course and you're by yourself, again, as you said, Sandra Bullock gravity, that's it. You're pummeled. You're just floating until you run out of oxygen, and you're already dead. The ocean, you've got a chance, but the things in the ocean are what's terrifying, right?
Creatures in the ocean definitely worse, but I would rather be floating in the middle of the ocean, not knowing if a boat's coming, than floating in space knowing I've already lost.
Yeah, because it's over. If the cable detaches and you're in space, you're just floating into the abyss, that's it. Ball game. Good night. Grant Paulson was a nice guy. Was there still a chance you come back home? Not much, obviously, if you're stranded at sea. Sea's pretty big. but yeah, if you're doing a scuba bit, or assume you're protected, right? Like you have the safety equipment. Outer space, again, you're floating to a amount of oxygen. In the ocean, if you've got the protective stuff on, your flippers, you can kind of swim around and do some business. But if the electric eel, if the barracuda, if the walrus, as you said, anything decides it's Grant's time, you're pummeled.
Also, this guy should be hitting this octopus way harder. He's just tapping it. I'm just destroying this thing into smithereens.
And he also puts it back. Like in the ocean.
Oh, he's very nice to it. Yeah, he's like, have a swim now, buddy.
I have a very specific policy in video games where if I was going to let you go, not you, Grant Paulson, but the enemy, the AI, the opponent, whoever, if I was going to let you go and you let me go, it's fine. But if you decide you're going to attack me, I never stop attacking you until one or both of us is deceased. That's how I would do this. Like, and not being a tough guy, if that thing tried to take me, it's dying. It has to die.
Must go.
It can't do this to anyone else or me again.
Wildest video I've ever seen.
It's nuts, dude.
If you want to see it, you can tweet me at Grant Paulson. I'll send it to you. All right. Camp coverage on the Fan today and every day throughout our time out here in Ashburn is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Danny, you're all worked up into a lather today because of NFL.com's power rankings.
I have a lot of dander. I got my dander up. I don't know what unit of measure dander is, but I can't stop thinking about this. So remember those years we always used to do when they would do quarterback rankings and whoever Washington's quarterback was like 90th? Remember they put Carson Wentz at like 30 or they put Kirk Cousins at like 29? And it was always like, I get it, but they're wrong. It's not that bad. Well, this feels like that. Coming off that terrible season that Washington had last year, that 5-12 debacle, which is really more like 4-13 because the last game didn't matter to one of the two teams, and they won an empty calories game. Never forget they lost a couple spots in the draft. But the point of the dude's story is, here's how the bottom rankings. Dolphins, who were in town, 32. Raiders, 31. Jets, 30. Washington, 29. That's the company Washington is in, according to NFL.com. Not some random site. Again, not Billy the Blogger's power rankings based on one report that he saw on NFL Live. This is NFL.com's power rankings. Now, these aren't gospel. This doesn't necessarily mean anything. No one's won or lost a game. But Washington's behind Cleveland, for goodness sakes. 29th. If you're part of this group, of this bottom 5 or 6, they basically think you're lucky to get your shoes tied. You're lucky that you are able to even put 11 guys on the field at one point. The Cardinals are ranked ahead of them. The Falcons, who have a quarterback debacle. Tennessee, who hasn't been good at all, picked, I think, number 1 2 straight years, or close to it, a couple straight years. Everybody's right around them is terrible. And Washington is there at 29.
I think there are outlets that are going to skew more positive. There's outlets that are going to skew more negative about the team generally in their market. A lot of people will have like these scales in political coverage, and it's like this group, this magazine is left-leaning, this is right-leaning, or whatever. You want to be as close to the middle as possible. I'm sure everyone feels like they're fair and call balls and strikes. I think we do a pretty good job of that. You know, sometimes we get called homers, sometimes we get called haters. I always like that. If I'm getting called a little bit on both sides of the pendulum, so to speak, then I feel like we're doing a good job. I say all that to say, I can't fathom looking at this team and saying they're worse than the Cleveland Browns on paper. What is the argument for that? I mean, how could you even argue that? What did they write about the Commanders in ranking them 29th? Like, give me 3 or 4 of the teams that are directly ahead of them. Because the headliner of saying they're ranked behind the Browns, again, I'm a realist. I'm not going to sit here and play homer. I'm not going to tell you everything's going to be great. We're going to get called haters a bunch on this show because we say it like it is. But that's silly. I mean, Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson are competing for a quarterback job in Cleveland, the most important position. Daniels is out here putting on clinics at practice going into year 3 as a guy who was a fringe MVP when he played and was healthy as a rookie. They also spent $100 million on a defensive end and $12 million on another defensive end to get after the quarterback. 10 of their top 13 free agents they brought in pre-Diggs were to help the defense, which was bad, to make it better. They've got new schemes on both sides of the ball. The addition of Diggs, just to bring him back up, is going to help them a bunch. How on earth can you tell me that a Browns offense going through like Harold Fannin with Deshaun Watson at quarterback, that team's better than this? Give me a break.
The NFL.com writes, the Browns present one of the more intriguing situations because of where they are in their rebuilding journey. Their 2025 draft class was arguably the best of any team in the NFL, and early reports out of camp suggest they found a true gem in second-round receiver Denzel Boston. For the first time since the days of Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham Jr., the Browns might have some legitimate depth in the pass-catching department, but the guys tasked with throwing the football aren't exactly inspiring great expectations, and then it goes into kind of what you're talking about where, and again, this is the 28th team, so no one's giving you a glowing review. But I think it's that. I think it's the first couple of sentences there where you look up and you go, every year, now, what does this mean relative to anything? But every year you go, man, the Browns had a good draft. Or, man, look at this, what the Browns just did. That's a great set of signings. That's a talented roster, or at least from the outside looking in it is, with the exception of quarterback. You're 100% right, and that obviously it's of such outsized importance, having someone that's competent at the position or even good or plus. But in general, Cleveland has continued to kind of add really good talent over the years. And I think maybe that's what's given them the nod here over Washington's roster. I would disagree, by the way. I'm just saying, I'm thinking from their perspective.
Their quarterback situation is abysmal.
It's disqualifying, yeah.
Who's 27th?
27th is the New York Giants.
Behind the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
I have less problem with that than the Browns. I still think it's wrong. I don't know how you can go into the season and on paper say Washington's worse than the Giants. I don't know how you could do that. The argument, like, give me the write-up on the Commanders.
It goes thusly. Stephon Diggs is now a Commander, which is cool, but Washington's season truly hinges on Jaden Daniels returning to fully healthy and finding a way to stay on the field. That and a substantial improvement from the defense, a unit that has been revamped with a large influx of veteran additions after finishing dead last in yards allowed in 25. This is the year in which Dan Quinn must prove he has strong coaching chops or else. It's also the season in which Daniels must prove he's more durable than he was in 25, a task that undoubtedly becomes more challenging after losing left tackle Laremy Tunsil to a torn triceps for what will be a significant portion of the season, if not all of it. There's reason to be hopeful, but it feels increasingly as if the Commanders have to thread the needle to find success in 26.
Okay, so notably, this is post-Tunsil injury, and they take that into account, as they mentioned. That also means, as you heard them mention, that it's post the Diggs addition, which should have been a positive progression there. It sounds like they're betting on Daniels not staying healthy.
I think that's a huge part of it.
That's what you gathered too.
Yeah.
Like they're going, they need to keep Daniels on the field, and that's hard to do. They also don't seem to be big believers in Dan Quinn. It doesn't sound like.
No, and those two things, by the way, those are my concerns too.
Yeah, those are my concerns. I mean, I don't think Dan Quinn's winning Coach of the Year award anytime soon, and Daniels' health is certainly always going to be a question mark. But I think those can be reasonable questions, and you could still have them ranked in a way better light. I mean, again, I always tell people don't take offense to these things. It's ridiculous to care about where someone ranks a team. It's a completely arbitrary thing. And on top of that, Danny, in addition to being kind of irrelevant and not mattering, it should. When Washington has played on national TV recently, or when everyone was watching them last, they weren't good.
Yeah.
They lost 1 million games last year. They picked 7th overall, and if not for the empty calories win at the end of the year, they would have been picking 3rd or 4th or whatever it was. So it was a bottom 5 team-ish in the league. So you can't get mad at that. When someone's talking bad about you, and it's something that's real, hey man, you need to lose weight, you need to do this, and I'm going, yeah, you're probably right. Like I can be offended that someone shouldn't be saying that, but they're not wrong. So I don't know that any of this is wrong. The only part I take issue with is, wait, you're complimenting the Browns?
It's
really
right. And so to me, it's a distinction. I agree with the criticism or the fears. They're my list of fears too. Now, the conclusion is, so here's how do we weigh those things? In other words, they're ranked, to your point, behind the Browns, behind the Giants, behind the Cardinals at this point. I would not have that. And again, I'm not sitting here telling you, yeah, now they've got to be 3rd or 5th. They shouldn't be above the Cowboys. They shouldn't be above the Eagles. They shouldn't be higher ranked in anybody's power rankings than, say, the Packers, the Patriots, the Texans, Jacksonville coming off the year they just had, let alone LA, Seattle, Denver, whoever, right? I'm not saying that, but to me, it should be towards the top of that bottom group with the arrow trending up. Last year was awful. I was there too. It was miserable. It was one of the worst seasons you can remember. Not just a normal bad season. Again, they did something that no one else but one team this millennium has done, losing games the way that they lost them in an uncompetitive portion of the season. And the only thing they did was change the seats of the defensive coordinator for a while. Embarrassing. I got it. There's no way you can go on paper right now that Arizona, Cleveland, a couple of the teams are just so casually ahead of them with the same list of fears and conclusions. I got the same little spiel and paragraph about each one of these teams, but they weigh Washington's more basically because we don't think Daniels is going to be healthy. I think that's the answer, even though I disagree.
That's my larger point. The only way they end up being right is if he misses the majority of the season. That's how Washington ends up back in the bottom bucket again. And by the way, even last year, they were still well better than where they're ranking them, with Daniels only playing in 7 games and only having 2 games where he played back-to-back weeks without issue and only having 4 games where he started and finished a game. Like, that was a nightmare. That was a disaster. That was the Marcus Mariota show. That was the Josh Johnson off the street so that you didn't have to play Sam Hartman show. And they still weren't a bottom 5 team, bottom 3 team in the NFL when it was all said and done. It's hard to be that bad. And now you've added all that they did defensively, and you brought in Stephon Diggs, and you've got another year of development for guys like Josh Connerly, and you're telling me they're going to be the 4th worst team in football? Again, we're not going to get confused for being like super homerish, whatever the team says we say kind of guys very often. But, man, that is crazy to me. Maybe I'm too close to it. Maybe now I'm out here every day in the bubble and I'm falling for it. But my God, dude, the Browns are terrible. The Cardinals are a joke.
Right. I think we've got the pulse of this here. Even though we care about this team more than all the others, nobody is saying. Now a couple of homers are, but nobody's saying they should be 5th, nestled right behind the Bills. I've
right.
never heard that from you or I.
That would be equally well. That would even be more egregious, but it would also be outrageous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, both things are true. There's a big Grand Canyon there in the middle where they probably belong. I don't know where in that Grand Canyon.
Yeah, where would you just intuitively, without really looking at it and doing a deep dive, where would you go, hey, this is where they could probably fall in the power rankings to be reasonable to you?
I think they should be somewhere around the middle of the pack in the NFL going into the season. So what is that, right? They're that's 16th, 17th. I think anywhere in a range between like as high as 16 and as low as probably 25. And I wouldn't take issue with it. If they were 25th on this list, without looking in detail at who's around there, I probably wouldn't care that much. But when you have them almost down at 30th, behind teams like the dregs of the sport that have no quarterback, that are pulling fans out of the stands to try to get through their 11-on-11 drills in practice, I'm sorry, that is not going to cut it. I'm thinking like 23, 24, 25 range. That's about where... As a floor, I would have them. I'd probably want them somewhere in the 21 to 23 range.
Yeah, so just to by way of data point, Niners at 16, coming off a pretty empty, double-digit win season last year that was
but I'd put them behind San Francisco in a power rankings.
I would too. Chargers an 11-win team from last year. Now that they've got a couple of tight end tackles healthy, maybe they're the upside. Vikings, a playoff team that waxed them last year.
Comparable to Washington. Kyler Murray's the quarterback. He's not very good. I wouldn't hate being above Minnesota, but overall, I would say maybe a hair behind them.
Mm-hmm. Colts at 19.
Okay, so this is the range, by the way.
Right. This is kind of the range to me. I get this is eye of the beholder. I would put the Colts ahead of them, but that's just sort of based on, last year the same qualifiers that they had with Washington about the potential injury for Daniels and stuff. This is a group that I'd go, hey, they're 20. Just top of my head, they're 22nd now. Arrow's trending up though. TBD, they could leave this position in short order, or if Daniels is hurt, it could be worse. But in that Colts, Steelers at 20, Saints at 21, Buccaneers at 22, in that bucket would make sense to me. And you could get offended if they're behind Carolina or ahead of Carolina. That's quibbling. But I'm with you. When you're in that bottom handful, it's basically like they're behind a team in Tennessee who has gone 6-11, 3-14, and 3-14 in consecutive years. Right? Like that is, you're basically saying this group is so inept, everyone's going to get fired. They can't even get their shoes tied. They can't even manage 11 of the same uniform on a given game day. Like that, you're in the don't even bother, you should be relegated type category.
Yeah.
And I think that's ridiculous.
It's crazy. I want to open up the phones on this for you guys next at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You want to jump in. 29th out of 32 teams. We rarely bring up power rankings preseason on this show. It's just not worth it. But this one seems particularly different than everything else, and it is reputable enough. It's NFL.com. Are we off base, or is that crazy that you would have them behind the Browns, behind teams like the Arizona Cardinals, who are supposed to be one of the worst teams in football? G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Joint practice today out in Ashburn with the Dolphins for the Washington Commanders. They looked impressive against Miami. They'll take on the Dolphins for their first preseason game coming up on Friday evening at 7 o'clock at Northwest Stadium. In baseball, Jackson Kent set to make his major league debut tonight on the mound for the Nationals. He has a 3.72 ERA this season between AA and AAA. Corresponding move for Jackson Kent coming up is the team DFA'd Miles Michaelis. David Peterson going to pitch for the Cubs tonight. He's 6-7 with a 5.35 ERA. Game 2 of the series tonight at 6:45. You can hear it right here on 106.7 The Fan. When you're ready to pop the question, thank Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
NFL.com ranked the Commanders the number 29 team in the NFL out of 32, behind some of the worst organizations in the sport going into the year, like the quarterbackless Cleveland Browns and the Arizona Cardinals, who most people think could end up picking first. Why do you think they did that, and is it an outrage? 800-636-1067. Can you make that case? Seems like a team that is mostly ranked in the 18 to 23 range, somewhere in there, fringe of the playoff contention. This is the outlier, and they seem to think that Daniel staying healthy is unlikely. Maybe that's what this is about. By the way, Luke Bryan, Jason Aldean tickets, we're giving those away in 30 minutes. Make sure you're listening at 4. We also have My Chemical Romance tickets at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. Our camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. So I told you, Danny, I would have them in the like the first couple of spots in the 20s, maybe in that, after hearing who's at 18 and 19 in the Colts-Giants range, somewhere there. Where would you have them?
22. Just intuitively, top of my head, that's probably where I'd put them. But you could quibble. You could put Tampa there, and you like them better, or you like Carolina better, or you know, the upside of somebody. Totally fine by me. If you're in that bottom of that middle tier bucket, because teams from that area are playoff teams every year. Go back to last year, where people were probably saying about Jacksonville, about the Chargers, about maybe a couple other squads that we now think of as royalty. I mean, the Patriots are coming off a pretty disastrous year. Did everybody think they'd be in the Super Bowl the way they were? So now that's a group that probably should be in the top 10. But to me, that early 20s, given how bad last year was, there's a little bit of you don't get the benefit of the doubt, like the Ravens do. The Ravens had a bad season last year. They're automatically right thrust back into the top 6 simply because Lifetime Achievement Award, last year looks like an outlier, whereas this group is or this view is, hey, the outlier is the time you were good. For the most part, it's been pretty disastrous.
Yeah, they don't deserve that benefit of the doubt. I don't think they should be treated as if last year was the fluke. 2024, to your point, is the year that's not like the rest of them, obviously. But there's just a difference between looking at this team, seeing flaws, putting them in a reasonable area, and then saying, you're worse than the Browns.
Yep.
Sorry. Not for me. Let's go to the phones. Shane is in Woodbridge on Grant and Danny. What do you make of this, Shane?
Hello, Latin Snake and Danny. How's it going this
What's up,
afternoon?
buddy? The Latin Snake. People sleep.
So I think it's definitely way too low. I agree with you guys. Probably low 20s is good. I mean, my goodness. I mean, they're basing it off Jaden getting hurt. Even if they start Mariota, those other teams like the Browns, like their quarterback's healthy or bad. So, like, I just don't understand that basis. And then they want to go by injury. The Giants, have you watched Jackson Dart play? He's the most reckless quarterback in the league, I think. Like, so there could be an injury there, too. I just don't get it. Way too low.
That's a good point, by the way. The word reckless is maybe the first word I use when I talk about Jackson Dart.
He thinks he's Cam Scatterbo.
Why are you holding that against Daniels and it doesn't come up with Dart in that conversation? That's a really good point, actually. There's a better chance, and I'm not suggesting. I'm not going to sit here again. We're not going to play Homer on G&D, right? I don't think Jaden Daniels plays 17 games this year. He probably doesn't play 16 games. I hope he plays 14 or 15. I think that's realistic. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he's not going to get hurt. But I'll tell you right now, there's a better chance Jackson Dart misses time than Jaden Daniels. Jackson Dart plays like he's in wrapped in blankets, and like he's got 3 sets of pads. I mean, he's acting like a fullback. Daniels has had some fluky things happen because he's got a small frame. Jackson Dart literally plays like he's Mike Allstott.
Yeah,
that's who he thinks he is.
Right, yeah. I mean, so I've been beating this drum that I think the Giants will be better. Everyone considers them a pushover. Oh, they're 4-13 last year. They stink. And I'm going, I don't think they're a 14-win team. I'm
They
not
might
telling
win
you
7
that.
games.
Yeah, I think they're going to be a pain in the ass. So they're probably where they should, maybe with the arrow again kind of trending up. An adult for a head coach. Now, it's way more Matt Nagy than I would want involved in my organization, but he's their OC. So, yeah, but it's a stabilizing, serious force there, and it's been unserious, quite frankly, for a while, and they've got some talent. They added Isaiah Likely, a guy that I think is going to be a difference maker for them. Who knows what Malik Neighbors' health holds. But that team is going to be much improved from giant pushover to, okay, that part of the bucket. So that makes sense to me. But the idea that Washington is multiple spots behind them, that's a tough sell.
Just for the sake of this conversation, in a world where Daniels isn't playing this year and Marcus Mariota is the quarterback, circuit to circuit, I still don't think they're a bottom 3 team in the NFL, just for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we're saying, oh, this is just because they don't think Daniels is going to stay healthy, this is still a pretty good roster. We can quibble over a position here or there. I'm out here every day. They got 5 tight ends that can play in the league. The wide receiver room is now deep. The Diggs addition changes everything at wide receiver, where they're going to cut a guy, whether it's Van Jefferson or Treylon Burks or De'Ami Brown. I don't think it will be him. But someone who's going to play and make catches in the NFL this year. You know what? Running back, they're going to cut someone who will be on another team and get carries this year, whether that's Jerome Ford or Jeremy McNichols or whoever that is. Like, it's a pretty solid roster. You watch this defense give the Dolphins fits today with Odafe Owe on one side and Caleb on Chase on another, and a guy like Leo Chanel, who they paid good money to in free agency, isn't going to start, may not get a ton of defensive reps early in the season if Sonny Styles comes on. This is a talented group. So even in a Marcus Mariota started, like, is Mariota worse than Deshaun Watson? No. Is he worse than Shedeur Sanders? No. Man, 29. It's just crazy. Joe in Atlanta, you're on the Fan. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener and even a longer fan. Since our first Super Bowl year, when I started watching the Redskins, and it blows my mind that our roster, we were 1 quarter away from going to the Super Bowl, and you're going to tell me that our roster today, the 53-man roster that's going to come is going to be way better. we're deeper at receiver, running back. The quarterback's smarter, and he knows what he has to do. He knows he has to get down. And it's just the NFL to me has always, since like 90, 91, maybe they gave us a little respect, but it seems like every year, they just don't ever consider us, elite. I don't know why. We're one of the best franchises in the history of this game, and I don't know. I thought when Snyder was gone that maybe we would have a shot. And with the new ownership, and they would look at us different, they changed the name, whatever. And it just blows my mind because
it's going to take a little more time,
take time, Joe.
Appreciate you listening. I'll tag you in here, Danny, but the bottom line is it takes more than 1 season in 24. I don't expect or want handouts. I don't expect to be treated like I belong already in the good team club. No one should think that 1 year changes anything. The only reason I'm taking this as disrespectful, and I almost never do, is I think it's just so extreme to the other side. But you don't get to be upset yet as a fan base because there just hasn't been enough deposits yet.
5 winning seasons in the last 26 years will do that. You know what I mean? Like, you and I know, Joe, because you follow this thing, right? That we know how it's a breath of fresh air that stupid Snyder's gone. It is. Everything's better. Now, there are matters of football decisions. Do you like that one? Not like that signing? Like this draft pick? You don't? That's just regular old conversation. We were talking about nothing they did mattered because that boob was in charge. This is not the case now. You know what I mean? There is no anchor around your waist when you're trying to run the 100-meter dash. Now, whether a player is good, bad, or indifferent, and there's one incredible sample and one pretty bad sample, you need to stack a few more before people start to kind of turn their attention. If you're a blogger in, I don't know, in Phoenix right now, how privy are you to the fact that this org is operating at a much higher capacity without Dan Snyder? just in terms of community relations and things and outreach and being nice to players and inducting guys and retiring their jerseys and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't get to you. You're just going, yep, 5-12 quarterback was busted up last year. They were old and slow, and they haven't really had much hits out of their draft over the last couple of seasons. It's much easier to do that kind of quick and dirty view as you're kind of doing these kind of national rankings. I couldn't give you a deep dive on every bit of nuance about every football team right now, just the same way that that we do talking about here, Washington here. Like, I don't know everything that's going on with the Carolina Panthers right now this minute and some of the position battles and how close things are. Just because we're following this thing, they're in Carolina right now. Maybe people are freaking out on Charlotte radio, going, "How can we be this low? We were a playoff team last year, and look at the ascension." So everybody's probably got a little bit of a gripe, a bone to pick, but yeah, we've got to give it another couple of seasons of hopefully good deposits before we can yell about disrespect. Because more often than not, you put us at the bottom of the power rankings, you were right over the last 26 seasons.
I was going to say, if you always pick Washington to have a losing season and not to be good, you're going to be right like 4/5 of the time over a long, long time. But I guess I'm just asking for have them in the right range of not one of the best teams in the league. Tom's in Germantown on Grant and Danny wants to hop in on the fan. Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey, to be honest with you, this scares me to death. I mean, when you see 29, you got to figure, well, maybe they think, the quarterback's fragile. Maybe they think this is an RG3 rerun. And I don't want to think that, but it's kind of scary to see that.
If you buy the idea that they have some knowledge, sure. I just think it's a arbitrary ranking where they're taking a potential worst case scenario. Seems like they're low on Quinn, which is understandable enough, I guess. And they think Jaden's not going to be healthy. In terms of the Robert Griffin referenced, look, I just watched the practice today that Griffin in this offense could not have had. And this is not, man, I'm throwing shade on him, and I'm not trying to take a shot at him, shrapnel years down the road. I'm just saying this quarterback is different and is just a better passer in a pro-style offense. I mean, he's under center, he's booting, he's making decisions and throws, he's layering throws at the second level. This is not that. Now, could teams confuse him? Could he have bad games, and could he be disappointing, I guess, as the year goes on somehow because someone figures something out? Yeah, I don't know that he's above that necessarily. Patrick Mahomes has had pretty pedestrian numbers off and on the last few seasons. But based on what I just watched today, he's taken to this offense pretty well. And this is not some one-trick pony in a design scheme.
Yeah, I know people bristle and they get so upset when you reference them both in the same sentence when anybody does in any kind of direction. But the part that's worth it to me in making those comparisons is the injury part of it. Like, that part is what's on my mind. Less so about playing styles and different schemes and different things like that. I think you illustrated the difference very well just now. But the guy that runs around, guy that gets hit too much, guy that gets folded up, otherwise, on the thinner may not be the right word, but on the more slender style, Gumby type player that gets bent around, it's all gravy until it's not, until that one hit changes everything. That's, to me, the comp. I feel the same way about Daniels. I'm so nervous the same way I was about Griffin after that Haloti Ngata hit.
Beltway Blitz is 20 minutes away, covering the Nats, who have a debuting prospect on the mound tonight, and the Commanders, among other teams. At that time, at 4 o'clock, we're also going to be giving away tickets to Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan, so you've got to be listening. Our double play is next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Sponsored by FH Fur, it's time for our double play. For 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, AC, and electrical. Absolutely the best. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I'm out here in Ashburn after joint practices with the Dolphins. Emptying out the notebook with you over the next couple hours on everything we saw. Danny's back in our D.C. studios right here on the Fan.
Chiefs, today my double play comes to you from Mamueli, I don't even know how to say this word, high school in Mamuel, Arkansas. It's in Arkansas. After practicing and completing football drills for around an hour, one of the football players, whose name has been withheld because he's a minor, he's under 18, so that's not important. Everybody's fine. A student athlete alerted his coaching staff that he felt an unusual moving sensation inside his headgear. Upon inspection, the defensive coordinator and athletic staff discovered a live pit viper tightly wedged behind the helmet's protective interior padding. I say that again. A live snake of some sort was hiding in this player's helmet, and he was wearing the helmet for about an hour. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? So apparently it's either a pit viper, cottonmouth. I've heard different names for this terrifying slither monster. But a 2-foot snake was coiled up inside this dude's helmet. Because these kind of snakes, they look for like shadows and like terrifying places to hide, and that's like their DNA. That's kind of what they do. And this poor kid had one in his helmet, and I cannot even imagine ever feeling comfortable ever again. But that's the story.
You ever hear the stories of people who get home and someone was in their house?
Yes.
And like the doors open
Yeah.
and someone went through your jewelry and you're like, someone was definitely in here.
A happened to a very good friend of mine, and I know where you're going with this.
You never quite feel the same, and every time you get home now it's a little bit uneasy. The best version I've got for myself, I've told you this before, but last year I got in my car and it stunk of body odor, and I'm like, what is going on in here? Like, I normally smell okay. What is? And then I realized there were things strewn all over my back seat that were from like my glove box.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, why is that out? I haven't seen that pen in forever. What is that doing there? And then it dawned on me all at once. I'm like, oh, someone rifled through my glove box, was sitting in my car long enough for God knows how long.
Yeah, and this person stunk?
Oh, they smell terrible. I mean, it literally, you know how like if you have that stale,
yes.
If you're skinny, you won't know this smell. But like if you get McDonald's the next day or like Five Guys the next day, your car kind of smells like that stale fast food or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
It smelled just like body odor in my car, like armpits. And I'm like, somebody who smelled bad sat in my car for an extended period of time and just went through everything. And it's all over the floor. But I felt, this is a big word that I'm going to say, probably using too lightly here, but I felt violated. I did not feel comfortable in my own car. I'm like, somebody was in here. This is terrible. I get back to this moment. How do you ever wear that helmet again?
Yeah.
The next time you're practicing.
No trust in anything.
The next day. You don't want to use your hands to check the area where the snake was, but do you have to use a stick? Do you poke at it? Do you give it to a grown-up, a coach or something, and say, sir, will you make sure there's no snake? I mean, you have to check every time ever for the history of the rest of your time wearing a helmet playing football or any hat or any helmet. Like, your trust in headgear is gone forever.
Any article of clothing, anything that's going to go on your person, and like any place. I don't even know how to. I cannot. Again, this kid apparently he's tough as nails. He just picked up a different helmet, and the snake was so comfortable in the helmet that it took this huge process to get it out of there. Like they had to call local authorities and like multiple animal control people are sort of brainstorming. They had to basically fill the helmet with water to get the snake to come up to the surface because he was so comfortable inside the playing helmet. Like it wrapped around the padding part that goes directly on your head. And it's just sitting up there going, yeah, this is worth it to me to be wrapped around this padding, even though I'm next to the, some teenager's sweaty head. This is too comfortable. I ain't giving it up. This is my house now. Oh, my God, I can't imagine. I cannot imagine.
That's terrible. I saw a video. In fact, our old producer, Brendan Darr, sent it to me yesterday, and he said maybe Danny was right. And at first, I didn't even realize. I'm like watching it 2 or 3 times going, what the hell is he talking about? Because it's like a 9-second clip, and I don't see anything. And what is he even referencing? And then it dawns on me. So it's a car going down the road, and if you closely look at the windshield, a snake comes out from under the hood of the car.
Oh my God!
And it's a long ass snake, by the way, and it proceeds to like, they don't crawl. What would you, the slither?
Slither. They
slide
slither.
along?
They do, yeah.
Yeah, slither. So it slithers along basically where the windshield meets the plastic in the car. Do you know what I'm saying? Above
Yes,
the
I
hood?
do, yeah.
And it just kind of goes along there while the car's going down the road at like 60 miles an hour. And it's a big snake. Like, this is like, you know, the length of the car, kind of, and it just laying across the whole hood of the car and just starts like sliding up on the windshield, basically. Just was in the motor, I guess. Just decided to go for a ride on a warm day.
It's nice and warm in there. I'll just go there, said the snake. Oh.
These snakes, man, you just don't know where they're going to be at any given moment.
This is why I'm so afraid. It is that and the slithering and the puncturing and the fangs and the terrifying nature of them. But they're here right now, and you just don't know. You don't know where they could be. It could be in your football helmet. Ugh.
Have you ever? This is a different beast. This happened to me one time. It's the closest probably I've gotten to the kid putting on the helmet with a snake in it. Have you ever gone to drink a soda can that you left like sitting out or whatever in the warm heat? Pool or something. I was at a swimming pool, and a bee is in the can and stings inside your mouth.
So
that happened to me when I was a kid. I was probably 13 to 15 something, but I go to pour the Coke into my mouth, and I'm like, oh my God, what was that? And then it's literally a bee just stings inside your mouth because it was inside the Coke.
Which is a hoot. Happened to my sister, and I saw it happen in slow motion. She actually had a bottle of Coca-Cola, and last second, I see it in there. And all I could do was go, like, you can't like articulate. Don't drink that right now. There's a bee in there. Like you couldn't get that out quick enough. And she kind of looks at me like, what? As it stung her lip. I just felt so terrible. That looked like it hurt a lot. Remember, I got stung by a Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket yesterday, moving a dead frog off my driveway. We shouldn't forget about that. That's disgusting.
Yeah, minor detail. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
My doctor got bit by a copperhead.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was moving his canoe.
We had the audacity to move his canoe.
He went down to grab his canoe, and there were a bunch of leaves in the canoe, and he went to grab all the leaves out of the canoe to, like, throw them, on the ground. And there was a copperhead under the leaves that bit him in the hand. And he had killed the copperhead, and he brought it in with him to the hospital. And he, like, slaps it down on the table in a bag, and he's like, this is the guy that bit me. I don't know. Why do you have to bring the snake to
Which
the hospital?
antivenom? If you can, and by the way, that so much about that's so annoying to me. Not that you're.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, I'm glad your doctor's fine. Obviously, it's a huge deal. But they want to know, like, the guide, what to do if you're bit by a snake. These like terrible, like horrible, unimaginable thing. And it's like, see if you can trap the snake and bring it with you, and so they can figure out which antivenom to use. And it's like, oh, get right on that. With my swollen black and blue poisoned body, I'll just go ahead and trap the snake with something and haul it on down to I'll drive it with me in shotgun. I'll put a seatbelt on it and let it slither around in my car while I bring it to the hospital center. But that's one of the things they say to do, so they know which one to try to help you with.
I just had an idea that you and I should go to, like, a fortune teller or something, and I should just pay them to say you're going to get bitten by a snake, just to get in your head a little bit.
I'm so in my head. Did I tell you that there's a little, I don't know if it's a salamander, commander salamander. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like a little chameleon type thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like a little tiny lizard.
As a pet or like outside?
No, outside. And I saw the end of the tail go underneath some of our little, like brick, stone, whatever you want to call it, walkway. So the only thing I saw was the tail, and I go, oh my God, it's a snake. We have to move. That's it. Like, burn the house. Take what you can carry, and we're out of here. And then I saw it again, like later that night, and I was like, oh, I saw the front of it too. So it's just a dumb lizard. So that's fine.
Lizards are okay.
Yeah, it's fine that it's a lizard. I don't care. That's not going to do anything to me. That's not going to ruin my dreams. But there was a legitimate several minute time period where I go, they're here. They've decided my house is next.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get you ready for the Beltway Blitz next. Also, remember, as soon as we return, we've got those tickets. Luke Bryan, Jason Aldean. You got to be listening to the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Joint practice today in Ashburn, Commanders and Dolphins. Wrapped up a little bit earlier today with the Commanders looking really impressive out on the practice field today. Jaden Daniels shined through. Commanders will take on the Dolphins on Friday for the preseason opener that'll kick off at 7 o'clock at Northwest Stadium. Baseball, Nats taking on the Cubs, game 2 of the 3-game series at Nats Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jackson Kent, the lefty, set to make his major league debut for the Nationals. He has a 3.72 ERA between AA and AAA this season. Miles Michaelis was DFA'd as a corresponding move. David Peterson starts for the Cubs. He's 6-7 with a 5.35 ERA. Nats and Cubs, 6:45 right here on the Fan. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win tickets to see Luke Bryan and Jason Aldean at Nationals Park. The show is coming up later this month, August 20th, 8 days from now. Tickets and event information are available at thefandc.com/events. Congrats to whoever wins those tickets. We've got Luke Bryan, Jason Aldean tickets at 4 all week long on the Fan, exclusively here on Grant and Danny. That'll be a good concert. That's one of those, Danny, where that's an all-day long endeavor for a lot of people. They're going to be in the Navy Yard pre-gaming and then heading on over to the show. Should be fun.
Hey, get your coffee, get your energy drinks, make sure you're hydrated. It's a long evening, but it's a long day, rather. But well worth it. I do like those. I've actually done 2 Nats post games, basically recently with the concerts afterwards. It is bizarre trying to break down a C.J. Abrams second inning double with like super loud music like right behind you from the letterbox there in left field. But it's fun.
Yeah. To be clear, this is not a post-game Nats game concert. This is one of the big 40,000 people at Nats Park
right.
concerts with Aldean and Luke Bryan. But, yeah, they do their concert series as well, where they have some of their smaller acts come through throughout the baseball season. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover football in just a few moments, but let's start you off on the diamond. Talking about the Nats, Josh Wetzel, who is the play-by-play broadcaster for the Rochester Red Wings at the AAA level. That's the Nats 3A affiliate. He's also part of the Nationals radio network as one of the fill-ins for Charlie and Dave. And Josh, I want to start with the starting pitcher tonight. Fun storyline. I'm always a sucker for a prospect getting the call, making his debut, and today that's lefty pitching prospect Jackson Kent, who you've seen a good bit of. Tell us about the southpaw.
Yeah, I think he's been really good. I think, I didn't know a lot about him when he got promoted to AAA, I guess, in May, and he's been impressive. And I think he's actually maybe pitched a little bit better than, the ERA might indicate. He had a couple of bumpy outings here and there, but overall he's been really good, and I'm anxious to see how he does tonight. I think he's got a chance to be a pretty good major league starting pitcher.
What's the stuff like?
Yeah, he throws 4 pitches, and the fastball is, around 94 miles an hour. He probably throws a little bit harder than I anticipated. And he's got a curve ball, a slider, and a changeup. Against lefties, it's primarily the fastball and the slider, and then he kind of mixes it up a little bit more against right-handers. But I think it's 4 quality pitches, and he works very quick. That's something I think you're going to notice right away. In fact, sometimes you maybe might need to slow him down a little bit, but he works very quickly. You can tell he's very competitive. Tries to throw a lot of first pitch strikes and really kind of comes right after guys. So he's been successful here. He's done it against some pretty good AAA lineups, and I guess we'll see how he does tonight now against the Cubs, who have obviously a very good lineup.
When it's not going well, what does it look like? I'm looking at that month of July where that whip climbed a little bit, looks like a few more hits than innings pitched, but still obviously very capable, not an embarrassment by any stretch, Josh. But when it's not going right for him, what does it look like?
Yeah, I think there were a couple of games there where maybe things snowballed a little bit, where he didn't slow the game down enough, where, again, he was maybe working a little bit too quickly and just had a couple of clunker outings maybe that kind of blew up that whip a little bit. But He's given up some homers, which I think is going to happen, with a guy who throws as many strikes as he does and comes after hitters. So he's going to give up some long balls, I think. But overall, it's been good. I mean, he's really been solid. And like I say, I've been very, very impressed with him.
Miles Michaelis was DFA'd to make room for the Jackson Kent promotion and debut, although there'll be a corresponding move because I guess there's a couple of other things happening. I'm curious about Luis Perales, though. I would like to see him be the next guy in line to get an opportunity here, whether that's as a true starter or in some bulk capacity, pitching a few innings at a time. I'm sure he's on some kind of restriction because of his injury history. They like him long-term as a starter. I've still talked to a lot of people that feel like maybe he'll be in the pen. No, he throws 100. What have you made out of him this year? The guy he got traded for, Jake Bennett, has been dealing in Boston at the big league level.
And coincidentally, I've heard some scouts who compare Kent a little bit to Jake Bennett, actually, because similar size, they have big extension, that sort of thing. But, Perales took the mound yesterday. He needed to work an inning and a third to reach a new career high in innings pitched for one season, and I figured he would easily eclipse that. Well, he went an inning and two-thirds is all yesterday. He threw 50 pitches. They pulled him after that. He really had a tough go of it yesterday. I think they were holding him down to 50 or so pitches intentionally, whether that's due to a pending call-up or whatever. I don't have any idea, to be honest with you. But, when he's been on, he's looked really, really good. But he can look very good and also like a very raw pitcher within the same start. 2 starts ago, facing a Scranton lineup, the Yankees AAA team that's really, really good. He absolutely dominated them the first 2 innings. And then, the third, fourth, and the fifth were real challenges, like you flip the switch. So there's still consistency issues, I think, there where, again, he kind of gets out of his mechanics maybe a little bit and sprays the ball around. The stuff is really good. The fastball and the splitter are really, really good. I mean, he throws, like you say, very hard. He'll pretty much sit at 98 to 100 most of the time, and that splitter gets a ton of swings and misses. That's been the big thing. They forced him to throw that splitter a lot more, and he gets a lot more swings and misses with that splitter. And he's been more of a 2-pitch guy, I would say, the last month and a half or so than earlier in the year when he wasn't throwing that splitter as much. He was throwing more of the cutter and the slider. He's not throwing those 2 pitches as much anymore. But right now it's just a matter of consistency because when he's on, he's really good. But unfortunately, sometimes he gets out of whack a little bit.
Josh, give us a scouting report about some other guys down there at AAA who are tearing the cover off the ball on the offensive side. Everyone from Yo-Yo Morales, Trey Lipscomb. We're now seeing Andrew Pinckney up in the show, Seaver King, and the like. What are we seeing from some of the bats?
Yeah, Seaver and Yo-Yo were both on the injured list for a little while, and they both recently come back and done really well. Seaver, I think, hitting .333 at his 9 games since coming off the injured list. He's been playing a good shortstop. Yo-Yo has played, I think, 4 games since coming off the injured list with a little bit of a hand issue. He's already hit a couple of home runs. Trey Lipscomb's been really good this year, guys, with 21 homers, which has shattered his previous career high. He's played good defense. This is the best offensive season Trey's had since he's been in pro ball. And another guy that's actually been hitting the cover off the ball is Riley Adams. Riley's been absolutely killing it until maybe the last 3 or 4 games. He's been hitting the ball really hard. So the offense has been really lights out. In fact, they've gone, I think it's 6 games in a row now in which they've hit 2 or more homers. Some of the guys hitting home runs are players who just came up from Double-A that, a lot of people didn't even have on maybe their prospect radar screen as much and have been doing well. So offensively, there's a lot of things going right now with this Red Wings team for sure.
Good info. We appreciate you as always, Josh. Be good. Thank you.
You got it, guys. Hopefully Ken pitches well tonight.
Yeah, fingers are crossed. I'll be over there tonight working post-game. Let's go around the NFL here. We'll do it in studio, Danny and I, and get you the latest on pigskin around football. Michael Penix said his doctor told him, Danny, that his ACL is, quote, amazing, and he should never have any more knee problems for the rest of his career. This feels like a Donald Trump quote a little bit. You could probably do a good impression of, like, I have the best ACL, and it'll never bother me again. It's just a funny quote from Michael Penix. He's had, I think, 3 knee surgeries, and he has an amazing ACL, apparently.
Yeah, listen, I'm a Penix fan. I'm rooting for him. I hope he does well. This was the thing that scared me. He had 2 during his time in college and has now had a 3rd ACL procedure. I don't know how to say this respectfully. I don't believe you. I know that's what he's not going to say. Yep, I'm pretty much arthritic and I look like Danny getting out of bed at age almost 47 most days as an NFL quarterback. What's he supposed to say? But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of the death sentence. But that would be nice if he was able to rejuvenate and have a nice career.
Rashee Rice in the news. Ian Rappaport today, NFL Network, says that Rice will not be suspended for violating his probation. Remember, he got in trouble for the marijuanas. I don't remember if it was possession or he was seen smoking or what happened.
Something,
but he had a probation where he wasn't allowed to get in trouble, and then he did, and he had to spend 30 days in jail based on marijuana usage during his probation. But the league is not going to crack down on him again. He has served multiple suspensions already, but after a 30-day jail sentence, the league says no issue with them this time.
This is an unbelievably talented player. And listen, Tyreek Hill is one of one in terms of weaponry. I mean, the years that he and Mahomes had together, you're not recreating that. This is a different type of player. But his per game, like when he plays, this is, I mean, last year I think it was a 70-plus yard per game pace, which doesn't sound like much, but that's 1,200 yards basically. I mean, he was on his way to a massive, massive season. And he hasn't been available very much at all. Like you go back to his rookie year, just under 1,000 yards with 7 touchdowns with a better supporting cast. But this is a guy that is uber talented, and the sky's the limit. But the thing that always seems to get in the way is Rashee Rice.
Jeremy Fowler was at Jets camp, says to look out for a massive leap from A.D. Mitchell. Remember, the former first-round wide receiver already traded away from the Colts to the Jets, had a big long catch last year, closed the season with 300 yards in 8 games as a Jet. But he's been the talk of their camp. They want to get him more involved. He's always been a really talented guy that I thought should be better than he is over the last couple of years. Maybe he'll get a shot to be on a bad team with a pretty bad skill group.
Well, there you go, right? I mean, you said it. When there's not that much in your ways, I'm just thinking of this from a fantasy perspective, right? When there's nobody really bothering you or it's going to interrupt your opportunities for legitimate playing time, and then the next phase is targets, and somebody's going to catch the ball. Someone is going to get carries. Someone is going to get targets. And, that opportunity there in New York presents as good a spot as any with the reunion of Geno Smith back there. Now, nobody's saying they're going to write home and say they saw Joe Montana 2.0, but that's a competent, steady Eddie veteran force now that's been around this league a couple times. So that's not a terrible situation.
Shouldn't surprise you that Ben Johnson's ultra confident and says things that annoy people. The head coach of the Chicago Bears saying today he wants to break the NFL's record for most points in a season in the 2026 campaign. 37.9 points per game is what the record-holding team scored. Obviously, there's more games now than back then. I think it was the 2013 55-touchdown Peyton Manning-led Denver Broncos. But Ben Johnson putting his flag in the ground today, saying he expects his team to break that record. All right, let's localize the football conversation. David Harrison, WUSA 9, Locked On, joins us now. Was out at the joint practices. David, there were definitely stretches where Washington was giving Miami the business.
Oh, definitely, yeah. So I got to watch. As you guys know, we were on 2 different fields. I watched the Commanders receivers go one-on-one with the Dolphins DBs, and then I watched all of the defensive teams drills, 11-on-11s against the Miami Dolphins offense. And yeah, Commanders defense. I don't know how many brownies they're going to have to hand out there, but a lot of brownies are going to go out today in that defensive room.
So what do we make of it? That's a good. I'd rather have that than not, David. Obviously, I'd rather hear that than they got manhandled by a team that's going to be pretty bad. But what does that really mean in the grand scheme of things? Like again, I'd rather hear it than not. But how much stock do I get to put into that?
No, you just said it, right? This is the team that's projected to be last in the AFC East. They're not expected to be very good. I've taken the stance on our national Locked On NFL show that I think that their franchise quarterback is not on the roster. And they're probably 2 or 3 years away from it being really legitimate as an organization, again, if they even get there, that quickly. So, you do want to keep it all in context. But I think the good thing is, when you talk about the status of a team, good teams can win games, right? But the best teams in the league, look, they take BTA to teams that they're supposed to do that to, right? And when you look at the Commanders on paper and you hear, what we're saying and what we're seeing at camp about how good they look and how in sync they look, and you look at what the Dolphins are right now, this is the performance that you should see. So you got what you should have gotten, you know what I mean, from the expectation. Right. So it's good, but yeah, I mean, nobody should be planning Super Bowl routes by any means.
David, who were your defensive standouts today?
Oh, man, there was a bunch, man. Charles Omenihu was one of them, just constantly in the backfield. I mean, Dafe Owe was doing his thing, but, like, he's such a good player. It's like, oh, Terry McLaurin got a touchdown. Okay, next note, right? Caleb on Chason actually came off the field at one point, hobbled, got stretched out, went back on the field, and just continued to be all around the ball. And then how can we not give Mikey Sainristil some love? The first interception by the first-team defense all camp, and it's a pick six, and it was a great play. It was a great play by Mikey.
So I wanted to ask you about him. The scuttlebutt, again, it's so hard to figure out what's what and what guys are working on and what the mandates are, et cetera. But, based on me reading the tweets of people that are there, David, it sounds like Sainristil has not had the best of camps. Just kind of give me your temperature check on him.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not been as good as, a lot of us had some high hopes for Mikey, with Durante Jones' system. Kind of felt like, okay, Mikey might fit this system really well. And obviously Durante had his own good things to say about Mikey when he joined the staff. So I think a lot of people had high hopes for him and things like that. And even I went back to last year before Dorrance Armstrong got injured and that pass rush all but disappeared. He was having, near, not quite, but near Pro Bowl level, production against opposing quarterbacks. That's not been the case. He's given us some routes. He's gotten beaten by some guys out there on the field in one-on-ones and in the team drills and things like that. And, from today, so again, I was on the offensive side for the one-on-ones, but hearing from our friends who were on the defensive side during the one-on-ones, he got beat multiple times in the one-on-one drills. We all know that the one-on-ones, you got to take a grain of salt for them. What I did like is in the teams drills, Mikey never got beat. He never got, there was never a point where you're like, okay, like, what are you doing, number 0? Things like that. And then, like I said, that interception, he's actually on a different guy, but he reads Malik Willis. He reads the routes. He knows when to shoot his shot, and he absolutely just beautifully, man. I mean, like Michael Jackson couldn't have slid over into that lane any smoother, stepped in front of that ball, picked it off, and I mean, he took, it wasn't a practice return. That thing's going to the house in a real game as well.
Come Friday night, I now believe that we're going to see almost none starting activity. None, that's probably not the right terminology. Very few reps from starters. I can speak for a living. Is that how you see it after today? I mean, it was a lot of work from the ones.
Yeah, honestly, I think, the list of guys that sat out practice on Tuesday, I think that's probably the list of guys that's going to sit out the game on Friday. You know what I mean? I think that's probably the way. That's kind of the easy copy-paste way to go about it. I feel like those guys are probably not going to suit up Friday, and you'll see the depth rotation. And I think also there's a reason they went out and, they signed the DC Defenders linebacker, yesterday. And I think that's partially for special teams. Special teams is a linebacker heavy, rotation these days, but also, how long do you want to keep Sonny in there? How long do you want to keep Frankie, Leo Chenal? I think you'd rather get a rotation of Jordan McGee, Ale Cajo, Kane Madrano, and their newest addition in there to get those reps. So I think that opens the door for that, by adding another linebacker. So, yeah, I'm with you. I don't think we're going to get a lot of, starting experience. So, rust up, get your sleep. It's not going to be an exciting Friday night, but it's going to be an important Friday night for the development of the team.
What about for the second preseason game? Do you think we'll get non-starter activity?
I'm kidding. I love that phrase, by the way. Like that needs to be the phrase. Like that's got to go on a shirt. I think Detroit is going to be like the dress rehearsal. Truthfully.
Yeah. I just wanted to use that turn of phrase that Grant invented there.
I'll ask one more question about starting.
Non-starter activity.
It seems like the Dolphins have none good starters.
Activity.
That's not really a question.
Look, they got some guys. They got some guys. It was good to see Cole Turner flash, right? Like it's practice, so it's okay. But Cole Turner, like always a dude I enjoyed, covering and talking to when he was here. So getting to see him make a little bit of a play during practice was awesome. But didn't end up in the end zone, so that's even better for the Commanders' defense. So good mixture there.
There you go. David, we appreciate you. We'll be watching you on TV9. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you guys.
You got it. There's David Harrison locked on. These Commanders was out here at the joint practice today. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Coming up in 40 minutes at 5 o'clock, we do have tickets to My Chemical Romance at Nationals Park a little over a week from right now. So make sure you're listening if you want those. I wanted to get back into some of the activity from today that stood out. Also, we talked about Joe Theismann's number 7 and the fact that it's going to be up to the team as to whether or not Stephon Diggs gets to wear that number. Been a little bit surprised by just how strong fan reaction has been in one direction on this. We get into that as we continue on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circus Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Love that. Get with your buddies and play point spread football all year long. I love Circus Survivor. That's the one I've done. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins it all, and then Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere, $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
This update is brought to you by COP Defense Properties. In the NFL, the Commanders had a joint practice with the Dolphins today out in Ashburn. They're gearing up for their preseason opener coming up Friday night at Northwest Stadium against Miami. That'll kick off at 7 o'clock. Baseball tonight, the Nationals taking on the Cubs for Game 2 of the series, looking to get back in the win column. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on The Fan. A Major League debut tonight on the mound for the Nationals. Jackson Kent will make his debut. He has a 3.72 ERA this season between AA and AAA. The corresponding move for Kent coming up is Miles Michaelis was DFA'd by the team. David Peterson goes to the Hill for the Cubs. Are you a road technician that is tired of the outdoor service grind? COPT Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services, competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at coptcopt.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Out in Ashburn, I'm Grant Paulson, back in our DC studios. He's Danny Rouillet. You're listening to G&D on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15 and pregame ahead of Nats baseball today. I do want to get back into the joint practice that was the big story out here today at training camp, and frankly, the most important day Washington's going to have all camp long. They'll get one more joint practice like this, assuming the Ravens don't bail again this year, Danny. They're supposed to practice against the Ravens on the 26th of August at their place before preseason game number 3.
Now, if I was Bryce Petty, Richard Petty, Tom Petty, I might cancel on them at the 11th hour like they did to Washington, but I do think the work is more important than being petty. I'm just saying I would have half a mind to do that, given they left us in the Jason Bishop, a.k.a. the Lurch, last year. But yes, assuming they don't bail again, which I think is under-talked about, but I cannot believe they did that, that's kind of the second big milestone in terms of the work that we're going to be able to see. Because, again, if it's trending in the direction that you think, I think a lot of people think it, by the way, we're not going to see much action in the first preseason game in terms of real contributors, at least early in the season, then that second dress rehearsal against the Lions may be all we get. Who knows how much will be of that. That second go-round of joint practice with a quality opponent this time, where you're leveling up in difficulty, is going to tell us a lot.
I think about a quarter of Game 2 against the Lions preseason action might be the extent of what we see from the top players on this team. There's going to be guys maybe that don't play at all, Terry and a couple guys. But I think for the starters, you might only see that because you get the joint work before Games 1 and 3 anyway. But Dan Quinn will have more on that, I'm sure, as we get closer to the end of training camp here and closer to preseason game number 2. Preseason opener Friday night out at Northwest Stadium. Will be good to see the team back at that stadium for the first time since the winter, and I'm sure there are a lot of fans that'll tailgate and just get back into the flow of going out to the stadium again. Forget the import of the game or the lack thereof. Who's playing and who isn't. It'll be good for people to just be back in the environment where you're smelling the natural grass of Northwest Stadium. And for people like me, where that's your happy place, you've been going since you were a little kid, that's funny thing to say about that stadium, but for a lot of people, that's one of their favorite places on the planet because it's where the football team plays. So that'll be a good thing come Friday night.
Yeah, indeed.
I've heard a lot of feedback from our interview with Joe Theismann. In fact, Danny, several people the last couple days, both just on the phone, texting me, hitting me up, sending me notes, and then today out here at practice, brought up our interview with Joe Theismann. A lot of fans calling me over to the rope today and talking to me and going, hey, good thing you guys got Joe Theismann on. That was interesting what he said about Diggs wearing number 7. But I have been pretty surprised by how little debate there's been. I'm not going to act like it's 100-0, but the Junkies had a poll today. It was decidedly pro the team coming out and telling Diggs you can't wear 7. I thought it would have been way more 50-50 or a lot of people suggesting, oh, just give him number 7. We're excited he's here. He's a really good player. He's important to the team. But I kind of like this because it shows that there is a reverence for Theismann number 1, but also I think there's a big difference between a guy getting drafted at quarterback who's expected to be the face of your franchise for years to come, getting that number, and a hired gun skill position player who signs a 1-year deal to come in here and catch 70 balls. It's just a different thing.
Yeah. Now, again, I love Diggs, and I hope he's here for longer than a year. I hope it all works out, and I hope he's now matured and has some of the immaturity things behind him that have sort of led to some self-sabotage in some of the places that he's been. It's just, this is kind of where he winds down his career, puts together 3, maybe 4 great seasons, really good seasons even, to kind of solidify his Hall of Fame case. That's my ideal, right? That this honeymoon sort of works out and everybody, we make beautiful music. That said, this is one of those, and again, we're brushing up against politics for a second. I hope everybody's okay. We think what you think. We agree with you. What we, the thing we hate is the bad thing, and the good thing is obviously good. Why can't people see that? But they call these on this is like one of those like hot button little bits of terminology they use on all the shouty shows that you guys like. One of those kitchen table 80-20 issues, I think, right? Where everybody kind of, like if you're young and don't know much about Joe Theismann, maybe you don't care as much and you go, what the number's available, why can't I just wear it? But everybody, like from my age that saw him play it, just for me at the very end, to anybody older and then like my younger brother type generation, which, might include you, would go, yeah, obviously you can't hit, that's a legend. You can't wear the Legends jersey. It's just because the previous regime was so stupid and they have a backlog of retired jerseys. That guy's getting his jersey retired any second. Please don't even mess with it. That's obvious. Why are we having a discussion? So that's one of those like 80-20 kitchen table issues.
If you guys missed Theismann on the show a couple days ago, you can grab the audio wherever you get your interviews, your podcasts. But this was Theismann when asked if Diggs had reached out to him and if he'd fielded a phone call or had a conversation about giving him his blessing to wear number 7.
Well, it isn't a question of me letting him wear it. I mean, it's a decision that the Commanders are going to make, not me. I have, the jersey belongs to the football team. I was blessed and fortunate enough to be able to wear it for 12 years, and honored to be able to wear it for 12 years. But that's a decision that the club's got to make.
And if it stopped there, and I tweeted out that quote, basically, and I think a lot of people took that to mean Theismann doesn't really care if he wears the uniform number 7 or not. And I don't know if you listened to the whole interview if that would have been my takeaway. He definitely did the right thing. Well, let me say it this way. I think he could easily come out and just say, I don't want him to wear it. But he did the classy thing. He did the very professional thing by kind of putting the ball in the team's court and saying it's not about me. This was Theismann doubling down on it's not up to him, it's up to the team.
Like I said, the number is there. Like I said, I wore it very proudly for the fans, for our football franchise, and had a sort of a degree of success being able to wear it. And like I said, it was a great honor. But it's not my call. So I leave it to the Commanders to make the decision that they feel is best for the football team, and leave it at that.
And then lastly, this is kind of how he ended this section of the conversation when we were talking about his personal feelings on Diggs wearing number 7.
Guys, I hope you understand at this point, I'm not getting into it.
Yeah.
It's the club's call. It's not my decision, and we'll just go from there.
I'm not getting into it. So I think if you heard the interview, at least for me, I came away thinking he'd prefer he not wear it, but he's not going to say that, and it's up to the team, not him. And I just keep saying the team should come out and say he's not going to wear it. But the fact that he hasn't changed to number 7 yet makes me think we're headed in that direction.
Same here. And again, this is a little bit maybe more delicate. I think it's more delicate maybe than some folks do in terms of sort of gently telling Diggs, hey, maybe please don't bark up this tree. We also don't want a big public statement to then embarrass him, and now you're doing kind of a war through the media, et cetera. I'm hoping that it was just somebody with some authority, right, to be able to pull him aside and just say, hey, man, this one ain't worth it. You didn't know this. You kind of kicked a hornet's nest. Not your fault. You just had a very innocent tweet where you're expressing your desire for something, and it was all in good fun. But there's a little bit of water under the bridge here. There's a little bit of dramatics here from years past. Joe was in an awkward spot, etc. He's incredibly gracious. He'll never say anything about it, so on and so forth. But let's just not bark up this tree, and here's 14 for you.
But do you think the team should, I would like the team to come out. They don't have to put out a statement. You don't have to release a press release on it. But in the same way that we talked about, in the past, they could get the word out on anything. You could just tell one of the reporters you're friendly with, hey, just an FYI, Diggs won't be wearing number 7. We're going to do right by Joe Theismann. Something like that. I mean, it would be very, very easy for them to do that. And I'm guessing we're headed toward him not wearing 7, and that's what's happening. But I think it would be cool just to kind of end it. And it's also a layup for them. They've done everything in their power, and they've batted 1,000 at being reverential to the greats what better way right now than to stand by Theismann publicly, essentially, when you've got a young player asking for his number, which happened with the last regime, and guess what they did?
Yeah.
They said, oh, yeah, you should definitely take the number from one of our legends. No problem, guy who hasn't played it down here.
Yeah, because you're the new toy, and you went to school with my son. I mean,
Right.
that was literally kind of where they were coming from on that. So, again, and maybe it sounds like you and I see it slightly differently in that way. I don't want to do anything, not that, Diggs is under contract, not that he's like a delicate flower that can't handle any kind of rejection or anything like that, but I would kind of do it in a, I don't know how to say this the right way. I would kind of just go in a very one sentence thing from one of the guys that do PR over there, and like, hey, media, FYI, Stephon Diggs is going to wear number 12, and then that be the end of it, right? Instead of having to do
Well, if that's how that's got to go, then Danny, just thinking out loud, they can't give him his number yet. They don't have the numbers yet,
right?
So then there is no way to end it right now. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. So I know like there's logistical processes that have to play out, but once those do, because I don't want to have to do I wouldn't want to have to do so now that Nick and Jabal and John Keim and everybody over there going, what was the conversation like with Diggs? What happened? Did he push back? Who called whom? And now we're sort of dragging Joe into this, who's already kind of issued his statement and made his bones about it. Now sort of the team is involved. I would love for this to kind of just be handled as quietly and with dignity as possible to keep everybody from having to look like the only bad guy here, and I put that in quotes, should be the team having to be the adult in the room going, no, we're not doing that. But you don't have to do that publicly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. If you want to chime in on whether or not the team should come out and keep the train moving by saying Diggs isn't going to wear 7, you can. 800-636-1067. Speaking of teams, the Eagles are getting beat up for doing some engagement farming, seemingly, on social media. I'll explain next.
But, like I said, the number is there. Like I say, I wore it very proudly for the fans, for our football franchise, and had a sort of a degree of success being able to wear it. And like I said, it was a great honor. But it's not my call. So I leave it to the Commanders to make the decision that they feel is best for the football team, and leave it at that.
That's Joe Theismann, as heard right here on Grant and Danny just a couple of days ago. By the way, 15 minutes from now at 5 o'clock, Sam Monson of the 33rd team stops by. We'll go around the NFL with some key headlines and storylines from training camp with him. Also at 5, we're giving away those tickets to My Chemical Romance at Nats Park. So you've got to be listening if you want those at the top of the hour. We'll tell you why the Eagles are getting some heat for their social media account coming up in just a few. But let's hit the phones. 800-636-1067. Surprising percentage of fans have come out to support the idea that Diggs should not wear 7. And I'm on that side. I'm not saying they're wrong. In fact, I think it'd be ridiculous to give him number 7 for a one-year guy coming in here to play a skill position. But I thought it would be a little bit more new school and kind of a lot of young people saying give him the number. It hadn't really been that way over the last couple of days. Let's go to JB in Alexandria on the Fan. Hey, JB, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing this evening, man?
Good, buddy.
I kind of have I'm kind of on the fence about it, like I was kind of telling Toby a little bit, but I look at it like this. To me, like Mark Rippon's jersey, Doug Williams' jersey, and I don't want to diminish Theismann, but to me, those jerseys have more significance to them as Super Bowl winning jerseys. Mark Rippon being the quarterback of one of the best teams, arguably, if not the best team in NFL history, and then Doug Williams being the first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl. McLaurin wears his jersey. Luke McCaffrey wears Rippon's jersey. So I look at it like, if Diggs wants to wear the jersey, I mean, let him wear it. Like, I was one of the guys that didn't want Diggs to come to the team. I'll fully admit that, you know what I mean? But that's done and over with. But I look at it, if he wants to wear the jersey, wear it. It's not retired. I mean, Washington needs to do something with it. If they're going to retire it, retire it. If not, let somebody else, you know what I'm saying, let somebody else
Would your mind be changed if you knew, for example, like for a fact, that it was going to be retired next year?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if that's the case, yeah. If they were retiring next year, why would they put somebody in it this season?
Mhm.
Like, that didn't make any sense.
And that's kind of my point.
But,
and appreciate the call as always, my friend. Thanks for chiming in.
That's the argument we're making, by the way.
And that's kind of my point. Yeah, exactly, James. Is that it is a formality that this is going to happen. Now, it wouldn't be fair or right to go through the backlog and go, all right, we need to get rid of 66, number 7. We can't have 17, number 11. Those are all out of circulation. We'll do a retirement ceremony at halftime of preseason game number 3, just to make sure we get them all in. You want to make sure each guy gets his shine. It's one a year. Now, all these should have happened years ago, but they didn't. So, you know what I mean? You don't want to make sure that you're not cramming them in there together where you're doing what the previous regime did with the Sean Taylor installation. It mixed in with the All-Decade Team Day, and now Jackson Mahomes is doing TikTok dances on the 21 thing. That's what leads to jumbled, incoherent stuff. You want to make sure this year it is John Riggins' turn and time. We are celebrating John Riggins throughout, culminating in his jersey being retired. That's the way it should be.
They certainly shouldn't have done multiple jerseys in one game or one day. That would be ridiculous. I think they could have maybe played catch-up with, like, each home game is a different guy's game. Or maybe you do 2 or 3 in a season and just do it faster. But I don't have a problem with one a year, essentially. Like, this year is Theismann, last year was Monk. The other thing I'll say is it's not a lot of guesswork as to how they're doing this either. Like, he said the jersey's not retired. It technically is. I mean, it's not in circulation, okay? So they have never retired uniforms until recently, and now they are retiring all the uniforms that aren't in circulation, one by one. They're only doing one per year, so it is going to take some time because they're a little backlogged. But we know which numbers aren't in circulation. It's 44 getting retired this year. It's 81, got retired last year. It's 28 the year before that. The other thing, Danny, is Theismann might be paying a little bit for not being a squeaky wheel. Like, in a sense, they're bringing a lot of guys back into the fold here and doing this jersey retirement as a, not just this is what should have happened a long time ago and it's deserving, but also a little bit of a repair of the relationship. Darryl Green was not really involved with the team, didn't have a great relationship with the team. He comes back, gets his jersey retired. He's around now. I saw him at training camp. John Riggins is going to be doing commentary on their preseason games with our guy Brian Mitchell and Dan Helly. He's getting his jersey retired this year. He was at odds with the team. Art Monk is never here, ever, ever, ever. Doesn't really do much with the team. Is not a guy that's involved. They bring him back. Joe Theismann's here every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's a little bit of a squeaky wheels are getting the oil thing, whereas Theismann's, they don't have anything to repair with him, so he got kicked down the road a little bit, it seems like. But he's the odds-on favorite to have his jersey retired next year. And look, I can't tell someone how they should rank the greats or who's more important to them. It goes without saying, if you're Danny's age, then Mark Rippon's your guy. That's your GOAT. That 91 team is the best Redskins team ever. There's an argument to be made that it's the greatest team in league history. Doug Williams accomplished something that no one else will ever accomplish in the history of football. He was the first black quarterback to win a Super Bowl. That's unbelievably significant and important, and he broke barriers, and he's an all-timer. But Joe Theismann's the number one player in team history in passing yards. He has 25,000 passing yards. Doug Williams had 4,300. Mark Rippon is fringe top 5 with 15,000 passing yards. Joe Theismann was here for 77 team wins. Doug Williams was here for 5 team wins as a starter. Now, I'm not trying to take away or belittle the accomplishment. My point is just saying it's not he won a Super Bowl, so he gets his jersey retired. No, Joe Theismann is the most decorated and accomplished quarterback in terms of longevity and production in franchise history. That's why 7's going to get retired while McLaurin's wearing 17 and McCaffrey's wearing 11, just to answer his point directly. But I appreciate the phone call. Real quick on the Eagles. So I don't know if you saw this. They posted an Instagram video of Jalen Hurts throwing a bad interception today to Quinyon Mitchell. And I guess it was in response to the head coach of the Eagles, Nick Sirianni, saying in a press conference that while Mitchell's had a great camp, he hasn't picked off any passes in training camp, and they wanted to see him start picking off passes because one of the talking points on his career through 32 games in 2 years is that as great as he is, and he's a beast, he was the first team All-Pro last year. He's never picked off a pass in the league. And then this camp, he hasn't picked one off. And so Sirianni said something like, we just got to get his hands on the ball. So he picked off Hurts in practice today, and the social team posted it and said, right on cue, his nickname, Quinyon Mitchell, starts with a Q. But it's just a bad ball by Hurts, and they're getting eviscerated by posting their starting quarterback throwing a bad interception.
It's actually pretty funny, where it's this is not the flex you intended. Is that one of those that
Literally.
people say?
Yeah, that's one. I told you in the first segment. I was talking to a guy today who was just at Eagles camp who's like, the Hurts transition is not going as smoothly maybe as you might like. This division could be up for grabs kind of thing.
Well, I would love, by the way, for Philadelphia to complain so much about Quinyon Mitchell that he somehow ends up here. Please keep complaining about that guy because he is excellent.
Might take a lot of complaining.
So much complaining, I hope.
Because there's a lot of cash they're going to give him to make all the complaining okay.
Maybe just drive him out of town with the complaining. Maybe complain more.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. All right, coming up, top of the hour, 5 o'clock. Tickets to see My Chemical Romance. Plus, Sam Monson of the 33rd team spins us around the NFL on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In the NFL, the Commanders had a joint practice with the Dolphins today as they get set for the preseason opener against those same Miami Dolphins on Friday at Northwest Stadium. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Cubs for Game 2 of the 3-game series, looking to get back in the win column tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Major League debut tonight for the Nationals on the mound. Jackson Kent gets the ball. He has a 3.72 ERA this season between AA and AAA. The corresponding move, Miles Michaelis was DFA'd by the team. Lefty David Peterson starts for Chicago. He is 6-7 with a 5.35 ERA. Nats and Cubs 6:45 right here on the Fan. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As promised, let's go caller 10 on the phones at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Congrats to caller 10. You're going to win 2 tickets to My Chemical Romance, the Black Parade 2026. Tuesday, August 18th at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Show's brought to you, as always, by the law firm Kandorian Murad, and we're excited right now to go around the NFL with our buddy Sam Monson of the 33rd team. So let's jump out on the Root Guest Hotline. Spin around the league. Sam, I want to start with quarterbacks. We know that the competition, if there was one in Minnesota, is over. Kyler Murray over J.J. McCarthy. Sounds like we've still got some drama in Atlanta with Tua and Michael Penix, and then in Arizona potentially as well after Carson Beck's debut performance in the preseason. What should we be monitoring now in terms of quarterback competitions?
Yeah, I think you've named most of them there, and then obviously Cleveland being the other one with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, and somebody, trying to desperately win that competition, or at least Todd Monken hoping somebody desperately tries to win that competition. That's interesting because they're such wildly different quarterbacks in terms of the backstory. You've got this Deshaun Watson right now representing maybe the single worst personnel move in the history of the NFL. And Shedeur Sanders, the draft story that he was a year ago, and the slide from being a potential first-rounder to being this day 3 quarterback, and neither one of those guys looks like they're holding their hand up to really win that job. I think Arizona, of the teams you mentioned, is an interesting team because Carson Beck looked really good in the Hall of Fame game. He's going to have another opportunity now coming up in preseason. And, all he can do is stack impressive preseason performances. And if he does, I think he puts real pressure on Jacoby Brissett to start.
Vibes don't seem tremendously good in Tampa, where they were always overlooked to me for so many years, and everyone always picked someone else to win that NFC South. And now it just feels like with this whole Baker Mayfield contract thing and maybe them getting a little bit older, a little bit slower, I don't know how I feel about them in that, again, that bad division where, it's the world's tallest molehill rather, might win it. But what's your vibe on Tampa?
Yeah, I think that team's still got a lot of talent. I think the vibes thing is going to come down to how Baker Mayfield handles himself this season. It's not his first go-around in terms of a team not giving him exactly what he wanted. And the first time around, I don't think he handled it necessarily particularly well. I think the Browns, they screwed him as well, but Baker definitely threw his toys out of the pram once things went bad. They've agreed to kind of put a hold on this in Tampa Bay right now. We'll circle back around after the season. He's clearly not happy about it. Now, is he not happy about it in a way that he can still park it, go to work, play his best game and have a career year and then try and earn big money in the off season? Or is he upset about it and that's going to permeate throughout the rest of the team and generally sour things there? One of those is workable, one of those is a problem.
I've never heard the saying throwing your toys out of the pram, but I just looked it up, and it's to have a childish temper tantrum, get overly angry, or make a big fuss because something did not go your way. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, that's probably one of those wrong side of the Atlantic idioms that doesn't translate.
It's a stroller, right, Sam? Isn't that what?
I don't know what a pram is.
Yeah.
Yeah, stroller, baby stroller.
So when I visited Scotland, I heard someone say that, and I was like, "Oh, it's a form of transport. I'm sure a bus is coming along in a moment. It's the pram." But no, that's what I think that refers to.
That's a good reference. I
There we
might
go.
steal that. And I'll just sound like I know what I'm talking about from across the Atlantic. Hey, what do you have the Rams as in terms of like favorites or close to it right now? And how would that change, if at all, if the Avengers get another superhero and they add Aaron Donald?
I mean, I think right now they are, clear favorites for the Super Bowl. Obviously, it doesn't mean they'll win. You know, you still probably take the field over any favorite ever. If they get Aaron Donald, they only become more favored. But I think the two best teams in the NFL last season were Seattle and the Rams. I think they were pretty much a coin flip. Whoever won the NFC title game, I think, would have won the Super Bowl. And I think the Rams have taken significant steps forward on paper in a way that the Seahawks haven't necessarily. You know, they've upgraded from Jared Verse to Myles Garrett. They added two corners at their weakest position, one of whom is, a top 10 player at that position in the NFL. And then, like you said, Aaron Donald may be riding on the horizon to join this team as well. And look, I don't think Donald's coming back if he can't play. Obviously, the question becomes, well, how much can he play? There's a chance that at 35 years old and being already a freak of nature and one of the greatest players to ever play, that Donald still has pretty close to Aaron Donald levels of juice. And if that's the case, I mean, this could be one of the best defensive lines we've ever seen.
Our guy Sam Monson with us here on G&D. In New York, I've kind of made the case that I don't think they're going to be good yet, Sam, talking about the Giants, but I do think they won't be that pushover. I think they'll be a frisky, sort of 7-win type team that is a pain in the butt to play against with John Harbaugh and company. But this whole Matt Nagy, Jackson Dart marriage doesn't inspire a lot of confidence for them to have much of a high ceiling.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think that John Harbaugh and the bones of this thing in terms of the playing personnel are pretty good. I think he could have them as a pretty good team pretty quickly, particularly the offense, if they're able to get Jackson Dart really protecting himself a bit more relative to his rookie season. I think that's going to be a big part of his game now. Like, the rushing was impressive, it was formidable, but you need to be able to stay under center. You need to be able to stay as the quarterback upright, otherwise we're going to have problems. But I also agree, nothing about the coaching staff below Harbaugh really inspires confidence. Like, they brought in a kind of collection of guys that haven't had good runs of it in the last few years, and typically Harbaugh's been very good at hiring coordinators throughout his entire time there in Baltimore. I mean, almost 15 years worth of generally hiring very good coordinators on both sides of the ball. That sort of fell apart last season, and the defensive failings was really what cost him his job. It doesn't look great on paper, but maybe he knows something we don't.
Sam Monson, one of our favorites. He's on social at Sam Monson NFL, joining us here on Grant and Danny. AFC West, it feels like we've just all moved past the Chiefs being the team to beat in the AFC after certainly last year, but the last couple of years with some of their limitations. Are we doing that too soon, and is there a new team to beat in the AFC at this point?
I think the AFC is wide open, so I don't think they've been replaced necessarily by any kind of clear favorite the way you have in the NFC. And I think it is the weakest roster on paper that Kansas City's had for a while. But if they have one of those draft classes, where they've just hit a really good run and grabbed 3 starters that are good players, if Mansour Delane, if Peter Woods, if R. Mason Thomas, if those 3 guys are much better out of the box than people expected, that changes the outlook a lot. I mean, that would transform this team from what they look like on paper, a little bit of a concern, to suddenly that kind of disappears again, and the defense is still very good. So, that's difficult to do, but teams do that regularly. Seahawks did that recently. Teams, the Lions a few years ago, obviously with that draft class that they had. I think the Chiefs need a draft class like that to maintain the kind of position that they've had for the last, half dozen years.
What about their division mates, the Chargers? They had all sorts of issues last year, yet still won 11 games. The defense maybe outkicked its coverage a little bit, but what's your prognosis on them this year?
Yeah, I think people should be excited by the Chargers. We'll see what that offensive line looks like and how successfully they've repaired it. Obviously, 2 tackles coming back from injury is a big part of that, but the interior is still a question mark. If the line is halfway decent, I think Justin Herbert did put it together last season in a way he hadn't really up until that point in his career. I think he was playing at an absolutely spectacular level until that line just fell to absolute rack and ruin. If it's capable again with Mike McDaniel in that in his offensive coordinator, Harbaugh still there as the head coach. Obviously, they lost Jesse Minter on the defensive side, but like that team could be very good.
Sam, last week we had a big week for running backs getting paid. Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor among the guys that got cash. Has the running back market fully bounced back yet? And what's the next position group you think that could be in for some correction financially?
I don't think it's fully bounced back. And Brad Spielberger used to work with PFF, is now an NFL agent. He had a tweet about this, that if you adjust the Adrian Peterson contract for inflation, like he would be on $35 million a year as opposed to 25. So the market has adjusted downwards for running backs. Not as badly as it had looked for a while. And that the other point Brad was making is that most of the guys that have gotten paid have been third contract guys. And we've gone through a gap of sort of not having that, clean second contract, peak of his powers, young running back hit the market or come due for that contract, and now you get a couple of them this offseason, and so you're seeing the money bounce back. But it's definitely been a correction downwards from where it was, 10, 15 years ago. I think, justifiably. I think that is something that analytics was pushing and that has made sense. It's not that running backs don't matter, which was a sort of phrase, I think, to push things way too far, but it is that it's not necessarily a smart allocation of resources to give them the kind of money that they were on before.
Sam, if you had to go to the betting window right now this minute and take the over-under on the Bengals 9.5 wins, what would you take and why?
I think I'd probably go over. We know that offense is pretty spectacular. The defense doesn't even need to be good. It just needs to be not a disaster the way it was a year ago. And honestly, Dexter Lawrence by himself might be able to achieve that if he's back to being the player that he was for the Giants before the last couple of seasons. And so far, all reports out of camp are that he is. He looks back to his best, and he's basically destroying every practice he plays in single-handedly. And they've added a bunch of other players. Boye Mafe, Cassius Howell in the draft. Like, they've added players to that group in addition to Dexter Lawrence. So I think the Bengals defense goes back to being average at worst, and then that offense should be spectacular again.
Sam Monson, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Fernando Mendoza goes 1-1 to kick off the rookie quarterback class. It goes without saying we won't see Ty Simpson barring a Matt Stafford injury, but otherwise, with guys like Mendoza with the Raiders, Carson Beck, who had the big preseason opener in the Hall of Fame game, Drew Aller, who was getting early rave reviews in Steelers camp, do you think we see all three this year, and when might we?
I think Mendoza gets in, a month into the season. I think that's usually the way that goes when teams try and slow play the quarterback is you get a month worth of play of the guy you designate a starter, and eventually you have to put in the future. So I think Mendoza's starting minimum by October. Ty Simpson, I don't think plays football this year, obviously, unless Matthew Stafford gets injured. Carson Beck, I think, will see time whether or not he's able to win that starting job right out of the gate. But there's no reason for them not to turn to him at some point this season. Whether or not they're not going to be good enough, I think, for there to be no reason to take a look at what he has in the back end of the season. Aller maybe could win himself the job next year, and if he's going to do that, they probably need to see him at some point this year. So that would depend, how competitive they are, whether Rodgers gets hurt, all those kinds of things. I think they'd probably like to have a look at Drew Aller if he continues to draw rave reviews.
The Jaguars were terrific last year. I know they won a bunch of games and with 13-4, but you kind of look it up under the hood. Top 6 in offense, top 8 in points allowed. They won kind of a tough division going against the team that's tough to deal with in Houston, who I want to ask you about in a second as well, Sam. But do you believe in the Renaissance, or are they coming back down to earth here a little bit?
Yeah, and the other thing being, Trevor Lawrence is kind of the last thing to click into gear there. As soon as Liam Cohen arrived, pretty much everything else was night and day different and better than it was before he got there. But Trevor Lawrence, for the first half of the season, kind of looked like the same guy. And then the second half of the year, he really looked like the light had come on. Now, we've seen that kind of false dawn from Trevor Lawrence before, so I think we're going to have to wait and see if he's able to pick up where he left off. But if he is, and if he really has arrived now, then, yeah, I think that the Jags will be, a legit team this year. That receiving core looks fantastic. Maybe they're a little dependent on Travis Hunter on the back end and in the secondary, but that should be a good team as long as Trevor Lawrence is what he looked like in the second half of the season.
Sam Monson, NFL. You should follow him on social. I always follow your work on X. You recently tweeted, by the way, about the dichotomy between Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. And I've always been fascinated by those are two of the best of all time, and they just did it so differently, both on the field and off the field. And you made the joke about Peyton Manning because Brady was saying how shocked he was when he had breakfast with Peyton one time that he ate pancakes and bacon and sausage and biscuits with gravy. And here Tom Brady was allowed to have like 4 peas and 6 ounces of Pedialyte that day or whatever. It is just funny to me how different those guys were to have been the GOATs of their era.
Yeah, it's great. I just love that story from Peyton Manning that, everyone's out here, particularly Brady, trying to squeeze sort of every last ounce. And Kirk Cousins is like this as well. He's trying to get every last RPM he can squeeze from his entire NFL career. And fair play, he's doing a good job of that. And meanwhile, Peyton Manning's just out there going, yeah, I'll have the pancakes, the sausages, everything you got, load it up, and I'm good to go.
If there's more gravy, yeah.
Extra sausage
we
gravy.
This sometimes.
Yeah, he had. You'd have to say, I guess, what just the mental acumen, because even physically, I know end of his career, Peyton's different, although he threw 55 touchdowns with a probably below average arm. But at the peak of his powers, how would his arm have graded out? It was really anticipatory and mental, right?
I think he had really, really good sort of arm velocity, certainly earlier in his career. Obviously, the thing that makes, Peyton Manning achieved one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen from a quarterback, which is when he came back from that neck injury and he tried to throw again, and it was like he didn't have the arm anymore. And so he had to basically relearn on the fly how to play the game, taking a bunch of stuff that he liked to do off the table. It was a game really early in his comeback. I think it was against Atlanta maybe, and they picked him off like 3 times, basically on the same throw every single time. And Manning was like, I just can't make that throw anymore. That's gone. I can't even attempt those passes. And so, literally on the fly in that season, he rewired his brain, relearned how to play football, and 2 of his best seasons came after that. Then he went and had absolutely, one of the best offensive outputs of all time off the back of that before his body kind of really caught up with him, and the very final season where he won the Super Bowl, that was physically kind of a wreck. But I don't know that there's many players ever that are capable of doing that, basically completely changing the way they play the game on the fly as you rediscover what you're capable of doing.
Sam, my last one, I teased it before. I want to ask you about Houston. I feel like if C.J. Stroud was just reasonable, they might have won that game in New England. Or if they just maybe handed it off and punted when they had a 10-7 lead, they might have had a chance to win that football game. But we all saw how bad it got for Stroud in that offense. But that's still a 12-5 team with an excellent defense. Just where are you at on the Texans this year?
Yeah, their defense may be spectacular again. And, Stroud was good for most of the season. His career's definitely kind of moved in the wrong direction from a spectacular rookie season. But he's still been pretty good for the majority of the time. The problem is, it wasn't just that game. The game before it, they should have lost as well, the way Stroud was playing. He's been disastrous the last 2 playoff performances he's had. And that, whatever about, do you need your quarterback to play spectacular football? Do you need him to carry the team? You can't have him out there actively sabotaging the team in the playoffs. That's just too much to overcome, even for an elite defense. So, Stroud needs to go out there and show that he's capable of just playing average football, even when he's not in the groove, even when things aren't completely dialed in. He can't have an absolute collapse the way he had.
All right, pick a side here. The Eagles or the outrage on social media from everybody else. They post a video today of Quinyon Mitchell picking off a really bad Jalen Hurts pass, and they say right on cue. And it's based on, I guess, that he had been challenged to get an interception in practice recently by Nick Sirianni. But you still see Jalen Hurts making a bad throw and throwing a pick. Eagles fans aren't too happy about it.
I honestly couldn't believe they posted that. Like, it's I mean, whatever. It would be one thing if you were sort of showing, just the ball in the air and then the play that Mitchell made. But, like, the clip starts, like, staring down Jalen Hurts, and I assumed it was going to be, like, a great pass over the middle. And they're like, oh, no, that's the corner. That's awful. Like, the quarterback's the most important player on every single roster, and you put a clip out making him look bad. That was weird.
It's unbelievable. Sam, thank you, buddy. Good catching up as always.
Thank you, Sam.
Anytime, guys. Take it easy.
There's Sam Monson on Grant and Danny, the 33rd team. Coming up in 40 minutes at 6 o'clock, an IndyCar driver is taking part in the Grand Prix 250 that's taking place here in D.C. coming up in a week and a half. Danny caught up with him in studio today while I'm out here in Ashburn. Make sure you're locked in for that on The Fan.
Commanders had a joint practice with the Dolphins today. The Commanders' offense looked good against the Dolphins' defense, and the Commanders' defense had a great pass rush and great in the run. They'll look to keep that going on their preseason opener on Friday against the Dolphins. That'll kick off at 7 o'clock at Northwest Stadium. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Cubs for Game 2 of the 3-game series, looking to bounce back from their 8-6 loss last night. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear it right here on The Fan. Roster moves for the Nats today. They called up Jackson Kent from AAA and DFA'd Miles Michaelis. Kent is going to make his major league debut tonight on the mound for the Nationals. The lefty has a 3.72 ERA between AA and AAA this season. He'll face another southpaw, David Peterson. Gets the ball for the Chicago Cubs. He is 6-7 on the season with a 5.35 ERA. Nats and Cubs, 6:45 right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Visit them at kmlawyers.com and mention the show to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. I was texting with those guys because they were listening yesterday when I brought up my wacky hypothetical of which Commander would be the best two-way player in high school football in Fairfax County this year.
Indeed, right.
So, I had to chop it up and try to get to the bottom of who they had in the office pool there. Got a lot of play on that one. A lot of people were chatting about that in my comment sections. It was just a fun thing. Like, my buddy is a high school football coach. We stumbled into that. And it's just hilarious because the answer is all of them would be really, really good.
Right. There's not a single person on that roster right now, even ones that are going to be cut, that wouldn't be so helpful to any high school football team.
Now, I need a ruling here from Darius back in our studio. We've got a show thing where when someone gets a haircut, you've got to wish them happy haircut before the end of the show, or else you get got. Danny hasn't seen me in person yet today, but he's been staring at me on video for the duration of the program, and I did get a haircut, and he hasn't said happy haircut. So what's the ruling on that exactly? Do I have to give him a full day in studio?
Yeah, this is tough.
It's murky, right?
I want to give Danny the benefit of the doubt because, one, yeah, he's looking at the YouTube stream, but he's not seeing you live.
I haven't really looked at the YouTube stream.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and I can't even tell because your computer's facing away from me, so I can't tell.
Yeah, I mean it's on because I'm engaged in case something comes up, but for the most part, I'm not staring because again, to pull back the curtain a little bit, there's a delay for the YouTube thing, so it defeats the purpose of, like, if we're looking at each other like via Zoom or via kind of some live connection where we can signal each other. But that doesn't help. Like, if you wanted to wave and say, I want to do another question,
sure,
I wouldn't find out until 7 seconds later, you know?
I know, because one time I wanted to do another question.
And you couldn't, and you got to?
And it just, you weren't there. So, no, it's perfectly fine. I did get my haircut yesterday, so if you see me tomorrow, maybe you could say happy haircut.
I could do that, yeah.
The guy that cut my hair was hilarious. I liked him. Like, I may go back because I enjoyed, for the most part, our interactions, and I think he did a pretty good job. But I will say, about halfway through the haircut, I got a phone call from someone about one of the pods we had to tape or whatever. And he's like, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but do you do a podcast? And I was like, yeah, I do a podcast.
Yeah.
And he's like, what's it about? And I'm like, mostly sports. And I'm just trying to be, like, super vague or whatever. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. I'm like, do you like sports? And he's like, what do you think? And I'm like, you probably do. And he's like, I'm a barber. He's like, that's all we talk about is sports. And then it turned into just, like, a lot of bad sports takes, you know, like, so, like, amazing. And it's just one of those where, like, on the show, if he was calling in, I would definitely give some ulterior thoughts. I would probably, poke some holes in some theories.
But live in person, you're like, oh yeah, I can see that.
I was dude, totally true that he's definitely the best player of all time. And, like, I'm trying to think of one of the ones that was like that really was like real. Oh, you know what? He thinks Russell Wilson got, like, wronged really badly by the Broncos, and, like, they should be cursed. He's like, the Broncos should never win again because of what they did to Russ. That was one of his takes.
Okay. Is his last name Wilson? Like, is he a family
member? Right. But he was a cool guy. Like, I enjoyed our interaction. A lot of NBA takes as well. He hates Austin Reeves for some reason. I don't know why, but he thinks he's a terrible player. I mean, terrible.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine having a strong opinion on Austin Reeves.
Right.
Other than to say, yeah, that guy's pretty good.
I feel like he's all right.
Yeah, he's a good player. Nice player. Right?
I think also the East is trash was a quote he said at one point.
East is trash. Okay.
Yeah, but I was like,
Celtics.
I was like, absolutely, yeah,
Right,
it
totally is. Yeah,
they're
Can
so
you-
bad.
So it's a number one on the side, and
He liked the Celtics edition of the big from the Knicks too. He liked that edition.
he's a Mitchell Robinson fan. That's
Big
going to help
Mitchell-
them.
Yeah, big Mitchell Robinson guy.
Yeah, addition by subtraction. You lose Jaylen Brown, you pick up Mitchell Robinson. You're better.
It would be funny actually if I just go get my haircut once a week, get all his takes, and then we do a regular segment on like what the barber thinks about what's going on in the sports world.
Yeah, the barber takes.
Barbershop take off. But anyway, haircut yesterday, in studio tomorrow. 24-hour clock starts now. No pressure. We started the show by talking about the joint practice today out here in Ashburn. The Commanders giving the Dolphins the business. I thought offensively, which I really locked in on for the duration of much of practice, they were mostly dominant in the passing game. Running game, the Dolphins probably won defensively, frankly, just because the Commanders couldn't run the ball much at all. It also felt a little bit like they were just running a run play on first down to get to passing plays, basically. Wasn't like they were really heavily trying to establish a run or had like some drill where they were going run plays every down or something like that. But your winners today on offense in practice were definitely Jaden Daniels, who looked incredibly comfortable under center and bootlegging. The play-action game was massively improved from a year ago, and it was just prevalent. Like everything was layered and thrown to the second and third level. Deep shots throughout practice, on the money. He made 16 throws, completed 12, and 15 of them were on target, could have been or would have been caught if not for a couple PBUs. He had one batted ball, and then he had one missed throw that was inaccurate out of 16. I thought he was tremendous. And then the receiving core continues to shine, which is what I want to get into here for a moment. What do you think happens here? I'm going to present like how I view these guys separating themselves, and then you tell me what you'd rather have them do. So I'm going to say, Danny, that Terry McLaurin, Stephon Diggs, rookie Antonio Williams are sharpied locks, either because they're excellent or because they were just drafted. Okay?
One would think, yep.
So there's three. Now, I think the next closest to 100% to be on the roster player, believe it or not, is Jalen Lane. Because of how good he was as a punt returner, 2 touchdowns last year, was just drafted last year. And even though he's been down the board a little bit in terms of his camp, I actually think he's the 4th most likely guy to be guaranteed. So I'll put him on the team next. The question then becomes, is Luke McCaffrey a lock? Really good kick returner last year. You might be able to find someone else to be a really good kick returner. He has had an outstanding camp. And I will say this, in each year he's gotten better. You drafted him. You spent a lot of time developing him. He seems to be coming on. Is it really a time where you would move on from him?
So a little preview here of what's about to come next. For every one of the guys that, when you start mentioning him and then you start going down the list, you can make a pretty good case for and against. Right? This is where it gets really sticky. Like somebody, your point, you made this earlier, to your credit, somebody is going to get cut that's going to help somebody.
Yes.
And that's where you want to be. That's the old Mike Shanahan axiom.
Could they try
right?
to trade one of these guys?
You'd hope that there'd be that much demand where maybe you pick up, it wouldn't be a high-value pick, but it'd be something.
I don't think you'd get a lot for anybody.
No.
But I'm just making this up. Could they call San Francisco and say, hey, you want Christian's brother, Kyle? You guys have some family ties here. We want a 6th-round pick or something. I guess that's possible. I think they should keep McCaffrey because I actually think he looks like he just keeps getting better and better and better. And I'm not suggesting he's going to be a stalwart this year offensively, but if you make him your kick returner and he's a down-the-depth guy that plays teams, like that could be a 5th receiver. So then the question is, do you keep 6 or 7? So I've got Lane and McCaffrey in for special teams. The rest of the receiver room includes, so this is now a debate for 2 spots, between Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, and Treylon Burks. Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, and Treylon Burks. At most, you can keep 2. At worst, you would keep 1. I think they probably keep 7, especially if you've got a kick returner or punt returner at the receiver position. And so let's say one of those guys is out. The case I make for Burks, he's huge. He could be a red zone weapon. And you don't have anybody that's really his size that makes some of the catch radius athletic plays that he does at wide receiver. the case for Diami. He would probably be their best deep threat, and I actually think this matters. I also think he has a really tight relationship with Jaden Daniels, and they're very, very close. Yesterday, they're out here wearing matching cleats, and after practice, Jaden was hanging out with some buddies for like a while, 15, 20 minutes on the field, and Diami was sitting there chilling and cutting up and hopping around with those guys like as they're telling jokes and whatnot. And it was like Rashad White, Jaden Daniels, they played together in college, Diami Brown, and like those dudes. And I just think Diami's really close with him. And then the last one is Van Jefferson, who I would have said coming into camp, like, I think if you're an outsider, you don't know anything about anything, you would just go cut Van Jefferson. Who cares? He's just a kind of a jag older guy. But I'm telling you, Danny, he's had the best camp of any of these guys that on the back of the roster.
Uh-huh.
And like he is a route running technician. He does everything right. He's great in the room. I kind of want to keep him.
He has an 800-yard season to his credit.
Yeah.
You let me know when any of those other guys do anything of the sort. Like a down year, and he's bounced around. He's been kind of the mercenary. Rams, Falcons, Steelers, Titans. Has never been a featured guy since 2021. But in each of those spots, he's been that, whatever you want to call it, that fourth option. And he's never the plan, but he ends up with a slightly larger role. 29 catches, 350 yards in a pretty bad situation last year in Tennessee. It's not as if he's just some nobody, right? I don't know how to say it better, but everybody that speaks about the receiver position, who's covering this thing, et cetera, and then anytime Dan Quinn gets a chance in front of a microphone, he's mentioning Van Jefferson. There are attributes and qualities there that they seem to like. Not telling you he's Jerry Rice, but I'm also saying they seem to really like him a lot, and I think value him as much for mentorship, leadership, et cetera, as his potential production.
But based on those calling cards, Burks for the size, red zone abilities, Diami for the deep ball, and then Jefferson, who I think's redundant. Like, he does not do anything or provide anything that is particularly unique.
And that's a key, yeah.
He's just more complete. He's also older than those guys. It would feel like he'd be the odd man out, right?
So, again, the practice squad element of things is with the new rules. It's not just for undrafted rookie free agents anymore. It's for anybody you want, basically. That's intriguing. Would a team – we used to do this where you go, how do you get Marco Mitchell to the practice squad? You put him there and don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Or how do you get Cam Sims to the practice squad? You literally assign him and you never worry about it for a single second if someone else signs him. Maybe that's the path for some of those guys, even though they're names that people recognize. I don't know if people are beating down the door after we just finished complimenting him for Van Jefferson services. I think there's a lot of guys that are maybe more intriguing around the league. So that's always something. It is a risk, of course, that you might end up losing somebody. But I do think that's a way to keep some of these guys with kind of knowing that there's been some injury and part of that's natural attrition in the NFL, but also maybe some spots do pop up where you might feature one guy over another with a given matchup.
A lot of camp still to go and still 3 preseason games ahead. But if that's how it ends up working out, that it comes down to 3 guys for a spot or 2, and it's Burks, Diami Brown, Van Jefferson, how would you think it plays out? Let's open up the phones. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Also want to get into the Nats having a debuting prospect on the bump tonight. We're Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. I want to get into the Nats very quickly. All of our coverage on baseball on the Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Lefty Jackson Kent is going to make his major league debut tonight for the Nationals. He is considered by MLB Pipeline to be a top 10 prospect in the Nats system. They have him ranked number 8. He's been very effective the last couple of years in the minor leagues at missing bats. This is a 4th-round pick, pitched at Arizona, was drafted by the old regime. Last year he struck out over 130 batters in 123 innings. This year, 105 batters in 94 innings. And his average against has come down from about 240 to around 215. His whip is lower than it was a year ago. His ERA, still a little bit higher than you would want it to be if you're dominating in the minors, but we had Josh Wetzel on earlier today who calls games at AAA and says, it's probably a 3.7's a little misleading. He's been better than that earned run average this year. He's got a pretty good fastball, oddly, because it tops out at 95 and is mostly 91 to 93. But his changeup is a very good pitch. Also has a breaking ball that can flash plus as well. If you look at some of the metrics, Danny, from the minors, though, compare him to his peers at AAA. Whiff rate, 93rd percentile. Swinging strike percentage, 96th percentile. K rate, 83rd percentile. Called strike and swing and miss rate is 89 percentile. Gets a lot of chase as well. Doesn't always fill up the strike zone, but the chase, I think, really helps. Got some Corbin to him where he's burying a lot of balls in the dirt. But a lot of ground balls, 68th percentile, and a big-time extension. He's one of those guys.
That's what I was going to point out.
The stuff plays up because it looks like he's releasing the ball in front of your nose. So I'm excited to see him tonight.
Yeah, Paul Taboni was on with the Junks this morning and spoke about that very factor, right? Where, you say only, you put it in quotation marks, throws in the, kind of low to mid-90s. It typically sits to your point 92, 93, occasionally 94, 95. But his release point, he's a big donkey, 6'4", 220 plus. His release point is out front, gets that extension, and all of a sudden, 94 plays like 96 or 97, right? It jumps at you a little bit. It's a little extra. They used to call back in my day, Grant, life or carry on the fastball. Now they've got fancier terms for it. But that tunnels very well with a changeup that is really, really good, kind of to your point. And then, as you said, he can bury that slider a little bit. So you've seen it. The guys that don't throw a million miles an hour, if you do the Foster Griffin, Eduardo Rodriguez, and a number of other guys, you make every pitch look like the same pitch, and they have dramatically different effects, it can be really effective on making hitters off balance.
Yeah, and you got to do that when you're throwing in the low 90s. Let's go to the phones. A couple people want to weigh in. We were talking about the Commanders' wide receiver position out here at training camp in Ashburn again today for what was practice number 10, day number 11 or 12. They've all blended together. Camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. On the line, we've got Drew in Graysonville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Drew? How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing good. Just getting ready for the tailgate on Friday. So, we're in preseason form there, too. But I'm going to say something that's not really fair, but I think Van Jefferson is the odd man out. And only because, once you have McLaurin and Diggs and Wilson, now you can take some lottery tickets, and whether it's Burks or Diane or even McCaffrey, those guys have potentially high upside that we haven't seen yet. And Van Jefferson, he could be a solid guy, and I think he's performing really well in preseason. But I just don't think you need that insurance. If they get to him, we've got a bigger problem. So I think he's a good fit for a lot of teams. I just don't know he's a good fit for this team this year, given how stacked we went to.
It's a really good call.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
I was watching the Dolphins wide receiver room today, and I kept thinking Van Jefferson would start for this team maybe, based on the camp he's had. I mean, maybe he'd be their third guy or something, but I definitely think he could play. He's also going to be someone, Danny, who's going to play well in the preseason, because when you don't play like a McLaurin and a Diggs and whatever else, I mean, he's going to be out there a bunch playing against some guys that may not make teams. He's a technician. He's a pro. So he's the kind of guy that's going to go out there and you're going to go, damn, Van Jefferson can play. He's going to look pretty good in those situations.
Indeed. And this is what should happen, by the way. Again, I'm not trying to roll my eyes at something like this because these are guys fighting for gigs, but a guy that's been around the league, again, that has an 800-plus yard season to his credit, that's been consistently desired by teams and has been knocked down depth charts a couple different times with an NFL resume, should be tearing up guys that may or may not make teams. That's exactly what should happen. He should look like a pro running circles around, 22-year-old undrafted free agent or, the seventh rounder Sam. That's what's probably going to happen. He'll be a preseason standout in all likelihood.
Let's go to James in Leesburg. James, we're up against it, so be quick. What do you got?
I'll be quick, man. I'll be the staunch opposite of the last caller, but I think you got a consummate professional. He's been to the big dance. He's won it all. Comes from a family. Dad played in the league. Head coach can't keep his name out of his mouth in a good way. I think there's a lot of plus there for him. He plays a lot bigger than 6'1", too. I think that's disrespectful. Fast, and he's got big size, good hands.
Yeah, I can't argue with any of that.
Thank you, buddy.
The son of an NFL coach, second-generation guy, grew up around the game. Like, all of those bloodline things you see when you watch him, I just would have a really hard time cutting him. And then the question becomes, well, who would you cut instead? I think he's had a better camp than Brown, but I think you got to keep Diami around for his speed. And I'm not getting rid of Treylon Burks. So it gets hard. But as of this moment right now, he'd probably be the first guy out for me. But let's wait and see. Sometimes this takes care of itself over the weeks ahead.
Indeed. And you preach competition, and it's all until, well, we drafted that guy. Or, well, this is a preferred customer, right? You know what I mean? It's one of those things where at the 7th or 8th receiver spot, maybe you could put your money where your mouth is and go, this guy's had a better camp than you, whoever the you is.